Final 3 games remain for Group A and D to make it to the top 16 and directly move on to the semifinals week 1. Welcome to realme BGIS 2025, where I'm going to be a host of Castroneck Road. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be IC Baby 1-2. And IC, yesterday we saw quite a lot of surprising names. SOA doing great, Genesis 2 just pulling in chicken dinner.
Yeah, SOA getting 2 chicken dinners is a very, very big surprise as well. And they're currently in the top 15 in the overall standings in general as well, with only 3 matches in general. So I feel like if they want to be consistent, all they need to do is just get 3 points per game in this next upcoming match. They're pretty much guaranteed their slots in towards the semifinals first place.
That's the crazy part, right? In the span of 3 games, SOA got 2 chicken dinners. Now as you move on towards the latter 3 games, it feels like the work's now cut short for teams like SOA and Genesis. But then you speak of some of the known names that are still on the latter half of the board, and I would love to know your prediction. Which team you think can actually make a comeback in these groups?
I feel like Likita Esports has a very, very good chance, considering that they took only 1 game, which is yesterday, which is one game, 27 points, second game, 1 point, third game, 0 points, which is very, very unlikely coming in from Likita Esports. But because of the 2 blunders that they had yesterday, it feels like now in general, they need 1 more big game and they're set.
I'm also surprised for Wingod Esports. The way they started things off from their group itself, they were not looking that strong. But then later on, they caught the pace pretty well. Now currently sitting on the 2nd spot in their individual group.
Yeah, but they're currently around 27 to 29 points. So technically, in the current overall standings, the top 16s right now is somewhere around 37 points, which is somewhere held by Seoul as of yet. But Seoul is in a situation where they might get kicked out very, very shortly.
Exactly. But what are these teams fighting for? That's going to be the money that's on the line for this realme BGIS 2025. 2 crore rupees plus. Let's keep that in mind as well. First placing team in the grand finals will be getting 60 lakh. The second one will be getting 30. The third one will get 20. And it's going to keep on descending downwards.
Yeah, and of course, we also have special awards here, and currently the quarterfinals is really on its way. That means realme MVP will start coming in from the quarterfinals as well as the semi-finals first phase. And I will say it's the semi-finals 1, which is going to be proceeding very, very soon. So the realme MVP will be calculated based off the 6 matches, the total of 12 matches, 6 from quarterfinals and 6 coming in from semi-finals 1.
Exactly. Points distribution is on the screen as well. First placing team inside of the game will get 10 points. The second one will get 6. The third one will get 5. And it's going to keep on descending downwards until 9th, till 16th get none. And as we all know, each finish will grant you 1 point, and that's why a lot of these teams are actually going quite aggressive inside of the game. And I guess today, K9 Esports and Team Versatile will try to do the same thing as well.
Agreed. And currently, the highest finish points earned by a single team is currently held by Mastermind Mavericks of 46 points a game. But without further ado, let's introduce the team here. We have Group A, we have Likita Esports, we have Reckoning Esports, we have Dragon Claw, Metal Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, Troy Tamilin, Acrobots, and also Rankar.
Let's not forget, teams like Troy Tamilin Esports, yeah, they might sound new, but still, the way they have been playing so far, the class they have been showcasing, it's really tough for the known names to tackle teams like Troy Tamilin Esports and even Arankar and Acrobots Esports. As we flip the page, we still see a few more known names. Diesel Esports, FS Esports is right there too, IIT on the screen. SOA currently the table toppers in this group, Vasista Esports, Raven Esports, and GT.
Yeah, this is something that none of us were expecting as well. We had a lot of hopes coming from Vasista Esports in general, right? So I feel like there's a lot more things that can actually improve here. Meanwhile, on Group D, we have God's Raid, we have K9 Esports, we have 4TR, Wingod, Cincinnati Kids, TOP Official, new version, and also 4 barriers.
Exactly. 4 barriers yesterday. They did have those individual moments, but still the performance was quite shaky. The same thing can be said even for the players of K9 Esports and God's Reen. And speaking of God's Reen, they're just playing 2 grouped up. But Phoenix Esports started things off with an absolute banger. They had 7 elimination points for themselves. No placement points to back it up. That really did give us a lot of hopes, but the carry-on wasn't that great from Phoenix Esports. Genesis, currently the table topper in Group D. You've also got VST, not doing that great, but the last game, at least VST got some sort of a backup done. And now we've got a lot of expectations from teams like Versatile. As we move on towards the overall standings for Group D, as I mentioned, Genesis is going to be at the top with 37 points, but Wingod, they've gotten 29.
Exactly, it's only 8 points away to actually reach 37. So as of yet, based off Group B as well as C in the total overall standings of all 64 teams, pretty much the cutoff in the top 16 right now is somewhere around 37 points here, which is currently played by 6 matches in total, right? So for them, all they need to do is just break past the 37. They will take down a couple of teams from B and C to go down into the wildcard with them.
The remaining teams are on the screen. Phoenix Esports, some of the most dominating names, and still Phoenix Esports is on the latter half with just 12 points in their bracket. They've also managed to acquire a few more known names on their side, as well as there's also God's Reen with just 13 points in that same list. You've also got VST, just 12 points right there. BO7S, that game of Sandhawk was great, but once again, the transition towards Miramar and Erangel wasn't exactly there. We've got the schedule for the day on the screen, as well as Group D will be the one to kick the action off.
Exactly. Group D will be kicking it off with Erangel, Miramar, and then ending their journey in Sandhawk. And then we will proceed to continue with the remaining matches for Group A, starting things off with Sandhawk, Miramar, and then ending it in Erangel. So this is the final 3 matches for both Group B and as well as Group A before we decide who the top 16 is going to be advancing into the semifinals and who is going to be sent off into the wildcards, where there is going to be a lot of unexpected variables that is going to be happening in wildcard stages.
Exactly. Wildcard will be unpredictable. And if you find yourself in the wildcard, well, better luck, my friend, because that's going to be the depth of hell where you would not want to place yourself in. We've got a head-to-head between Likita Esports and K9 Esports, and it's quite closely matched.
It is indeed quite closely matched as well, but the only difference here is that both teams are going to be playing in both Group A and Group D, with Likita in Group A, K9 in Group D. So in terms of the overall performance, they do have 28-24 points. They're currently somewhere in the 4th position right now for their respective group. And again, the cutoff at the overall 16 right now is 37 to 40 points. And this will actually go even higher. So for them to actually overcome the barrier to break past in the semifinals, they need at least a solid 10 to 15 points to break past the 40 mark. But again, if they do that and another team does that, it will only go higher and higher and higher.
Yeah. The only reason why Likita Esports had more points is because they managed to acquire that chicken dinner, right? The first game itself, Likita Esports somehow pulled out that chicken dinner, especially when we thought that that chicken dinner is going to be on the name of GT. They messed things up massively, and how can we forget that misplay from Clutch God? The man went solo trying to take down the entire team. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short promo. We'll continue the conversation after this. Welcome back after that short promo, and once again, a huge shout out to our sponsor, Realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you head on towards Google and search for Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win incredible rewards for yourself.
Yes, and of course, it is currently the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, which doubled the performance in its segment itself. With its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million score, it doubles the score in its segment itself, and it is currently priced at $22,999. And as Necro said, Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G for some amazing rewards, because there is some instructions for you guys to find out how you're going to be winning away with this sexy babies on the table.
Exactly. But once again, let's move on towards the conversation that we're having, right? Now, we've been speaking so much about the known names like K9 Esports. We've been speaking about Phoenix Esports as well, not being able to chime inside of the action. But a new name that just came through out of nowhere, that will be new version. Yes, a few players inside of that banner are quite the known ones, but still the last time we saw them was ages now. But their comeback has been pretty great.
Well, speaking of comebacks, it is going to be now or never for some of these teams, right? And the comebacks here, especially for, I think there is only 3 teams right now is in contention that is very, very smooth sailing for them to actually overtake the 40 mark barrier point. And the next closest would be Wingard, who's currently on 29 points. So for them to actually pass the 40 points means they need 11 points in 3 games. Sounds very easy, but you have to also take into consideration that there are also teams that are trying to overtake you. So 11 points to get the passing mark, and then you need additional 5 or maybe even 10 points to pull the lead.
Exactly. And let's not forget, there's also going to be a few other names that will try to be as annoying as possible, right? I'm speaking of Team Versatile. They're, of course, going to try to go all guns blazing inside of the games, considering they know they've only got 3 games to go. You cannot forget K9 Esports, too. It's another one of those powerhouses that's not going to be stopping anytime soon. Mysterious 4 yesterday, game 1 was great, but that transition, once again, the consistency wasn't that good. But still, they're not doing too bad. They just need one decent game, and they can instantly propel themselves in the top 3 as well.
See, the problem with Versatile is that, yes, you can go for the top 3, right? But this is not just a fight between one group itself. It is a fight between 4 groups. So technically, they are currently in somewhere at the 15-point mark. And to break past the top 16, they need 25 points at least to actually achieve that.
And speaking of Cincinnati Kids too, right? That defensive gameplay isn't exactly working out for them. Maybe Cincinnati Kids now, even they need to bring on that aggression once again, go for the elimination points. In game 1, they try to do so. But Cincinnati Kids, they were not able to carry forward that aggression in the upcoming games, and that's why CK is now falling back in the overall standings. The same thing can be said for God's Reign too. Yesterday we saw a complete passive nature of God's Reign. I would love to see them utilize that firepower they've got in the arsenal.
Yeah, they definitely have to pull every single thing they can as well, because mathematically it's still very, very possible for them to actually qualify to semifinals. But it is going to be a do or die situation. We've seen this happen during the round stages where the grind teams do tend to improve a lot during the second day itself, but not everyone is on the same page. But as the competition gets closer and closer and tighter, the chances of that happening is very, very slim, because everybody is bringing their A game. But I'm curious to see what all the casters think about today's matchup.
At the start of the day, we made our predictions, and I personally went with Phoenix Esports because I genuinely think, considering Phoenix Esports is one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby, and especially when you've only got 3 games to go, Phoenix Esports can definitely stand a chance to pull off a major comeback.
Agreed. And it seems like you and Sparrow going for Phoenix as well. We have Anki and Johnny going for Versatile, which makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, Versatile has got a very, very long climb to go. Engineer went for the very, very safe choice, which is K9 Esports. They are still up in contention to actually push in towards the top 16, but I went for Shockwave just because I like their playstyle. Because their playstyle is all about positioning. You know, once you have good position, finish points will automatically come. But for yesterday, that didn't exactly happen too well for them.
That's the thing, right? Yeah, the positioning game is working out for them, but in the first 3 games. Now, everything is going to be thrown outside of the window because the other teams will be super aggressive. And if you're someone who will try to snatch away their position, they're definitely going to reply back as much as possible. Now you will see the players just stack up on ammunition, stack up on utility, especially if they've found themselves in a great spot. And let's not forget, teams like VXT, their strong suit is positioning. And if VXT finds a great positioning, the game has to be theirs.
I kind of disagree with that, because from what I know of VXT before realme BGIS 2025 is that they are the teams that has very similar playstyles like K9 Esports. They have very similar playstyles to Shockwave, but it's more an upgraded version. They're very, very aggressive. But yesterday's performance in their 3 games, they played so passive to a point that gave them position points, but not enough finish points, which is very concerning for me.
Let's not forget that game of Miramar too, right? Where VXT was just completely playing based off of positioning.
Yeah.
And that's why they were able to pull off a decent game on their way. And let's not forget about a team like God's Reign too. Yesterday they were playing like a well-knit unit. It's understandable that all the 4 players want to play together, but not going for the splits, not going for the intel is now really starting to hamper their performance.
I agree, and I feel like right now a lot of these teams are struggling to actually understand how they play the current zone meta, and you can't really blame them because the zone has been very, very unpredictable lately. Most of them, it's 1 minute you're in urban warfare, 1 minute you're playing long distance fights where if you don't have DMRs or snipers, you won't be able to do effective damage, right? You're using M4s, you're using maybe even AKs for occasionally going for a couple of sprays long range, but the bullet damage drop due to distance will affect them, and that means you have to use more resources to actually knock one guy so far away.
Yesterday we saw a few DMRs being utilized too, right? Even a beautiful clutch was witnessed. But as we move on with the conversation, right, as you went with Shockwave Esports, now it's a good thing that you like supporting the newer names out there, right? Especially when you've got someone on your side. I'm speaking about the new names. When they've got someone on their side, automatically that pressure eases off by a bit. But knowing that only 3 games are now left, and if you move on towards wildcard, things are going to be super sweaty. Just imagine all the newer names that are trying to make it in the top 16. Now the pressure's doubled up.
I agree, but without further ado, the moment of truth is about to start because we are going to be starting all things off in the map of ENG to see how Group D is going to be kicking things off here in day number 4 of the quarterfinals.
as the plane's going to hit the sky, starting all the way from Georgetown towards down south, Sosnovka military base. And now this plane flat path is heavily tilted towards the left side of the map. If the players want to move in towards the right, it will be a tough stretch.
Well, speaking of a tough stretch coming in, the flight path from northwest east seems to be a little bit vacant, in a sense where nobody's going to be looking to go for Zarki. And based on this flight path itself, it seems like everybody is going to be having a little bit of a rough time to rotate to the east side. So we are going to be expecting potential drop clashes in terms of vehicles along the roadsides around Rozhok Highway, maybe even Pochinki Highway. Gatka is also very popular in terms of those fights. Very Pier is also very, very popular first if they want to secure those vehicles and rotate in towards the east side. So we might see a couple of potential straggle finishes all the way through.
We might. And I would love to see those pit stop clashes as well, since the plane flat path is completely one-sided, right? Those pit stop clashes really do add on a lot of spice. And Wingod Esports, they have been quite a surprising entry so far in this group itself, sitting on the second spot with 29 points on their name, not too far back from the first itself. They just need a decent game, that's it. And Wingod Esports can easily snatch over Genesis Esports' spot. But let's not forget, Genesis Esports, the form they have been in so far, it's been incredible.
But that's the thing about Genesis, right? They are so far ahead of the pack that even if they get taken down now, all they need is like, what, 2-3 finishes, and they're pretty much inside. Well, technically, they're still the top 16. They are pretty much on the borderline right now. So technically, 3 games, 2-3 points per game for them isn't that big of a deal. Whereas teams like VST, VXT, or even Shockwave, they need those high finish games in this game itself in order to achieve that. But the problem here is that if you base off the playstyles coming from round stages, it's all about, playing safe, qualifying, that's it. But when the realme MVP is also in play, well, it makes things a little bit difficult as well.
It indeed does. Mysterious 4 is on the screen. A few shots were taken against the foes since they're sharing the same city with the team in the front. And speaking of Mysterious 4, as I've been mentioning since the start, they've always been a mystery. It's really tough to unravel them. They somehow make it to the later stages as well. And I still remember the first time when we saw this team inside of the grind itself, things were not looking that great. And the fact that they have now made it till the quarterfinals, it's really surprising, but at the same time, it just makes me craving to see them even more.
To be honest, Mysterious 4 is the only team closest to replicate what X-Spark did last year. Not Revenant X-Spark, formerly known as X-Spark back then, where they had to play every single stage and then proceed to qualify to the grand finals and win it all the way. So again, Mysterious 4 might be able to do it, but to do it means that they have to go through the wildcard stages, bounce back from there in semifinals, and then qualify to the grand finals.
Here's the thing though, Revenant X-Spark was dominating every single stage they played since the round 1 till the end. But that's not the case with Mysterious 4. They have been barely just scraping through the surface, just getting the bare minimum and still qualifying for the next rounds.
Hey, qualifying is still qualifying, man.
I guess, yeah, winner's a win at the end of the day, right? That's what Mysterious 4 is really looking for. As long as you qualify, that's all that matters. We've got K9 Esports on the screen now, and for K9 Esports as well, they're not doing too bad. With 24 points on the board, K9 Esports as well, they've got a lot of chances.
Yeah, they have to pull some miracle run here coming in for this fight as well. And again, one of the 3 teams that I mentioned earlier on, which is SOA, Raven, as well as Wingod. These are pretty much the teams that have a very, very decent chance here, alongside with Genesis as well. But Wingod, the 4th team, is pretty much in the position where they need a little bit more points to actually push in towards the top side here. Because right now, 7 points. I don't know, man. Like, can they actually do this, though?
They can. There's always possibility at the end of the day, right? And Wingod Esports, they've always been one of those teams that are quite the newer bunch, but at the same time, the firepower they possess has always helped them progress on inside of the tournament. Now, all they need to work on is the strategic and the tactical part. If Wingod Esports, they crack that as well, then I'm pretty sure they will be one of the most refined teams you will see in the lobby. But speaking of refined things, you've also got a beautiful device on the screen itself, the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you will stand a chance to win the device itself and also some more amazing rewards.
Well, speaking of reward, remember, it is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million score, which doubled the score in its segment. But yeah, like you said as well, Wingod, 29 points. Obviously, getting 9 points is not that hard. That gives them 38. But for them to actually qualify, needs at least bare minimum of 11 points. And that is if nobody passes the 40-point mark. Which it is going to be very, very tough because a lot of teams coming from Group B and C is going to be paying a lot of attention in this game itself. So I feel like it comes down to a do-or-die situation. Even teams like 4TR official on screen, nobody knew how they were going to be performing. And guess what? They're top 3 yesterday.
I would say the bare minimum right now should be around 49. That's like the safer. That's like the safer. Yeah, that's like the safer. And at the same time, I guess that's the highest maybe the cutoff can go. And let's not forget, 4TR too isn't doing too bad since they've managed to acquire a decent amount of points as well in the overall standings. And how can we forget Badar himself? He's been doing great for this entire team. 6 finishes so far, 1105 damage racked up. So in general, Badar has been doing his own stuff.
Well, I like to call him Butter because he's smooth like butter in his plays here. Because
I want to call him Butter too.
Super low key. And I feel like a lot of times he's taking a lot of risk going for off angles. And surprise enough, he's always never getting punished here. I don't know if it's awareness, I don't know if it's luck, but a lot of times, a lot of teams are struggling because of Batar's positioning. Especially in yesterday's Aaron Gill map, down towards Rozhok itself.
Let's call him Butter. What do you think?
Smooth, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
I like Butter.
And if he gets eliminated from the game, we'll say the butter is now melted.
And it feels like tar now.
Hold on to that thought, though. Mysterious 4. I guess that mystery, you do not really need to unravel them if the mystery is just no longer there. And already a man has been eliminated, and instantly you can't see the player just feasting on his loot. And that too by the players of 2OP Official. And keep this thing in mind, 2OP Officials right now are at the bottom of the board.
This fight continued from all the way from Rozhok between 2OP Official and Mysterious 4, and now dragged on all the way to school and also the apartments area. And for it to actually drag on to now and Mysterious 4 only losing 1, I'm actually pretty surprised that both teams actually was able to find some sort of resources despite rotating side by side.
I know, right? The Rozhok City was divided equally for both the teams. And luckily enough for Mysterious 4, they were able to back away towards school and keep on moving their merry way. And speaking of moving your merry way, 2OP Official, even they're on the move. Shots were taken from Grind, but nothing is really happening. Nothing critical yet. Mysterious 4, they themselves want to create some sort of an off angle, maybe punish the opponents from this angle itself. But with just a red dot, I don't think you're going to be able to spot anyone.
This is a very, very long way to actually play as well. But I like what he's doing as well because the guy behind doesn't have a red dot. If the guy in front starts shooting, all he needs to do is just shoot exactly on the body on sketch and try and go for a couple of sprays and maybe he will connect those shots. So it's a very, very risky kind of guerrilla playstyle, but sometimes you gotta make do with what you would do for certain kind of measurements here. But guess what? The rush comes through.
Not looking too good for Grind. The man instantly backs away by tossing a nade. And the nade's also going to explode in a few seconds. Grind instead now just want to back away and reunite towards his teammate. But that was a major mistake that Grind made. Instead, he gets knocked out. He wanted to take the leap of faith on the opposite building. But that just never came through. And it's going to put the players of Mysterious 4 in a worse spot. Fragger is trying his best to provide some sort of cover to the man who was knocked out. But at this point, it's too late since he's confirmed. Mysterious 4 with just 2 men standing. And the opponents know exactly what's going on too. They know they've got the man advantage. It's a 4-on-2 at the end of the day, and why would you not want to take the odds? The odds are stacked with the players of 2OP Official. So far, it's been a systematic dismantle. Utilities on the verge of being tossed. Sketch really wanted to toss that nade, but instead it was just a fake pin pull.
Well, speaking of fake pulls here, Sketch, he finds one. Awesome, getting knocked, but no confirmation yet. 2OP Official still has them completely trapped. And Sketch now with one nade,
Mistake.
But no mistakes were made. His legs were popping out under the stairs, and he gets taken down. 1 versus 3 for Fragger. But as soon as this fight drags on, it might be a 4v1 once more. As they try to go in for the reset, Fragger gonna get rushed in. Here comes the nade to try to isolate the fight. Can he get the connection? Fragger, he's trying his best.
Yeah, he's just spamming through that doorway. Eventually finds the connection. Liability gets taken down. Now it's taken down on 1v3. Can Fragger pull it off? All the 3 players in the front looking at tunnel vision Fragger. And eventually it's too much for Fragger to chew. He gets eliminated from the game by 2OP Official. This was a systematic play from the side of 2OP Official, and it paid off.
It definitely did pay off. 2 OP official looking to have a banger performance. They are currently in 14th place with 9 points. Mathematically, it is still very possible for them to make it to 40 points. But in order to do that, it all starts with this game. 20 points in this game, maybe 15 points the next, and then 10 points the final game will secure them the slot into the semifinals. But it's now or never, and currently they are in the position of the apartment's rear, and the circle seems to be somewhere around Pochinki, or maybe even towards the outskirts of Ruins itself. Most of the compounds has been pretty much occupied by a lot of these teams. A very, very early rotation by some, actually almost all the teams actually this time in stage 2.
Genesis, they've got a little ditch to play with. 4TR right in the front. And you can see K9 Esports in the far fray too. At this point, if any fight breaks out, we all know there's going to be a third party instantly. And that's what majority of the teams are waiting for as well. Just for a fight to break out so that they can go ahead and take the advantage. And maybe scoop up a few elimination points that they can. 4TR, they found themselves a comfortable compound to play with. I don't think they're going to be moving anytime soon.
Well, speaking of moving here, 4TR moving up the ranks. Going to be a scouting members of Genesis. Morty did catch a little bit of glimpse, but seems like he needs to get the heck out of there because, oh no, mistakes were made, a little bit of accidents. He's pretty much stuck now. And lucky for him, Genesis not looking to try to push the pressure, push the attention here.
They indeed aren't. 4TR still the man will be safe since Morty, his position is unnoticed. But he's still playing with fire. His buggy's on the verge of explosion. Needs to play it safe. The vehicle can be exploded. And look at the illumination feed, K9 Esports. They're starting to take a fight against UOP official. As one of the men already gets knocked out. K9 Esports with a default man advantage inside of the fight. Now looking to take it up close and personal, but still, Aimbot is able to find Slug. Return knock onto the man himself, but still K9 Esports, they cannot be too confident in the fight itself. They've got 2 more players standing in the front. And if K9 Esports lose out on another man, this will be tough for them to recover from. That's why K9 Esports now has taken a bit of that stop in the fight itself, getting that breather, getting the revival on towards Slug. And as soon as the man's back up and healthy, they will make that pounce.
Well, big nade coming from Awesome, getting the knock on Slug. That means they are going to be able to go in for the flank, but that is if they have the numbers, because right now, Awesome and Liability, they're pretty much stuck on vision. So much smoke to isolate what they can do, and they will be able to get the reset coming from K9. But the question here is, they have to wrap this up as quickly as they can, because a lot of people are going to be expecting the third party this spot very, very soon, considering that it is the center of the zone. Ninja Boy going to be cooking up the nade. He gets the nade by Beast. And guess what? Liability is going to get taken down. Awesome remains.
Last man standing with not a lot of HP to back him up. And Ninja Boy knows exactly where the player is. And all that's going to take is one shotgun shot to the skull to seal the deal. And TOP official, they get eliminated with just 4 points in the backpack. A bit of a blunder from the boys, but at the end of the day, you could not do anything, especially against a firing squad like K9 Esports.
Nicely done coming with K9 Esports. They understood that they have to wrap this up, because if they take things too long and the circle kind of closes in, third parties are going to come in eventually. Fourth parties might even come in as well. And considering that they have been holding this compound for the longest time, they have the information that is surrounding them to begin with. So that's a good sign in terms of situational awareness. But if the circle shifts to them even towards that spot, that is one of the best spots to hold on to punish people who's trying to rotate in between those compounds.
I'm really happy for VXT. They've got a decent spot to play with. And this time, S-Power needs to pop off as well on an individual level. He needs to be there at the top. Toys in the main playing 4-2, so this is going to be a stacked lineup for VXT.
I don't really know if this is actually a good spot or not, because as of yet, Pochinki, if the circle shifts out, they're pretty much stuck. They have a good spread outside of church, but it's a 2-2 split coming from them. But, well, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, Necro. This might be actually a good spot right now.
Exactly. And the best part is they've got a 2-2 split going on for themselves, right? The remaining 2 players towards the church. So that means they've also got the high ground contested inside of Pochinki itself. You can see Somraj once again moving back and reuniting with their teammates. So it's all looking good in the hood for Versatile. Somraj will be back towards S-Power. things will be looking smooth and good and dandy right there. You've also got VST in the open fields. Not a big fan of that positioning since there will be a lot of those shots taken against them once Phoenix Esports decide to move in from that same hilltop.
Yeah, God's Reign going to be holding down to South George General here. We haven't seen any team actually going for the sewers facility, but I do see Doroki from BO7S heading that direction. So it is a pretty decent spot to kind of rat your way, to kind of wait for the perfect time to strike. Meanwhile, 4TR are going to be playing around the ditches instead, and here's going to be a rush coming through because God's Reign has got sights on them, and a perfect nade will smell blunder for 4TR official.
I like this move from 4TR. They've got a decent spot to play with, right? And this entire terrain is completely empty. 4TR too, they've got a lot of space that they can go and contest. And I'm pretty sure they've got an itch as well. Cincinnati Kids, unfortunately for them, Aditya's been knocked out. Revival should be there without any sort of problems. Nate's being exchanged as well for both the sides. Luckily enough for Wobble, things will be okay for now at least. For Cincinnati Kids though, still it's a bit of a problem since Porta finds another knock and Mighty gets knocked out. Rough luck for Cincinnati Kids as they're down 2 players, but one of them is once again back upon the feet. But how can you go for the revival on towards Mighty? This seems real tough.
It is going to be very, very tough, but they have to make things count as well because Wingard was able to get a couple shots in. And you know how Sporta was actually knocked? It was actually Wingard from this far, third-partying every single angle. What a shot coming from Infinity, though.
Those were some disgusting taps. The man's prone down, and all he's doing just tapping inside of the smokes, and he's still able to find some skull shots. He's handing out haircuts from that far away, and Mighty has been confirmed. Now CK is officially taken down to a 2-man squad. And once again, the utilities, they're just being exchanged from both the sides. CK, they're 2 hurt. Flock and Aditya both taken down to 50% of HP. Flock patches himself up. Now Aditya gets chipped up even more. For CK, the problems, they just keep on continuing. Another nade tossed up, and that's going to get the confirmation. And within a blink of an eye, you see the entirety of CK eliminated from the game by Wobble Gaming. But the amount of utils they used a lot of nades.
You know what? Even though they got the finishes, Wingard was able to snatch a couple finishes themselves in this fight. So, very bad luck for Cincinnati Kids here for them to go out in this game. But Wobble Gaming looking to pounce back in this match. They're finally getting a couple finishes, but they need position points. Meanwhile, BO7S, they find the sewers in the vicinity. Like I said, it's a great pit stop, but the question here is, can they hold on? Because Wingard is right on top of them. Is going to make sure that they stay in the sewers like the rats they are.
Wingard, if they want, they can definitely push up by a bit and try and take the advantage since BO7S is super hurt. And look at LeBron's position as well. He's got the off angle. He's also on the flank. He takes a few shots with just a red dot. He's only got a red dot to work with. In my opinion, on that range, you at least need a 3x. And if you're someone who's also playing your games on a competitive level, you might just need to get your hands on the realme P3 Ultra 5G, smartest AI gaming control, and the world debut Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. All you need to do is move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device itself.
Yep. Be sure to check it out very, very soon. Meanwhile, Wingard Esports still holding down this mountain, making sure BO7S cannot make this plays, but the question here is, you can see the hesitation coming from Wingard. If they push too close, they might be open to angles from the east side, and currently, the only team east from this compound is going to be Phoenix, and they're not in position to fight this yet.
Yeah,
so
not yet.
It has to be quick.
There we go, BO7S! A world of trouble for them, at least for now, and what a spray transfer that was from Silo P. Just flicking onto skulls, getting both of them knocked out. Silo P is doing a lot of damage against the opponents. Another nade tossed up, and that's going to find the 3rd knock as well. BO7S taken down to just that last man, but he's doing some serious damage since he confirms LeBron. Wingard Esports, LeBron pushed up too deep. He should not have done that. Utilities tossed up front. Just one man alive. He cannot really do a lot, and he also gets shot from the back.
Oh boy, Wingard Esports just completely shutting them down, realizing that this sewer is such a good spot, took the initiative and took them out. But Phoenix, they're snaking out in the open, and they may have heard all these commotions, but they're not taking a shot yet. But as soon as Infinity tries to make a play, guess what? From the backs, they are getting shot themselves from Pochinki City itself.
Even Phoenix Esports is too exposed. They cannot go for that risk anymore. K9 Esports! Oh, blunder from Slug. This man was isolated, Slug gets knocked, but luckily enough, Ninja Boy was able to find that pixel angle, instantly puts the nail in the coffin as well. And by the way, the last man of BO7S was taken down by Phoenix Esports.
bad luck for BO7S. Really, really bad luck. Meanwhile, Genesis also being eliminated here out of nowhere. The table toppers currently only have 39 points. It's not the end of the world. Again, like I said, Genesis, all they have to do is just maintain like what, 3, 4, 5 points per game, and they're all good. Meanwhile, the rest of the world still fighting for their dear lives. God's Reign also going to be one of those teams here, getting a couple of shots in, but they haven't been very, very active yet. They're just making sure people in the south gets completely clustered to the north. Meanwhile, in the north side, ooh, the bigger question here, Necro, is where will the circle go? Is it going to be urban, or is it going to be shifting outside in the open fields where Phoenix and VST will have the greatest of time?
I think it's going to go urban. I think VXT will have the advantage. I don't know, I've just got an itch. Let's see, though, at the end of the day.
You've got the spidey senses tingling?
Yeah, I've got my spidey senses tingling. I've got an itch on my hand as well, just saying that. The zone's going to move up north, right inside of Pochinki. But at the end of the day, I'm just speculating things, just assuming things. God's Reign is on the screen now. God's Reign with all the 4 players with no troubles yet. And this has been the main problem for God's Reign, right? They try to stay away from any sort of brawls, and that's why they're not able to rack up a lot of elimination points too. And then in the end, just look at them with 0 finishes just sitting there.
Well, what's elimination when you've got the best position for circle? You don't worry, positioning is everything. Once you have positioning, finishes will come automatically. But the question here is, can they hold out? Because everybody is coming to town.
Here's the problem, right? If God's Reign gets eliminated right here, all that effort for what? Just for 0 points? But hold on to that thought. Shockwave, they've got problems brewing up for themselves. 1 man cut off, now it's down to just extrovert. And how can you be an extrovert, especially when you've got 4 extroverts right in front of you?
I don't know about that, man. Sometimes in life, you know, you want to socialize, you socialize. Sometimes you want to be by yourself as an introvert, just chill in the house, man. You know, we're neighbors. We're not exactly friends, but what I do know is that neighbors oftentimes have disagreements, and guess what? It is going to be WinGod going up against Phoenix right now. 2 down from each side. And God X currently can't seem to be able to save his teammate there. Phoenix will be able to get the reset right now.
Both the teams have received some serious blows. Even WinGod Esports, they've taken a punch in the gut that they cannot really recover from. The nade's tossed right next to GodX, and that's going to seal the deal. Beautiful stuff from Venom. Phoenix Esports still 2 players strong, and they've managed to acquire 5 finishes. But the man needs to go on towards Aimbot, get the revival, and then maybe make it inside of the circle. But can Aimbot be revived? That's my question. The zone's going to start to move soon, so Aimbot, you need to move inside of the circle as well, my friend.
Well, speaking of that, it is stage 6, even though it should be a very, very painful circle. It is a very slow circle, stage 5 onward. So this is what we're talking about, the new zone meta. Always expect it to be a little bit slower. Means that you can plan out things a little bit better. But as soon as I say this, 8 teams inside this crowded Pochinki, 25 players remaining. Everyone is just waiting for the circle and then hope to capitalize on someone's mistakes. But guess what? VXT, they make the move to go to the roof of Pochinki.
Yeah, they do. And honestly speaking, that might just work out. Never know. It really just comes down to that zone itself. And look at the players of VST inside of the Visitor Tower. All the 4 players grouped up. Not a big fan of that. But if they've got their fingers crossed, maybe they can just nail through this.
I'm not gonna lie. If they can make magic happen, it's gotta be now. Because if the circle shifts outside of Pochinki, they are gonna be very, very happy that they have the Harry Potter Tower themselves. Because they are gonna be raining on magic on everyone coming out from Pochinki.
Shots will be coming through all those windows. Next zone's gonna pop up within a few seconds. And everyone at this point is just waiting for the next zone as well. Just to try and make sure, how can you think for the future? How can you pave a good pathway in the upcoming circle? And if the zone's going to be right on top, well, then the team's going to be happy.
Oh, so much reds. So much silence. You can hear the tensions. And guess what? The circle shifts to the southwest. So VST not going to be able to abuse that. Harry Potter, Phoenix does have the closest to rotate in, but it's open fields after open fields. So it's a lot of stakes in the farm here. And all hell is about to break loose. Everybody is going to be looking for some space. And it all comes down to it's the small little mistakes. Small little decisions that decide whether or not you live or you die.
Everyone in the city is sort of messed up. And the most is 4TR. They've lost out in 2. Even Morty's knocked. And look at that well-placed nade. It's also going to catch Beast in the back. Now just one man standing for 4TR. That will be Batar. But what can you do? You are all by yourself, isolated inside of a house, and you need to keep yourself anonymous as well, since you can try to scoop as many eliminations as you can. Just try and get as many points as you can before you get eliminated yourself. Since you're not inside of the circle, that's going to be the best possible bet you can take. And VXT's on the move as well against that man. Batar, you need to be careful. You need to keep on moving towards the circle and just play that placement game. VXT slowly and steadily moving with that smoke trail.
Well, it's going to be hard for Batar to actually snake his way through because everybody heard his footsteps and VXT is going to go in for the flush. They've got the numbers. They're checking every single corner. Look at the patience. Look at the discipline from Versatile. Just making sure that every single corner is going to be checked. They're cleaning every corner of the house like the house cleaners they are. But Versatile, can they find Batar? GDR has been holding down the south side for the longest of time. For some reason, nobody's pushing onto them.
House cleaners, huh? Room service from the side of VXT at this point. I'm pretty sure they're going to be mopping up those floors, making the beds as well. And VXT right now, they just need to check one more house that's right next to him. And that's where Batar lies. And look at the shots taken from Delta. Phoenix Esports spotted out in the open. Can the Phoenix rise back up from the ashes? That's my question. Venom's taking too many shots upon himself. Even Aimbot's taken down super low. And just that one bullet's going to seal the deal from the side of Destro. And the entirety of Phoenix Esports, they come crashing down. Now God's Reign, this is the time where they're going to start to funnel in as many eliminations as they can. But the zone moving away from them, God's Reign, they need to be quick on the feet as well.
Yeah, they've lost Ninja John as well. This is the first time they are getting a little bit active. And fortunately for them, they are able to get some sort of positioning, but they need to wrap up this fight because in front of them is going to be Versatile as well as potentially Wobble Gaming looking to gatekeep everyone coming out of town. Look at the positions here. Wobble Gaming across this road. That means it is going to be no man's land. And Batar, he gets scouted out. House cleaning, 100%. A-rate. That's a very, very clean house right now.
Yeah, exactly. But there's still a death grade lying around. So that will be looted up by the players too. Wobble Gaming, you mentioned their name, and I'm just happy to see them in the final few moments with all the 4 players. They've got one of the biggest chances to take the chicken dinner home as well. Right next to VXT. K9 Esports right now, a big thorn in the way. They just need to get rid of these players, and instantly Wobble Gaming, they can swing back to advantage. Ragnar tossing in those utils constantly. You want to catch Omega on the move. Another nade tossed up, and that's going to blast right on Omega's face. Ninja Boy's going to be the last man standing as the wall of death is now going to start to move. The blue will be causing a lot of problems, but Ninja Boy gets eliminated too. The blue zone was a major panic setter for the players of K9. They did not have a lot of options, but now Wobble, they instantly switched their target towards VXT. A lot of shots were taken against Samrat, but still the man's alive.
Perfect timing from both GDR and also Versatile. As soon as Wobble Gaming was gatekeeping K9, shots were fired. You can see both Versatile and God's Reign just taking those smoke trails across over so that the advantage will be flipped. But as of yet, Wobble Gaming still has the most amount of space inside the zone. And one well-placed nade from Versatile will pretty much shut them down. And they are currently pinned between both Wobble as well as God's Reign.
VXT's in a major sandwich. They need to find a way out. And if VXT does not, then the upcoming moments won't be too smooth. Too many teams on the sidelines. Even Wobble Gaming is constantly being a major threat. And Versatile, they need to come up with some big plans. They still think there's someone on the sidelines. That's why they're going for blind shots in the grass itself. But now, as Versatile knows that the sidelines seem pretty much clear, they can go for that space as well. Wobble Gaming is the only team that's a constant threat. Even God's Reign, I like that proactive move, moving out in the open like that. They're going to use their vehicles as cover.
This is disciplined play coming from Versatile. Leave no rock unturned. That's going to be the meta here coming from them. And guess what? Because of that, they're 4-man healthy. And Wobble Gaming was the gatekeepers, and this time Versatile is going to be the exterminators.
They've got no other option than to move out in the open. You can still see Toy in the back lines providing that cover. And the P90 to the face of Equinox. He can't really do a lot, but S-Power still with that S12K is making sure he will be dishing out the maximum damage as even Weppy falls down. Versatile still, they've got a big chance to make it back inside of the fight as even God's Reign, now they're getting struck down by Toy from the back. Justin gets knocked out. Still one more man standing for the side of God's Reign. And this shot from S-Power, it has to be game turning as S-Power eliminates the entirety of Wobble Gaming. And now they need to focus on God's Reign at the point.
That's the S-Power we've been waiting for. That's the S-Power that is considered a god. And that's the S-Power that's going to be taking the chicken dinner for Versatile. What a game for Versatile, because it has been a while since we've seen S-Power perform at this level.
S-Power wiping out Wobble Gaming was such a big sigh of relief for VXT. If that wipe would have never happened, there was a big chance that God's Reign could have maybe stolen away.
Oh my goodness, that was a very, very close call coming from all those teams, but Versatile has finally bounced back in day number 2. And to see them bounce back in this fashion, that means that they have a potential chance to fight for the top 16 now.
Exactly. But this comeback was expected, right? We all knew VXT is someone that can easily pull off a comeback. But God's Reign 2 now on the verge of making that comeback, by the way. And Wobble Gaming, a wildcard entry inside of the top teams. So I would love to see how Wobble Gaming does as well in the upcoming games.
Well, mathematically for Wobble Gaming, they need to win all 3 matches in a way where high finish volumes and a lot of points. But they were right at the bottom as well. So
yeah.
I would say mathematically it's still possible for them. But right now, the best position is going to be Versatile.
So an average of 15 points per game maybe can seal the deal?
Yes. 15 points game 2, 15 points game 3.
But at this point, I guess we got to call it off for Phoenix Esports, right? With the way things are going, Phoenix Esports not able to survive till the final moments. Yes, the firepower's there. Yes, they're able to convert the fights too, but the survival game, it's just lacking.
Even for teams like BO7S, I think it's very, very unlikely they're going to be qualifying in the top 16 now unless they have like 2 back-to-back big games, like how Ligita Esports were able to start things off in their respective game, right? Like 37 points out of nowhere in one game. Like, hey, that's a little bit too much, don't you think so?
Exactly, man. Look at the esports. They kicked things off on a great note. And I guess later on that overconfidence really settled in where Look at the esports thought that, yeah, this lobby might just be easy peasy and underestimating a lot of teams. That's why Look at the esports sort of fumbled up. But hopefully VXT's not going to do the same thing because they've got the first chicken dinner. Let's not forget, even the Circle contributed a lot for that chicken dinner. They were being favored by the zone a lot of times.
Yeah, I agree. It all comes down to just luck, might be skill, might be positioning, but VXT definitely played that to a T in terms of overall skill as well as positioning. Leave no stone unturned is going to be the key to surviving in urban warfare, and Versatile just made sure that every corner was checked. Leave nothing alive.
Wingod Esports a bit of a letdown inside of this game since they were caught in a big sandwich scenario. They could not even try and recover from this. The moment Wingod Esports eliminated the players of BO7S, they needed to deal with Phoenix Esports, and Phoenix Esports had the advantage in that fight, so they came out on top. Versatile, they were just dominating the entirety of that Pochinki City. God's Reign later on moved out since they lost out on 2 players, and they knew at this point we need to play for the safety, we need to play for the placement points, and that's what God's Reign was trying to do. But that off angle from Toy, it just changed the entire game. And of course this play from S-Power, it was incredible.
Yeah, this is what I'm waiting for the longest time, because seeing S-Power playing very passively is just so weird. But the moment he starts getting aggressive here, that's how you know that, hey, he still got it.
Exactly.
He still got it.
The man's back in the main race, and S-Power is supposed to be one of the MVP players as well. And speaking of the MVP, he will be the MVP as well for the previous game itself. 7 finishes, 857 damage dished out. It's S-Power at the end of the day, baby.
Hey, so when the realme MVP is up for grabs, guess what? S-Power is always going to try and fight for it as well. But joining him onto the top 5, we also have Ninja Boy coming from K9, we have Sahil OP coming from Wingod, we have Venom from Phoenix, and we also have Ragnar coming from Wobble Gaming. First time on the screen.
Yeah. I mean, look, we've got Ninja Boy 2 right there on the second spot with 5 finishes. Sahil OP2 from Wingod Esports. As I mentioned, yes, Wingod Esports not exactly doing that great, but since we mentioned, they just need the bare minimum, maybe 10 points per game, and Wingod Esports 2 can move on and qualify. Match summaries on the screen, and 10 grenade finishes. That's impressive.
Well, 10 grenade finish. I was expecting a little bit more considering how it was an urban warfare, not like an open terrain, but all things considered, there was a lot of utilities being used to actually execute that here. So shout out to us Versatile, because that was a perfect execution coming from them. They have 12 finish points in total. That gives them total points with the chicken dinner, 22 points in general. K9 Esports is going to be second here with 9 finish points and 4 positional points, which gives them 13 points. But aside from Team Versatile, seems like most of the points are evenly split between all the teams themselves.
Yeah, it seems like it. 4TR just getting 6 points. 2OP official, at least some signs of life in the overall standings, right? Before they were all the way at the bottom with not a lot of points. These 4 points, it can be a bit of that sigh of relief for them that yes, maybe in wildcards we still do have a chance to compete better, as the latter half of the board is on the screen. And now this really makes me worried for teams like Genesis Esports new version, and especially Cincinnati Kids, because that's a team filled with veterans too.
Oh, I don't know how is this going to affect the overall right now, because we know to break past into the 40 points here is going to be the benchmark. But Versatile, with one big game like this, guess what? They are up for qualification for the top 16 right now.
Genesis Esports, one game let loose and instantly their position gets contested. This is what I'm talking about. That's how close the overall standings are. You need to perform in every single game that you can. K9 Esports as well, not that far back with 37 points. Wingod Esports too, doing decent with 36 points. Let's flip the page and let's see a few more upsets right there. Cincinnati Kids still right there on the latter half with just 18 points.
Now, we have 4 teams in this group respectively looking to break past towards the 40 points barrier mark, knocking down some of the top contenders coming from Group B and C for the top 16 qualification of the semifinals itself. So right now, with God's Reign also joining the picture, with 2 more games, all they need to do is about 5 to 8 points per game, and they're pretty much guaranteed the spot. So the cutoff might be somewhere around 46, 47 now, because of this play.
It can be. And my prediction was 49 to 48 points.
I said 50.
You said 50? I think
close.
50 might just be too much. 1 point.
Based on how evenly spread this group is, and if, let's say, the next group comes in is also evenly spread, I don't know. It might be just 50.
Okay, it might be. At the end of the day, we're just speculating. We're just predicting what's going to be happening in the future. But imagine if Cincinnati Kids, they bounce back as well in the upcoming game. They pull off a 25 bomber like that, and they're instantly there in the top 3 as well. Anything can happen. So many things are quite unpredictable since a team like VXT has found themselves at the top. That opens a lot of gateways for the other teams too on the latter half. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. The conversations will keep on continuing.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है तू। रोंडो? रन
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो?
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे।
रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after the short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. After witnessing such a tactical game of Wrangle, that really gives us a lot of hope for the upcoming map of Miramar. And let's not forget, VXT that finally bounced back.
Exactly. I mean, yesterday they did build themselves up, set themselves up in a position from where this was possible, and with this game taking that first position on the overall leaderboard, that is just incredible. But now the question is, with the teams from this Group D playing the way they are right now, a few certain names are already sliding out of that top 16 bracket in the overall leaderboard as far as the top 64 teams are considered right now.
Yeah, exactly. Especially as you mentioned for the first two groups that played, right, this entire quarterfinals. For them, this is not a good thing at all. Maybe a lot of names now will be eliminated too after watching this group play so far, just because how tactical and how close the overall standings are looking like, right? But something that's going to help you in those close competition will be this Realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you move on towards Google and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device itself and also some amazing rewards.
Exactly, a lot of exciting features packed in this device. The world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, ladies and gentlemen. It is an incredible device, doubling the performance in its segment compared to any other devices out there. And of course, the price point itself is quite attractive, starting at only $22,999.
So I would recommend you guys to move on towards Google and check it out. But once again, going back towards the conversation, right? S-Power was just going off in that previous game. Even Toys cover fire from the back line was perfect. He was able to find that off angle on the players of God's Reign, eliminating the competition in the further zone. And S-Power up close and personal, just demolishing Wobble Gaming single-handedly.
Exactly, but while we can celebrate the bounce back from Versatile, I'm a little bit worried. What happened to Genesis, man? What happened to Wingard in that game?
Look, you cannot win it all at the end of the day, right? Genesis, one game let loose, fine. I'm still going to give them a bit of that sigh of relief that maybe in the upcoming game, Genesis can at least scoop up 10 points and find themselves on the safer side of the spectrum.
But Wingard, I mean, I have to say, it felt like they're getting too comfortable right now on the aggressive front. That push that came in where LeBron just charged into the opposing side, just completely not worried about all of the teams around him, and then we saw Phoenix Esports sliding in the back lines. Luckily, there was a little bit of distraction because of which Wingard found a little bit of breathing room for themselves, but that situation could have gone completely wrong for them. But I mean, who knows, 2 more matches left. Maybe they're going to be able to hit that 50-point marker where we want them to be.
But Johnny, we've got something interesting to announce for the audience itself. The BGIS crate is now available in-game. All the money accumulated from this BGIS crate will directly contribute to the prize pool of the Realme BGIS 2025. So if you want to support your favorite players, make sure to buy this crate itself.
Exactly. I mean, best way to support the tournament, best way to support your favorite teams, and of course, a huge initiative from Craft on India Esports as well. So a huge thank you to them. But coming back to the conversation, last 2 games left, man.
Final 2 games, the threshold is also increasing by a big margin. I would love to see what happens, right? Maybe when Cincinnati Kids can still pull off a comeback, right? Imagine a 25 bomber in the upcoming game and CK just bounces back out of nowhere.
That's all they need, a 25 bomber, and they're going to be good to go for that last game of Sanok as well. But that's the problem with Cincinnati Kids, right? We are seeing them taking that fighting stance, but especially on Erangel, because this Erangel also did not work out for them. Last Erangel yesterday also did not work out for them. I think the one basic map that everyone feels comfortable on is what Cincinnati Kids end up struggling on. But Miramar and Sanok, there's going to be hope if they can get a few fights in early and get a few frags in early, just play for survival throughout the mid-game stages, close out the game with a chicken dinner. It is still possible.
At this point, there's just too many teams in contention, right? You've also got teams like Seoul just sitting on the verge of elimination as well. You've also got Revenant X-Spark from the other groups that can stand a chance to be eliminated from this entire top 16 as well. And especially when they're sitting in the back lines looking at this competition, they're probably just praying, hey man, please someone create some sort of vacuum in the overall standing. Just get all those points in your bracket.
Talking about Revenant X-Spark, you know, a similar situation to a team that is close to Revenant X-Spark in terms of points is developing in this particular group. I'm talking about Forever Red Ross, because Revenant X-Spark, they have 49 points. Forever Red Ross also has 49 points, and they're just a step ahead of Revenant X-Spark.
Oh, man.
Can you guess who I'm talking about when I say a situation similar to Forever Red Ross is developing here right now? Genesis, man. They did so well in game number 1, but the matches after that not really being able to convert. And now this game as well, not really off to a great start to the last day of the quarterfinals. You do not want to be stuck at 49, 48 points with your hands closed and just prayers going out to the gods hoping you qualify.
I understand your concern, right? But I think it's Genesis at the end of the day. I think they can at least scoop up 5 points per game and find themselves maybe on the safety cushion, just barely making it on the safety side of things. At the end of the day, in my opinion, you just need 50 points to confirm that slot maybe in the top 16. We still do not know what the cutoff's going to look like, but maybe 50 points can do the deed for you. But let's not forget, there's so many teams with a lot of potential. Before now, let's directly move on towards Miramar. As the plane's gonna hit the skies, now in the deserty land, starting all the way from Minas Del Valley towards the opposite side, towards Torre Amuda. This plane flat path seems perfect for the map of Miramar.
It does seem perfect indeed, as it dissects the map in a diagonal manner. But again, the big question is, where will the circle take us? Although right now, looking at the flight path, as you mentioned, every single IGL is going to feel a little comfortable that they will be able to take their team to the preferred drop location, apart from one. Destro is going to be a little bit worried. In order to get to Impala, they are going to have to drop towards La Benedita, Minas Generales, or the fields between La Benedita and Impala, and then traverse towards that eastern shoreline.
Yeah, you've also got 4TR moving down south. That's quite an interesting drop location that they've came up with. Partona, and I'm pretty sure they came up with this drop location on the fly too, because 4TR, they know time is going to be important. Cincinnati Kids moving towards Los Leones. You've also got WinGod Esports in contention, by the way. Let's not forget that, too. New Version 2, if they get a decent game in the hand as well, even New Version can instantly catapult themselves maybe in the top 3.
Oh, that is true. A New Version, I mean, they've shown a lot of potential yesterday, especially the veterans is who we want to see in action. Gil and Viru. The entire conversation, whenever you talk about New Version, is about the return of these icons, man. And yesterday we saw that on display as well, with those long-distance spray commitments coming in from Gil, with the aggression being put on display from Viru. But right now, what the gods of BGMI have put on display is the zone itself, centered around water treatment. And this one is going to make sure that Mysterious Foe are going to be the most comfortable team of the bunch.
Yeah, they do seem like they're looking good for now, though. But the moment teams start moving in, this separation, it might just not work out that well. Hero is way too separated from the back. Even Sketch, the same thing can be said for the man. But look at K9 Esports. They were quite spread out, too. They got their hands on the vehicles, and now they're moving in towards Picado. Things will be good and dandy for them. WinGod Esports, as I mentioned, another one of those teams that is doing great in the overall standings. This game has to be a good one, too. They just need 10 points in the overall board, and maybe WinGod Esports can find themselves on the safety line as well. But that's not going to be enough to confirm your slot. You still need 15 more points to be on the verge of safety.
Yeah, I mean, 10 if they can get it in this game, then maybe 5 points in the next one. 50, 51 points, a comfortable position for WinGod to be. But if we say that for everyone, man, then who's going to be left behind? If everyone gets 50, then who's going to be the one without 50s?
That's the thing, right?
That's what logic says, at least.
That's the thing, right, Johnny? It's so close that a lot of teams actually stand a chance to qualify. It's that close.
So right now, there are, at least in this game, assuming getting 18 points in a game is not too difficult, there are 5 teams in contention. Everyone else needs to go big. God's Reign, Phoenix, New Version, Mysterious Foe, they need to have those big bombs drop in this match itself and make a comfortable footing in the next game of Sanhok. Wobble Gaming, Cincinnati Kids, Shockwave, VST, BO7S, these teams can still fight back, but they need a 20 bomber now in Miramar, and then another one in Sanhok is going to be required in order to get to a safer, qualifiable position. For 2OP and 4BR, I think it's a little too, it's going to be a far stretch to ask for 50 points from here on out, on 40 in this case.
Too much. I don't think they stand a chance anymore. That lackluster performance on the day one itself of their performance in the quarterfinals wasn't too good. The first 3 games, next to none points acquired, bare minimum. And that's why now that team is on the verge of not making it to the semifinals. But they've still got 2 more chances, and in those 2 more chances, if they manage to secure 25 points each, then maybe they will be qualifying.
Looking at that weapon choice on Lassie, I just wish that someone was close enough for him to utilize that Mosaic, but unfortunately, no. Would have been exciting to see a bolt action shot being fired in this game.
Yeah.
Felt like it's been years since we've heard that sound.
It's been a while. It's definitely been a while. And let's not forget a man like Slug, even from the side of K9 Esports, right? In the previous game, S-Power popped off, but Slug from K9 Esports has always been the main man, too. 10 finishes so far inside of this tournament, or inside of the quarterfinals, that's what I mean to say. And 2,000 damage dished out with 2 assists. Slug has been a great performer, too, for K9 Esports. In general, the entire team, they just possess a lot of firepower, and I'm pretty sure all of them are pretty much on the same page.
Talk about being on the same page. It seems like the players of Phoenix Esports find themselves in a similar position as to 4 barriers. Zeus, he's hiding till the last moment. Players running towards his direction. Shots fired. He takes down 1, but the instantaneous trade can't do anything about that. First finish of the game secured by Phoenix Esports.
I'm not even sure what Zeus was doing there. He did not even strike first.
Yeah.
He had the advantage. He knew exactly how the opponents were approaching him. If he wanted, he could have went for that shoulder peek, going for that shot. Maybe chip out a lot of HP on the opponents. Things could have been better. But, hey, at the end of the day, it was a 1-on-4. And to take on that challenge, not everyone can do it. SK shots, tapping away from Fury. A lot of shots were connected. Some serious damage dished out, too. Not enough to find the knock, though. And it's been a while since we've seen SKS in action, right?
Yeah, I mean, usually the DMR that is preferred by most players, it is the Mini 14, but I like how initially when he knew the player was a little too far from cover, he was going for the slower taps, and as soon as he got a little too close to the buildings, it just got a little bit faster. Those panic shots coming in. But 4BR, they found some cover. Fury relaying the information about the position of the opposition to his teammates as Altu, Venom, and Aimbot go charging forward.
Kaiser, he's the man up close and personal, cooking up an aid. He hears all the commotion around him. All the footsteps. Kaiser really does want to toss that nade and at least find the initial knocker for his teammates and find that equalizer. Since they've already lost out on one of the men, Zeus OG, he's not there in the game anymore. And Kaiser, he's still got 3 nades. He can hear a lot of footsteps, but he's still not able to decide where exactly he wants to toss that nade.
Yeah, it's too much commotion in front of him, plus his teammates are a little too far away to provide any sort of backup. On the other side, though, look at the radar. The last man from the side of Phoenix also moving in, closing in any escape options for the side of 4BR. But Phoenix Esports, it seems like even they do not have information about Kaiser, and they would rather move towards the players on the other side who they know exactly where they are hiding. Fury leading the charge this time.
Phoenix Esports on the move. And I'm not a big fan of what's happening to the players of 4BR, but still Imperial is strong enough to defend himself, but then he gets shot from the back. What a flank that was! Everyone forgot about the second entrance at the top, and that's where 4 barriers. Now the barricade's not looking too strong. The barrier they put up to try and stop the players of Phoenix Esports, they just burned through it. And Kaiser, now being the last man standing, is taken down too low. Can he defend himself? He's patching himself up with that first aid. He's looking okay for now, but this nade, it has to be placed perfectly. It needs to find some sort of value. Cooks up to perfection, tosses that nade. It does not find any value.
It finds some value in the sense that his HP bar got chipped away, and that's just going to make the finish conversion easy for the players of Phoenix Esports. 4 eliminations secured at the start of the match without a single player lost. But while this fight was breaking out, Wingard Esports showed up at the back lines, the hill in their control, although it is going to be Fury with that SKS who finds the opener. And now again, in the second fight of this game, Phoenix Esports have the upper hand.
Both the teams now need to start moving. The zone has shifted up north, and VXT, they might just find themselves in the advantageous spot. And at this point, no one can stop VXT from getting the prime control too. This is great for VXT. Exactly what they were looking for. But teams like Mysterious 4 can actually be a big thorn too. But Mysterious 4, they have been struggling in their firefight, so I don't think so. VXT is going to be too worried about their presence.
We could talk about VXT, but why has Toy been left behind? He's going to be surrounded by the players of BO7S in a few moments, and that situation can be a little too difficult for him to avoid. On the other side, as you said, getting to the center early means they get that early high ground control. Wingard Esports also moving in the same direction. And we saw on the map shots were being fired by the players of VXT, although no connections were found. But again and again on the finish feed, man, I noticed one thing. 2 OP official in a lot of conflict, and this time it's the players of K9 Esports after them.
Liability, it checks out in the open. I'm not even sure what the game plan was from the man. It was such a big blunder. Liability.
He's living up to his name.
Oh, wow, Johnny. That's just salt on top of the wounds at this point. But you know what? 2 OP officials at this point, they do not really seem 2 OP at all. They're underpowered. Someone needs to buff them.
Well, I don't think this is the game where they get buffed, man. Because K9 Esports, they find the third knock in this fight as well. It's the last guy trying to avoid getting wiped out in this game of Miramar. But unfortunately for AimHacks as well, he runs quite close to the players of Genesis. Although Genesis can't be bothered with this. They just carry along with their merry rotations.
Keep moving on. Don't stop for anyone. And Genesis right now, since they've lost out on Shadow, they realize the same fact as well. It's better to secure a great spot inside of the zone as soon as possible, because Genesis, they have been losing out in those positions, and that's why the consistency is dwindling down.
I mean, we want them to be consistent, especially after how their journey began in the quarterfinals. But things not looking great for Genesis. Although if you want your matches to look great, ladies and gentlemen, check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 chipset. Of course, 90 FPS gaming, BGMI certified. Go on to Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, while K9 Esports search for more bodies and more finishes in this game.
K9 Esports, they have been quite passive recently. It's not like they're going for fights left, right, and center. Instead, they're trying to take calculated risk. But sometimes, because of that, K9 Esports also gets eliminated themselves because they overthink a lot of scenarios.
I think this was the lesson they learned yesterday, because yesterday, most of the time, we saw them playing on the edge or maybe outside the play zone itself, looking for those loose stragglers coming in from the blue. And that plan did not really work out for them. It didn't work out for them in that Sanhok, and didn't work out for them in the last Wrangle, and the Miramar wasn't great either.
Interesting. K9 Esports is going to find themselves in a decent spot. Even Genesis right there towards the Oasis. And I'm happy the fact that we're able to see a little bit of that Oasis too in mix. It's been a while since we've seen a zone like that.
Yeah. I was hoping that the circle would just completely move towards the northern side and we are going to see an Oasis endgame, but I'm gonna be happy with this as well. I mean, there are a lot of unorthodox hills towards the northern section of Miramar.
I was so sad that one of the rare zones popped up and I was not casting on those 2 islands on the right side. And fortunately for Icy, he was casting at that time.
Hey man, things happen. Opportunities, sometimes you just miss them.
Yeah, I was sad. I was really sad.
Well,
but you know what? Phoenix Esports, since they're on the screen, we've got them moving towards a better spot as well, but not in a good one. Phoenix Esports, the struggle will constantly continue since Wingard Esports will be in the nearby vicinity if they decide to move in that same pathway.
and we've been waiting for Phoenix Esports to come online since yesterday, but hey, look at this. Last man from 2OP official, and he still finds 1 knock against the players of New Version, and he secures the finish as well before he gets finished off himself. An unnecessary casualty, man. That is just unlucky. There was no reason for Shoboji to be picked off like that.
Just blows. Absolutely blows. But look at God's Reign. At least they're able to defend themselves for a while, but as soon as I say so, K9 Esports, they strike him down. Ninja John is still the casualty, as even Ninja Boy from the side of K9 Esports has fell apart. But still, the players can be recovered, and now look at Slug creating the off angle, wanting to catch Delta, but Slug overexposes himself in that process, and he gets knocked out himself. Beast too far back from that process. He can't really provide the cover fire anymore, but Omega from the top can maybe do so. Slug on the verge of being confirmed too, and no one's going to be stopping that confirmation from following up. It's not looking great for K9 Esports.
A masterclass by the players of God's Reign in the bait and switch strategy. This is the players from K9 Esports, which is baited into a trap. Beast, the last player surviving, shots constantly being fired in his direction by Delta PG as the remaining players of God's Reign come back online. Ninja Jordi has been given a revive. And Beast is just stuck. No escape. As soon as he gets out from behind the smoke, he's going to be in trouble. And there's Mysterious 4 with the high ground on the other side as well. Well, at least he manages to avoid getting finished off right here, right now.
Luckily enough for God's Reign, they've still got 3 players standing. And that's quite impressive. Because K9 Esports initially had the man advantage in the fight. But then later on, they messed up big time the moment Ninja Boy got taken down. At least Beast is alive, so maybe if Beast is able to secure 4 more points, that can still be a good thing in the overall standing since they have gotten 41 points right now. And if he gets 4 more points, that will bring him to 45.
Also, by the way, the entire time that fight was happening, Phoenix Esports came online and wiped the floor with Cincinnati Kids.
Wow. Well, I guess we're not going to see a comeback from them anymore. But what a spray that was! Hero instantly cut off from the pack. Oh boy, you gotta feel bad for the team in the front. That was such a precise spray. But the players, they've got no clue. There's one solo man just lingering under that hill in the name of Beast. And the moment he finds the right opportunity, he will be a menace.
So much commotion coming in from the players of New Version. And as you mentioned, that loose straggler just towards their east can definitely ruin their day at any point. But look at this, a little bit of a recap of how things went down between God's Reign and K9 Esports. And again, it was overcommitment from the players of K9 Esports that resulted in them just losing the advantage in that fight. Kicked things off in a brilliant manner, but weren't really able to hold it all the way through. And then Phoenix Esports. Cincinnati Kids just committed to that in the open like that? What?
I just love Phoenix Esports. They're like, yeah, tactics, throw them out of the way. All we need is firepower. We're just going to try to go for those raw gunfights and we'll come out on top. And since they're so blessed with the mechanics, they always come out on top.
I think that was the case from both the sides in that fight because Cincinnati Kids, we just saw the players drop out into the open, all of them looking up front, and then from the flank, one man from Phoenix Esports just mows them down.
I guess that's understandable too since CK is quite desperate, right? CK needs those points as well, and they're way too desperate. But hold on to that thought. Wobble Gaming, shots were taken against Mysterious 4. And since the man was chipped out quite a bit, Wobble Gaming, that might just be the window of opportunities they were looking for. Another man out in the open. Sporta needs to be careful as well, since Sketch has an off angle, and Sketch hasn't really revealed himself yet.
Still hiding his presence. Wobble Gaming, although I think plan is pretty clear. Pick off Fragger first and then focus on the players in the backlines. Grind closing in as he realizes his teammate might need some cover. But from the flank, New Version strike through. Grind is going to be knocked out, but it's Wampy who secures the finish for his team. Ragnar charges forward. Sketch knocked out as well. Mysterious 4. Well, it ain't no mystery. They might just get eliminated over here. Fragger, he's the last man alive. In a 1 versus 3, he has taken down 1. Are we going to see one more clutch in this realme BGIS 2025?
Oh no, the Molotov, it's doing some serious damage. Fragger, he can't even do anything. He's popping that first aid as quick as possible. The man was barely alive on a pixel, but he still gets that first aid through. Now lines up 2 players back to back. Fragger, can you make this happen? Can you make the impossible happen? And he connects the shot as well. What a play from Fragger! The man turns into a demon and finds a 3-piece to eliminate the opposition.
It's a 4K, but it is the third 1v4 of this quarterfinals, man. This quarterfinals is just on fire. We saw one yesterday from Pratik, and today it is this man who just completely annihilates an entire squad all by himself. The turnaround was just brilliant, but why does it have to be in those desperate moments that we see plays like this? Why can't you do that when your teammates are still alive?
I know, right? It's some sort of a sense that just unlocks and you out of nowhere, there's that adrenaline rush that really helps you cope up with all the circumstances that are popping up around you.
Yeah.
WinGod Esports, they've got problems of their own since Phoenix Esports now in the front, being a real problem. Altu is going to go for the revival on the fallen comrade, but WinGod Esports, no intentions of backing away from this fight. The nade was tossed to perfection, but Altu, that one shot from the DBS will seal the deal against WinGod Esports.
What? How? I mean, the man just keeps pushing forward, right? Phoenix Esports do not have a reverse gear in their system. They never know how to back off, and look at that. 13 finishes to show for it as well. So they put themselves in a very comfortable position. Necro, you were always talking about hitting that 40 in this game. And Phoenix Esports, just off of the finishes, are already at 35.
Yeah, they just need 5 more points.
Yep.
Phoenix Esports, they've lost out on Fury, though. Now they cannot really go for that raw aggression since they need to be a little bit more careful. Converting a 3-on-4 just gets even tougher. So Phoenix, it's time to rethink your plan and maybe be a bit passive. Play for the placements, too.
The problem is that they are close to the blue. And they're going to have to make that move out into the open, move up north, try and gain some map control for themselves. But here we have it, man. That's the first. The other 3 players just waiting around the corner. They gave him so much time to reload. He reloaded that S12K twice in that entire fight. And, of course, it all started with him getting mollied as well.
And let's not forget, even the opponents missed a lot of shots. This should have never happened.
Yeah, it never should have happened.
They whiffed too many shots. It's like that clutch was served in a silver platter.
2 players indoors, and neither of them covered for each other. He took them down one by one.
Presence of mind just lacking completely. But hey, maybe if you get your hands on the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you can be real good at your games. 90 FPS BGMI gaming, smartest AI gaming control as well. And let's not forget about the world debut Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset.
And you need that ultra performance, just like Fragger. But I don't think this is going to be enough for Mysterious 4 to make that push through.
It's just one man.
Yeah.
So it's not enough at all, of course. Mysterious 4 is just sitting on 25 points, and how can you make the most happen out of just one player standing?
What if we get a 25 bomber in the next game of Sanhok?
Too much to ask for, especially from a team like Mysterious 4.
Everyone 1v4s, man.
But considering it's Mysterious 4 and they've always been scraping themselves in the rounds, honestly, they've got some sort of a force with them.
Hey, you know what? I think you've broken their strategy. I think they want to play more matches this BGIS. So they are going to go through the wildcard stages for that.
I guess. But look at Phoenix Esports. I'm not a big fan of what they're trying to do here. They're moving in the enemy turf. Venom is moving real close to the opponents. But I guess that's just classic Phoenix Esports. They're never going to stop taking those fights. And what a shot that was. Quick peek, shuts the man down. No shots on the dome. Not enough time for him to react. And he instantly meets the Makers. The Molotov as well to burn through and confirm the elimination point. But instead, it's going to be the players of VXT stealing it away.
What a phenomenal turnaround today from Phoenix Esports. But as you mentioned, finishes getting stolen. That's not going to get them happy. They're going to look for a few more. But Versatile after that win. A big win. My apologies on Erangel before this. They are looking to carry forward the momentum. Although Genesis Esports spot them out. Shots fired. No connections found though.
Team Versatile. Not looking so versatile right now since they're surrounded with too many foes. You cannot be versatile in these scenarios. You need to stick to your teammates and stick with the game plan. Especially when you've got a team like Phoenix Esports right above you. You cannot overstep either. And speaking of Phoenix Esports, do they really care? They've got a lot of elimination points. They just need maybe 4 more. And Phoenix Esports will be happy with their performance in this game itself. Apollo spots out a team completely far away. And of course, it's one of those teams that likes to play super passive as well. God's Reign, they're right there in the front, shrouded inside of the smoke. Way too far back, though.
You know, surviving this late in the game, if God's Reign can actually just secure 10 points in this match and the next one, that should help them cross the threshold, qualify directly for the semi-finals. And as we were talking about Versatile, and you mentioned Phoenix Esports right next to them, causing that pressure, causing that panic. It's not just Phoenix, it's Genesis waiting for them on that western flank. God's Reign now feeling the pressure from the presence of Mac in the distance, who has managed to sneak his way inside of the play zone. Ninja Jord almost getting taken out over there, barely manages to survive.
Rough luck. God's Reign. They've got a part of the zone for themselves, but still the edge. They need to be more proactive. Gain some more control inside of the circle, because God's Reign right now are under constant threat. Genesis as well is taking those constant shots. They can never recover from this spot at all. God's Reign just needs to be proactive, split themselves up, try and get as much control as possible in the zone itself. And look at Genesis now. The next zone shift is going to be right on top of them, since one of the Mana Polo is in the front, in the smack center. And Genesis, no one's going to be stopping them at this point.
Well, Genesis. Cyrax, although, does get knocked out. Shockwave out of nowhere, still in a position from where they can actually convert a few extra frags in this matchup. Madman looking to see if he can shut down the players of Versatile. On the slope of the hill, a few connections were found, but not enough to secure a knock. Although all of this pressure coming in from the players of Shockwave can actually create an opening for the players of Phoenix Esports to capitalize upon.
But here's the problem. Phoenix Esports, they've only got 2 men standing now. A while ago, they had all the 3 players standing, but Phoenix Esports now with just a 2-man squad, they're going to try to play it passive. They're real close to securing a chicken dinner, or at least get a better placement in their hands. That's what Phoenix Esports is trying to acquire at the point. Shots taken against Versatile as they try to move inside of the safety lines as well, but constantly getting denied as Power gets knocked out, confirmed too. Now VXT as well getting taken down to a 2-man squad. Slowly and steadily, teams are getting dismantled, and they don't even realize it.
Only God's Reign has managed to hold on to that man advantage of theirs for so long. And I think the journey for Mysterious 4 in this matchup might also come to an end soon. But as you mentioned, Versatile losing S-Power, big name out of the way as Altu waits. Waits for them to peek. Aimbot with that nade. He's going to try to find the opener. No damage dished out to the 2 lads on the other side. Another one in the same direction as the players are going to be flushed from behind the cover. This one does a lot more damage than the one before. Barely surviving with a sliver of HP over there.
Oh no, VXT, things are not looking good at all. They're looking pretty shabby instead. And I guess one more shot connection can actually seal the deal. They're just barely alive on a sliver of HP. And this nade, it might just find the right track. But no, it does not. Aquinox, he patches himself up in the nick of time. He will be once again safe. He needs to pop another first aid to get his HP back up, and that's what he does. VXT barely surviving at the Viscous.
And Phoenix Esports, they need to make sure that they keep track of Aquinox, because if they assume that he's gone, then they are going to get shot in the back, and Aquinox will be able to get revenge for his fallen teammates. Also, there's pressure upon them from the players of Shockwave. We saw those nades coming in the direction of the players of Phoenix Esports. Where did that finish go, though?
Good question. 15 bullets in Madman's gun. He's got no 5.56 ammunition. Madman cannot go for any more stray shots. If he shoots, it has to be for an knock. He cannot afford to just blindly take shots anymore. He needs to make the most out of the bullets he's got. Or maybe, once again, restock his ammunition. His teammate, hopefully, has got some. And give him a drop. A new version with 2 players as well. They've got a bit of that piece of the circle for themselves, too. And just look at how silent this stage is.
Because of that, I have a feeling that we might just see another Genesis Esports chicken dinner in this matchup. Aquinox finally on the move, running along the slope of the hill, cover to cover, using those rocks to perfection. But Phoenix Esports, they're tracking him like hunters. And he might just have been spotted out by the surviving player from God's Reign as well. Shots fired from Aquinox, draws attention to himself, but quickly sings around. 2 players running in his direction, both of them charging at the same time. Aquinox, barely a sliver of HP, gets finished off as the final finish is going to be secured by Phoenix Esports. 15 finishes in this game and the break into the top 6.
Justin's going to be foe to watch out for. He's still a man, slithering like a snake in the deserty lands. Prone and trying to play it safe. Phoenix Esports, they've got no clue of the sidelines. Justin, if he finds the line of sight, Phoenix Esports will be eliminated instantly. And look at Genesis too, the way they're playing this one. Both the players right next to each other, being super passive. And speaking of being passive, Fragger, he does not have a lot of options either. He needs to be passive. Repositions himself, realizing that he's in the nadeable range, and he backs away. Fragger will be safe for now. New version, they know what exactly is happening around them, and probably they've got a virtual heat map in their head.
But it's the 9th stage, man. The blue zone is starting to collapse. A new version, they've taken the edge towards the east. But Genesis, sitting smack center, will have the most time to stay behind cover and to just play for survival. But as I say that, Gil finds the opener. Apollo from the side of Genesis is going to be knocked out. And it's just one man left standing from the side of Genesis. New version with the man advantage, looking to secure the chicken dinner in this game. And Gil just showing and putting on display why he was considered one of the best and why he still has the skills to take that title away from anyone willing to compete for it. 3 teams remain, 6 players still alive. Genesis, Shockwave, and New Version. Gil not looking to back down as Mac pushes up the hill. Spotted out the UMP at the ready, and he's going to wait for that man to peek. But no, Gil falls. The trade comes through, or maybe not, as the angle was not there, and Lassie misses an opportunity to strike Necro. It's down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1.
Yeah, but still for Genesis, Apollo's going to be the man converting the information. Look at Apollo. He's taken that TPP angle. Once again, falls back, maybe at the hope of he can be revived. But no, instead, Genesis played that scenario too passive. But look at what's happening in the back. Shockwave, they're trying to play it sneaky. They're trying to get the revival on the knocked out player. Just have that bait and switch strategy. The man moves up in the front. The second man instantly gets the trade, but maybe they won't really have the chance to do so. The flashbang connects perfectly. The man in the front's completely blinded. And what a play that was in the end. One of the best times to use the flashbang.
Yeah, lobs it out, waits for an opportunity to strike, and of course, I think a little bit of a bait as well, considering he wanted the opponent to think maybe it was just another different piece of util. Flush them out from behind the cover, go for that shotgun duel. And the most incredible part is that he wasn't the one who found the first connection. The first connection was found by the player of Shockwave, and Lassie just fell down to about 20 HP, and from there, it was just a YOLO ditch attempt, just swing out again and again and just hope that the shots connect.
And we had the conversation, right? New version, if they win the game, they instantly swing back to life once again in the overall standings. And I guess they have once again done that. From the high ground, they were able to secure a decent amount of elimination points, and even that chicken dinner really gets them in a good spot. But let's not forget, even Phoenix Esports now is once again back in the race too.
Not just Phoenix, Genesis is back in the race as well. Those survival instincts coming from Apollo and Mac. I mean, I was hoping for a chicken dinner because they had the smack center, but I think for some reason they weren't aware about the new version boys with the high ground advantage.
Yeah, new version, they were just quiet till the end because Shockwave was a constant menace from that compound. True. The moment Shockwave moved out, that's when Genesis Esports once again sort of went back to safety because they knew that Shockwave is not going to be having that line of sight anymore. So Genesis tried to play it as safe as possible, and that's when new version came to life because now their position was the prime position.
But hey, we saw the biggest names collapse in the end game of this particular match. God's Reign and Versatile. Opportunity to secure a big win for themselves, especially Versatile playing that Eastern edge the whole time. But for some reason, mid-rotation, they just lost numbers one by one until it was just Aquanox left against the 2 players of Phoenix Esports.
Johnny, let's be honest though, these lobbies are super sweaty. There's too many teams alive, too many players alive in the final few moments. That was stage 9 right there, and we still had 7 teams.
Exactly. And let's not forget about the fact that on day number 1, it was the game of Miramar, Raka, SAS. We saw one of the players clutch out a 1v4 against TWOB. Yesterday, we saw Prateek 1v4 the boys from Phoenix Esports, by the way. And today, it was Fragger from the side of Mysterious Foreman. Quarterfinals. This is what they are about. That is the skill level that we are looking at.
Phoenix Esports, it's pretty simple for them. Go big, go home. They don't really care about tactics. They don't really care about playing it safe. If they've got a lot of elimination points, they know they will be doing good in the overall standings anyways. Yeah. But if they get eliminated off the rip, that's when the real problem lies, right?
That is true. But hey, let's look at the highlights of this particular match because a lot of things to talk about. Wingard Esports, again, a big ball, a big opportunity just slipping out of their hands. We saw them playing that southern edge of the zone when it was stage 2, moving towards the hills, but then all of a sudden they just completely vanished.
That was a nuclear performance from Phoenix Esports. They had a lot of elimination points, somewhere around 14 eliminations if I'm not wrong. Maybe at the end they also had 15.
Yeah, I
since
think
they
so.
were able to collect a few more scraps around the belt. And Godsreen, they were too far back. They tried to make it inside of the circle, but got too exposed in that process. That's why Godsreen were getting chipped on by too many teams. And this is what I'm talking about. The moment Shockwave moved out of that compound, they did not have the advantage anymore. And that's when New Version took over.
But they had to move out. They held on to that compound for a long time. So long that Madman had no ammunition. We saw him 15 rounds for the M4. That's not enough for sure. But this move coming in from Lassioji and Gil was very impressive. They tried their level best, and this is when the flashback just went off in his face and he wasn't able to see. Tried his level best. Those blind shots luckily found at least one connection, but it wasn't enough.
That was just perfect. We do not really see that many flashbang plays, but that was one of the best plays you could come up with. True. Especially in a 1v1, flashbang gives you a lot of advantage, and that man used it to perfection. All-2 from Phoenix Esports, most amount of elimination points with 6 on the belt. Aimbot as well with 5. Then you've got Gil from NV with 5 eliminations as well. And let's not forget Mysterious 4 Fragger. The man was able to stay alive till quite a long time.
He got an extra finish as well, by the way, after that 1v4. He has 5 finishes for his team. One-man army, a one-man roster. Fragger this time around. Madman as well from the side of Shockwave. Incredible performance. But looking at the match summary, 1 vehicle finish, 1 grenade finish, 121 smokes used, 62 finishes converted in this game. So only 1 finish went to waste. Which one was that?
I'm not going to lie. Sometimes the match summary just does not justify the game.
Yeah.
They just don't. Because 1 vehicle finish, I'm pretty sure that's not how things really went, right? We did see a lot of knocks. Maybe the finish was 1, but a lot of knocks happened with the vehicles. I wish if we were able to see those knocks of the vehicle, then maybe things could have been much better for the match summary. But as the point standings pop up on the screen, New Version getting 19 points from that previous game. Phoenix Esports getting 18. Shockwave with 11 points. They're trying to achieve that consistency, but maybe it's too late. Now it's time to get a nuclear performance on the board. Genesis, 10 points. We really needed to see Genesis getting those 10 points, and now they've gotten that. That means in the upcoming game, they just need 5 points.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to look at the overall standings as well, because I think the teams involved in the conflict for qualification, the race for qualification, I think the number has just grown, man, over here. And a lot of the teams are going to be in those mid-40s. So opportunity to secure that 50, it's still quite open. And considering it's the last game of Sanhok, anything can happen.
Yeah, overall standings pop up on the screen, and Genesis, they've once again claimed the throne with 49 points in this group. Team Versatile is on the 2nd spot since the previous game was a major letdown. K9 Esports as well, the same thing follows up, 42 points. New Version, a big comeback in the overall standings now. And Phoenix Esports, they're pretty close as well.
1, 5, 8, 9, 10 points needed for the teams in the top 5 to get to the 50 marker. And of course, if you go down, Wingard Esports, 13 points required, 15 for 4TR. God's Reign require 18 points over there. And Mysterious 4, you keep asking for a 20 bomber, Necro. If Mysterious 4 drop a 20 bomber on Sanhok, it gets them through, man.
Look, as much as I do not want to believe that, at the same time, something tells me to believe it, because they have always been scraping through the rounds. Somehow, they always find themselves on the lucky side and just get the bare minimum done.
So you believe that Mysterious 4 is going to drop a 20 bomb on Sanhok and get that 50 in?
I don't know, man. I really don't know. But since they've got that unbelievable force with them, I guess I believe.
It is doable, by the way. They got
doable.
5 finishes in this game just because of one guy. If all 4 players come online, they can put together 10 eliminations and secure the chicken dinner.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Mysterious 4 just play with a complete mystery. You never know what they're going to do. Sometimes they use a lot of brains, sometimes they just don't. You will see Mysterious 4 in a corner, just eliminated, and we won't even notice that Mysterious 4 has been eliminated.
That is true. I mean, unless that clutch happened in the previous game, we wouldn't have noticed they went out as
Exactly my point. Mysterious 4 sometimes are just lost. Before now, it's time for a toss to a short break. Keep this thing in mind. The upcoming game is going to be the final game for this group.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me, and we are about to head towards the last game for Group D for the quarterfinals itself. And IC, we were talking about the skill level for the quarterfinals going through the roof, man. How many 1v4s are we going to see?
We've seen 3 so far. My favorite is still the ones coming from Coffin, from Raka SAS. That's personally one of my favorites once it comes 1v4. But the play just now was pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, running circles around the opposition. That is how you do it. But again, new version coming back online, bring themselves into the race. And of course, we saw that overall leaderboard as well. Mathematically, it is possible for the top 8 to hit 50 at the same time now.
But again, yes, mathematically, it's possible for any of the top 8. But if only and only if this 8 was able to farm the bottom 8's bodies in order to get those finish points, then it's going to be a pretty even Stevens to actually break past 50. But other than that, realistically, you're expecting about 2 to 3 teams to actually break past the 50 barrier.
I'm expecting 5 of them.
5 would be asking a little bit too much, but again, that is only if the top 5 do not get eliminated right from the get-go.
That is also true, but ladies and gentlemen, if you want to avoid getting eliminated early in your matches, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Smartest AI gaming control in this device, the world debut for the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, and of course, we talk about the 90 FPS gaming, the BGMI experience on this device. It's going to be buttery smooth.
Exactly. It's currently priced at 22,999 rupees, which you can actually Google it up on Google itself. Just search Realme P3 Ultra 5G for that information on the specs on this device itself. And also, maybe, just maybe, a little bit of a chance here for these guys who are going to be potentially walking away with this sexy design. Because it's not just about its performance, it's also about the sexiness when the lights are pretty much all dimmed out. It glows in the dark with a very fancy lunar design.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say another sexy design over there.
Anyways, moving on, we are going to be talking a little bit more on towards the teams that are going to qualify, right? The top 8 here, everyone is looking for this big game. The top 2 is pretty much in a very okay position. Genesis in 49 points means they are going to be tied with Revenant and Xbox, who's on the other group at the borderline of 49. So there has been a lot of big shifts to push down to the top 16 here. So as of yet, if my calculations are correct, the current cut-off stage is somewhere around 44 points.
I mean, 44, that means a big name already out of the way of the top 16. It is going to be, well, Seoul, because they had 40 points at the end of their journey in the group stages. But a lot of big names still are going to be waiting to see how the remainder of the matches for Group D turn out, and of course Group A after this one. But again, as we were talking about it, I really think that top 5 from this group can cross that 50 marker, all of them at the same time. And the reason being, one needs 1 point, the other one needs 2 points, someone needs 5 points, someone needs 8 points. And there are enough finishes to go around in this lobby for all of them.
Well, again, like you said as well, realistically, if all these top 8 teams are in the top 8 in the final circle in this map itself, it is very, very possible. Because why? If that happens, that means Group A is going to have a very, very difficult time to actually catch up. 5
teams kicked out of the top 16 at the same time at the end of one group's matches. That is going to be something we have never seen before, and it's going to make the semi-finals exciting. It's going to make the wild cards even more exciting, ladies and gentlemen. But before all of this speculation finds a conclusion, we have to witness the action on the game of Sanhok. So, here we go.
The final map to decide the fates here of Group D itself, it is going to be the map of Sanhok. And the flight path is going to be starting off from the outskirts of Tambang and then ending towards the west side of Kao. A pretty northwest shift in terms of flight path for this circle itself. But I do not know how all these teams are going to be playing here, because we might expect teams in the bottom to play spoilers this game as well.
Oh, they definitely can, because I don't think there's a lot of opportunity remaining for the teams at the smack bottom. And talking about the second half of the overall leaderboard, one of the big names over there, it is going to be Cincinnati Kids. They have the firepower to ruin anyone's day. Are they going to utilize it right now?
Well, we've seen it happen before, but as of yet, their journey to qualify in the semifinals seems to be almost near non-existent unless they get a big number. And currently, the best record so far, which was earned by Seoul, which is 28 points in a game.
Yeah, 28 finishes, I think.
Sorry, 28 finishes. So that 38 points in a single game. That is the current record held by Seoul. No one has been ever close to that.
Hey, but we talked about teams at the bottom ruining the day for the teams at the top, right? Look at what is happening in Paradise Resort. 4 barriers, they've gone on to have a drop clash with the players of God's Reign. Phoenix Esports just a little bit towards the northeastern side. Can chime in with the third party as well, but God's Reign, they are used to situations like this again and again.
Well, it's going to be a do-or-die situation coming from God's Reign here, but it is an opportunity for themselves because if they wipe 4BR, that's 4 points in the hand, and that is 4 points closer to the goal. And as of yet, God's Reign, they have to win this out. And 4BR might be looking to play spoilers, but it is going to be an experience coming from both teams because neither of these teams are going to be eliminated regardless of the result of this game. It's either you qualify to semifinals or you are going to be playing from the wildcards.
I mean, if they get these 4 points, that means 14 more points needed for God's Reign to hit that 50. Making the job a whole lot easier, but let's see how things turn out. Both the teams looking for information, looking for weapon and utility to engage into the other side.
Well, as of yet, God's Reign, they had an amazing game in Erangel itself. Destro was the playmaker with those nades, and unfortunately say they do not have enough nades to go around to check every single corner in Paradise itself. But fortunately for both of these teams, they can take their time. Just because the circle is smack middle in the center for both of these teams right now. So stage 1, they can drag this out. Stage 2, they can drag this out. Stage 3, no problemo.
But is there any incentive for these two sides to force a fight, especially with the circle towards centered on Paradise Resort as well? Genesis Esports, they did this yesterday, they've done it again. Dropping towards the shoreline, crossing towards the Ruins Island, but K9 Esports show up to take a fight. Shots fired by the players of Genesis, although no connection was found, but K9 Esports, not an easy team to go up against, but Stelmac, what was that? A nasty connection right on his noggin as Ninja Boy gets knocked out.
That was so unlucky of Ninja Boy. Like the bullet spread RNG just resulted in him getting taken out. It's just very, very unfortunate. However, Omega gets a very, very nice drive-by, swings across his bullets, able to connect onto his Apollo. That's going to be 1 down, 1 from 1. But no confirmation yet. Omega still very, very close. He's looking to try to get a switch here through the broken walls.
Yeah, looks to find a trade, but instead he's going to be the man falling on his knees. Genesis, they're going to try and hold on to the advantage, but Beast, we see him on the other side of this river, and the backup from the side of K9 Esports has arrived. The last 2 men left standing, but can Genesis recover, or are they going to lose Apollo in the starting stages of this game? Genesis also do not need a lot of points. They've already, in fact, with that 1 finish, gone over 50.
Exactly, 2 down from the side of K9, but from the side of K9, they still need finish points. They still need it to actually happen, to actually qualify towards the 50 ballpark. 42 is not going to be good enough. You need somewhere at least 45, 46, maybe even 48. So that means they need at least 6 more points, and currently 0 finishes in the bag means that it is going to be very, very tough, and they have to do this with Slug and Beast. And guess what? The confirmation comes through. That's 1 point. 4 to 5 to go, at least for K9 Esports.
Yeah. 7 points more needed, to be a little bit more precise, but with 2 players, I mean, I think by now, I see you would also agree that we've noticed K9 Esports are better playing duos.
Exactly, right? It's weird. We've seen it happen with Slug with Omega, didn't really do well. We've seen it happen with Slug and Ninja Boy, didn't really go well. But guess what? The most iconic win from K9 Esports with this duo is actually Slug and Beast. And they won it in Hartin himself. They got the chicken dinner with the highest amount of finish points from start to end with 2 players in general. And we might see history repeat itself right here, right now. And only, and I mean only, they are able to survive it toward the end.
Also, update on the entire Paradise Resort situation. There was another team looking to make a late entry into the Paradise Resort in the form of 40R. They found an opening, but the conversion not really being there. And God's Reign, they've been able to pick off 2 players from the side of 4 barriers. Iconic and Zoo shut down. It's down to Kaiser and Imperial, but look at the finish feed, man. Mysterious 4 taking on the players of New Version somewhere on the map.
Well, speaking of somewhere around on the map, guess what? BO7S, one of the first teams to get eliminated right from the get-go. By who? We're not exactly sure yet, but BO7S, one of the first teams to go down. That means it is going to be well, seeing you guys tomorrow probably in the wildcard stages.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to see them in the wildcard stage for sure. And it was Wobble Gaming, by the way, who got that squad wipe. There was a drop clash that happened in Sami. Did not really expect both those two teams to fight it out right then and there, but yeah, it's Sanok and BO7S way too far away from qualification. And at this point, again, I believe they just wanted to prepare for tomorrow, prepare for the wildcard stages.
Well, that's only so much they can do.
Yeah.
But as of yet, they can just enjoy the show from the sidelines. The remaining 15 teams duke it out for the spots into the semifinals. Genesis in the prime position to go even higher than 51. VXT 45, but K9, it's Beast Slug against the wall. And it seems to be the chances are very, very slim. Last I recall from the other group, Royal Emperor was at 44 points. So even then, Royal Emperor is not exactly safe in terms of the overall standings.
Oh, what new version? This spells trouble.
Cincinnati kids, you talked about this early on as well. They have the firepower to spoil the game for a lot of these people. It is going to be a tough one. Meanwhile, the stalemate between both God's Reign as well as 4 barriers has concluded with a 4 versus 2 now. So they are able to get 2 finishes in the bag.
Well, they have the upper hand in this fight. It's a 4v2 with God's Reign sitting there with a man advantage, but Kaiser sees 2 bodies in front of him. He takes down one, looking to spray down the other as well. Damage dished out, player out of commission. But it is going to be one more man. Delta PG in the backlines. He's been dropped low as well. Oh no, mid-animation, and he might just get knocked out. Kaiser finding 2 knocks in this fight. Imperial shows up. They can turn things around. God's Reign over here can be eliminated by the hands of 4 barriers. Revive denied as well. The spray comes through. One more man hits the floor. Imperial, he needs to be careful. The nade lobbed at his feet as he looks to secure the finishes for his team. And again, looking to go for the revive. This revive needs to be stopped. Ninja Jord, he barely has 10 HP on him. Those footsteps can be a big distraction. But now they will be able to cover each other. And there it is. One man just looking to secure the revive. The other one just pre-fires the corner.
What a clutch from Ninja Jord. If he did not land the perfect nade on that, he might have just been rushed down by 4 barriers. But because of that nade, they were able to even the fight. And now with the full reset coming from God's Reign, they are going to be able to get 4-man healthy. But the question remains, do they have the resources to do so? Because lying behind them, that hurt the entire commotion is going to be 4TR. And look at this, none of the members from God's Reign has any sort of potential meds to actually reset the health.
All of them so low. Oh, but look at this now. This is an upset, man. K9 Esports eliminated in the game of Sanok at just 44 points in total.
Not looking good for K9, but we have to wait for the official results. Whether or not do they qualify to the semifinals, because we have at least 3 teams that, including K9, which is in that 44-point ballpark out of 6 games in total. So we have to wait for the official results and also ensure the legitimacy of every single team playing in the lobby as well. But as of yet, hold that thought for now. Shockwave going up against 2 OP official. As you can see, Shockwave, they've loosed out Shockwave. They're going to go for the reset. Botfire is going to try to pin them in the corner. But Shockwave looking for those resets. While 2 OP official might be playing spoilers for them as well. As you can see, smokes being set up. Botfire trying his best to try and farm some finishes. Playing spoilers for the game. Shockwave looking for the fight, but Liability, he finds a pick, and that's going to be another pick as well. Shockwave losing members very quickly. With the huge flank coming in, Liability no longer a liability this time. Looking to be an asset for the team. Can he make the play? And Shroud, he gets 1 and he will not find the second. And he gets eliminated in 13th place here for Shockwave.
It's the last game where this man decides, yeah, I'm not going to be a liability. I'm going to be the top player for my team. 2 OP official, again, one of those teams that's a little too far away from qualification, but they can give their points to the lads of God's Reign, who will be very happy to receive them. It's 4 versus 3. God's Reign, they have the upper hand, the HP advantages to work with as well.
They're not really healthy as well, because if you think about it, they don't have meds, and as of yet, this is the perfect moment to strike 2 OP official because they're not resetted yet. But as soon as I say this, they just got the health up, and they have to go in for the flush because God's Reign desperately needs all the resources inside this compound. And guess what? The pick comes through. They find the opening. Awesome is knocked to OP official. Now forced to a 2 versus 4, or in this case, maybe a 3.5 3-player man advantage based on the health bars coming from God's Reign.
They need to find one more pick to re-engage into this fight, but the small reset comes through. Destro in the backlines gets sprayed down as Botfire finds the connection, but 2 players hit the floor as they try to cross the smoke. And Liability is the last man left standing. Finds one, looks for the second, and finds that as well. Although no finish conversion. God's Reign, for the second time in this game, find themselves on the verge of elimination, but saved by the bell. And this time the name of the bell is Justin09.
What a clutch coming from Justin, because everything could have went south. Ninja John, not a single elimination. But he was the first one to win that fight in Paradise for the team. But it was Justin that clutches out big time in this fight. And because of this, God's Reign, they have ammunition, they have meds, they have everything now. And they're ready to take on the world. But they don't really have a lot of time in this fight.
Yeah, not a lot of time, but they have to move back to Paradise Resort where they know 4TR is going to be waiting for them. A minute and 50 seconds to go, but if you do not want to be in a situation where you're getting knocked out again and again, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Smartest AI gaming control, the world debut for the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, everything you need to put top-tier performance in your matches.
Everything you need for the perfect game, all in this single device, which is the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Meanwhile, God's Reign's journey still hanging on a balance with that 2 big fights in the hands. They are currently sitting at 38 points, and they need at least a big one, maybe even 10 points here to kind of find some sort of hope to qualify into the semifinals. And so, same can be said by the rest of the world in this lobby itself, and a majority of the top 8 is still alive, except for K9, who's sitting on 44 points, which arguably is not exactly a safe points or safe place to be at. But there's only so much you can do. Their fates solely depend on the remaining players, or in this case, remaining teams in this lobby and the next lobby, which is Group A.
The cutoff situation is getting more and more intense by every single finish that gets picked up by these teams in this game. So Versatile on 45 right now, that puts them somewhere in the top 12, the top 13 already.
Well, having more is never too bad. More is good in this situation. And in this case, Versatile, 45 points, needs those 5 points to break into his 50 barrier. Toy going for a couple of sprays, and guess what? It's going to be Cincinnati Kids looking to try and third party this fight. Unfortunately to say, they are going to be the edge of the zone. Cincinnati Kids needs to re-rotate away, knowing that Versatile has got this south side completely locked down. And now with the circle shift as well, Versatile is going to be the biggest obstacle coming from Cincinnati Kids.
And it's a cluster over there as well with new version in the backline, so the opportunity for third party is always going to be there. Cincinnati Kids repositioning themselves. I think they are going to try and focus these teams down one by one. First, try and pick off new version so that their backs are going to be cleared, and then clear the front lines as well if they are able to pick off the players of Versatile. It's not going to be an easy fight though, especially with Viru so extended out into the open.
Oh boy, you can see the tensions, the desperations, the fear in new version as well. One down in the back. Gil, like you said, a potential legendary player getting taken out right from the get-go. 3 players against the wall, 0 finishers, out of position as well. New version, they have to pull a big one. They're 9 points away from the 50-point mark. And currently, Cincinnati Kids is looking to clear them out. It might be spoilers for them, and they have to make the play. This race has come true. Viru with the pick. He finds Juicy, looking for the confirmation. Can't seem to do so, but guess what, Viru? He's been abandoned by his teammates, and Shoop getting knocked out by Genesis from the sides. He's all by himself now, and he's going to be ran over by Cincinnati Kids.
The opportunity presented itself. This man chose to strike as well. But as you mentioned, his teammates get distracted as Genesis show up out of nowhere. We saw that man on the horse in the back line. He's, well, moving around in style. But will Genesis be able to survive? That is going to be the question right now. Cincinnati Kids ruining the day for new version. All of that hard work being put in on that game of Miramar amounting to nothing at this point. 2 players from the side of Cincinnati Kids still survive. And as they push through, they find themselves quite close to the players of VST, but they keep pushing through, looking to take some control towards the center of the circle, where 40R are already waiting for them.
Well, speaking of a 40R, guess what? Genesis also getting eliminated from the south side. They will settle the score with only 53 points. So that means they are in a very okay situation based on the overall standings. Meanwhile, Cincinnati Kids, as of yet, they are going to be pinned by the rest of the world. Phoenix going to be taking shots at them. Same can be said by the rest of the world as well. 40R going to be shooting at them. Mysterious 4 completely surrounding them in this corner. They're pretty much stuck in that corner as well. Aditya, last man standing for Cincinnati Kids.
Nade goes out from Fury. Should be able to find the connection. The second one actually finds it. It is Venom who gets the pick for his team as Cincinnati Kids get eliminated from this game. We are down to 8 teams, 24 players still alive, and Versatile almost on the verge of hitting that 50. All they need is one. And that one, by the way, they already have it. It's the placement point, I see.
It is going to be very, very possible there, but at the same time, look at this. Phoenix Esports rising from the ashes. What a comeback coming from them from all 3 games, and now they're looking to repeat it themselves once more. 7 points away from the 50-point mark, as Phoenix might just be able to do it, considering how they've been playing so far.
But the real question is, where's Wingard, man? They need 9 more points. They're playing the southern edge of the circle. Phoenix Esports 7 points shy of hitting that 50, and they're not slowing down anytime soon, as Ninja Jort from God's Reign is going to be found by Fury, and Aimbot secures that finish for his team. God's Reign again and again, trouble in sight, and they just keep trying to push through this time around as well. Running into the players of Phoenix Esports, barely managing to avoid losing their second player over there.
Oh my goodness, God's Reign. They've lost Ninja Jot. They've only got 3 players left, and they're not having zone as well. Destro is pretty much left behind as they try to take space. Phoenix has got them completely pinned. Same can be said for Mysterious 4, but Justin, he finds an opening, but he gets traded by Sketch as well. A double kamikaze from both sides. Oh boy. They will find some sort of hope, but Destro pretty much left all by himself to fend for himself as the zone is about to close in. God's Reign, they have to make something work at this point.
Yeah, and Destro needs to be the man to make that play, needs to go big, but Delta PG, not afraid to face anyone, just pushes forward for the players of Mysterious 4. He has a teammate providing some cover in the backline, but Destro falls, I see. And this could be the end of the journey for God's Reign in the quarterfinals itself. They're going to be moving down to the wildcard stages, as Mysterious 4 are ready to pick this fight. Justin gets knocked out by Fury. Phoenix do not want to let any of these points slip out of their hands. And Delta, he's stuck in a 1 versus 2. That nade coming in from Phoenix was just perfect. Fury is not slowing down.
Oh my goodness, Phoenix, they're just making life miserable for both of them as well. God's Reign leaving only Justin. He's stuck. Delta PG, last man standing, the playmaker for God's Reign. He's got to make every single utility count. And the flank comes through, but at the same time, the zone is about to shift in 15 seconds. He's choosing to run away. He's not going to get scouted out. He escapes Mysterious 4. He's going to be fine for now. Phoenix seems to be extremely annoying as a third party. But look at this, Delta. He's got to make every single point count. Can he do it is going to be the question, while the rest of the world is still fighting for the 50 ballpark. Delta BG just waiting, pulling pin, baiting every single thing, and Mysterious 4 is so afraid to push forward.
Yeah, they can't really push forward. They know that Phoenix is waiting on the sidelines as well. But over here, we have VST, VXT, and 40R going up against each other. And Pratik, yesterday a clutch, today a clutch. And this man is going to be the next clutch meister, it seems like. Just picking off the players of 40R like it's nothing. But look at what is happening. Phoenix Esports taking out their direct competition on that finish feed as they find the location of the players of Wingard Esports. Versatile are going to be happy with this as well, as we are down to top 5 teams, 10 players still alive in this game. And Wingard Esports, I think their dreams are shattered as their journey ends on 42 points. God's Reign end up getting confirmed and eliminated at the hands of Mysterious 4 as well. And it's down to the top 3 teams, 2 out of which are fighting for qualification, and I believe both of them have succeeded in hitting that 50-point marker.
The top 2 in this lobby now potentially making it happen. Phoenix from the bottom, now at the top. And now Grind gonna be pinned off all by himself. Venom has got to be going for the reset. Phoenix Esports, they're just shutting out everyone as well. Out2 finds VXC. They completely cleaned them out. And it's only Mysterious 4 left. 4 versus 2. 12 finishes, looking to make it a 14.
And we're going to have that as well, or maybe not, as Sketch trades his fallen comrade out. But Al2, with that wide rotation, should be able to find an off angle to work with no utility on this man, though. Venom, he's going to try and close the distance onto Grind. Sketch in the backline gets knocked out. So that's one more elimination in the back. And I think it is going to be a 24-point game to end it all for the players of Phoenix Esports. What a brilliant way to bounce back. What a brilliant way to end their journey in the quarterfinals. And by the way, move directly to the semis.
What a game coming from Phoenix Esports here in day number 4 of the quarterfinals, because Phoenix Esports, they rise from the ashes with absolutely nothing. Now they take everything away from everyone.
Exactly, and it was incredible as well. I think in doing so, they have also helped Versatile qualify, by the way, because Versatile needed like, what, 2 or 3 points in total? And they just survived all the way through and got those points. Easiest way possible.
Exactly. Now Genesis, Versatile, and Phoenix pretty much in the 50-point ballpark.
Yeah.
That means 3 from the top gets kicked down even more. Even more slots are open to actually fight for the top 16.
But quite an upsetting day for a few other names like Genesis and K9 Esports. K9 in particular, their fate is left hanging. I think 44 points in total in terms of the leaderboard for this group, and of course overall leaderboard as well. And as we talk about Wingard Esports, I think barely 40, 41 or 42 points in total, including the placement points from this game. So close yet to so far to move directly into the semifinals, and these two big names, these two dangerous names, are going to be competing in the wildcard stages.
Exactly. Same can be said for God's Reign as well, which is going to affect the
wildcard
overall standings as well. So it is going to be very, very close. However, take this with a grain of salt. There is certain TNCs that every single team to participate that needs to qualify, because if they've passed the legitimacy test of every single rules that has been set accordingly, everything should be fine. But if someone gets disqualified, their points go to the remaining group of this lobby, and that can actually shift the entire journey for some of these teams that has already hoped that they are going to be making the semifinals.
Exactly, and PSA for where you can find all of the updated information. It is Crafted India Esports' social media handles, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you're following Crafted India Esports on every single social media handle. But in the meanwhile, we're going to check out the highlights for the previous game.
Well, speaking of the highlights here, initially there was a fight between a lot of teams as well. We saw God's Reign having a little bit of run-in with 4BR. Eventually they were struggling to actually barely make it, but eventually they just could not survive the onslaught because everybody was just struggling to make in towards this phase of the zone. Even Cincinnati Kids was just playing spoilers for everyone. But despite all odds, God's Reign, they may have tried their best, but it was Phoenix Esports that just completely took out every section of this sacro.
Yeah, and I have a lot of questions as to what is going on with God's Reign, to be honest, because twice in the same game, they almost got eliminated, just barely surviving. The first fight that happened in Paradise Resort, the second fight, they also almost got taken out by just liability alone over there from 2OP Official. And towards the end, the third time, the luck is not going to favor them for sure. So they just end up getting wiped out with Delta PG just desperate for survival. But we have the MVP of the game. And of course, Fury, well-deserved, man. Those nades were incredible.
Exactly. 4 finishes in the back coming from Phoenix here. But at the same time, we have to talk about the remaining players as well, because all these names are up for contention for the realme MVP, both the quarterfinals and the semifinals. And if, and only if, they qualify there and perform well as well. Venom, Pratik, Yatnesh as well as S-Power looking to perform at the highest level. Today and yesterday, S-Power has just playing phenomenally.
Yeah, S-Power has been brilliant. I mean, a little absent in that game of Miramar before this, but this game, versatile. 3 extra finishes. Of course, that is going to be a bonus on top of that placement points that they got. We have the match summary on our screens. 59 finishes were converted inside of this match. 1 vehicle finish, 3 grenade finishes, 33 smokes used. But to be fair, it's Sanok. You already have so much foliage to hide behind. Who needs smokes?
Exactly. But speaking of which here, let's take a look at the points standing from their match itself. Phoenix Esports getting themselves 24 points in total. VST with 10 finishes, but 4 placement points will give them 14 points. Mysterious 4, 9 points. Versatile, 9 points. God's Rate, 9 points. Wobble Gaming, 6 points. Wingard Esports, 5 points. And Genesis Esports, 4 points. So, a pretty even spread between all these teams, but is it going to be enough to get them into the semifinals? Only a few teams will get it.
I think only 3 we can guarantee, right? Genesis is going to be there, Versatile is going to be there, and Phoenix is going to be there. Everyone else, I think their qualification is still up for contention. K9 Esports, I think this has to be the heartbreaking story of the day. K9 Esports failing to make it through. But let's have a look at the overall rankings for this particular group. Phoenix Esports, they end their journey with 64 points. Man, that is incredible. Versatile with 54, and then you have Genesis with 53. So only 3 teams able to cross that 50-point marker, which was the hypothetical cutoff that we were working with just to be on the safer side. And then you have K9 Esports with 44. So they're definitely way far off even by the Revenant X-Park benchmark that we had, which was 49 points.
Agreed. It is going to be very, very close between some of these teams here. But here's a little bit of fun fact as well. Phoenix Esports started the day today with only 12 points, and now they have 64 points. So that is 42 points leap coming from today itself.
Yeah, and again, big games back-to-back. First on Miramar and then on Sanok. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Well, desperate times call for you to set the games on fire. That's the lesson from Phoenix Esports today.
Well, speaking of the lessons here, sometimes they will rise from the ashes and sometimes they will make a miracle. And currently, they are in the top of the top. But I want to see if any of the casters actually predicted that they were going to rise from the ashes. And guess what? It is Necro and Sparrow, the double O agents, actually taking the cake.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix Esports, kudos to them taking the first position away. K9 Esports picked by Engineer YT. He's going to be upset. Is this the first day that Engineer has not gotten a prediction right?
Well, he didn't get his prediction right yesterday as well, unfortunately. But what I do know is you and Anki also on the same page. Seems like we've got 4 out of 7 of the casters actually getting their predictions right. Mine is completely off the ballpark. Sorry, Shockwave. I love you guys, but you guys were pretty bad today.
I think the pressure has started to get to them. Plus, again, there is no elimination. You still have the option of making it towards the semifinals through the wildcard stages, and that is going to be intense. But, again, that's a very risky position for anyone to be in.
Agreed. Sparrow, Necro, I don't know how they saw this. 12 points out of nowhere to 60 over points. That is the biggest leap so far in our 6 games, man. That is insane.
That was a gamble, man, to be honest. I think that was just their belief in, all right, maybe something's going to happen today. And, yeah, it all just worked out in the end.
You know, that's the thing about Phoenix, right? Like, sometimes when they're in Phoenix form, they're really, really strong. But sometimes when they go down, they just turn into an egg or an ash. It's just, like, so unpredictable. One day they're doing good, one day they're just completely flopping the table.
I like this approach, though. All or nothing, right? You either go big or just go home very early.
Exactly. And, of course, speaking of all or nothing as well, one more group remains to decide the fates on who is going to be qualifying in the semifinals is going to be happening very, very shortly here. Because right after this break, we will be seeing how Group A is going to be performing and who is going to qualify. See you guys right after this.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है तू। रोंडो? रन
Nation wants to know. कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे. रोंडो.
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार.
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में. रोंडो 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 आगे. रन.
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 quarterfinal stage here. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and it is day number 4. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Necro as we take you through the journey of a completely different group. Because early on, we see the conclusion of Group D itself. We saw some of the teams actually qualifying into the top 16 in overall standings, and we saw some of these teams tried their best, but unfortunately have to play from the wildcard stages.
A lot of upsets, right?
Exactly. Very, very unfortunate here. Necro, what do you think about this?
Now look, I genuinely thought K9 Esports could qualify, but since they have not qualified, that's actually a big shocker for me. And WinGod Esports, looking at the overall standings and the way they started things off, I genuinely thought WinGod Esports can easily make it.
Well, it's got to be very, very close because we have to wait for the official results. But what I do know is official right now is that it is currently out in the market, which is the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, which is out in its segment right now for the double the performance, and it is currently priced at 22,999 rupees, and you just can Google, search it, look for it, check out the specs. It's very, very good. Google realme P3 Ultra 5G. Very, very simple. Just do that, and you might stand a chance to walk away with this sexy device itself. Now, nevertheless, of course, I want to talk a little bit more on the potential outcome. You talked about K9 Esports, not qualified yet. But here's a little bit of fun fact for you guys. They're currently the borderline of the top 16 right now with 44 points. So technically, they're somewhere around 13 to 14 position.
But let's not forget, IC, the group that we're about to spectate and watch, that's even more closer to the previous group that we just saw. So I guess they're definitely going to increase the threshold by margin.
Exactly. That's exactly why, technically, they're not out yet. Their fates lie solely dependent on this current group, on whether or not how do they perform. But, of course, for these guys watching at home, guess what? If you guys are looking to support your favorite players and favorite teams that could be competing here itself, guess what? You can support them by checking out the let me check out the BGIS crate itself, because it does have very, very nice skins itself because all the rewards, all the things that you buy for, all the prize is going to be contributed into the prize pool itself, contributed into the prize pool itself.
Exactly. As you mentioned, all the money accumulated from the crates itself directly goes on towards the realme BGS 2025 prize pool. So if you love any of their teams and if you really want to support them, that's going to be the best possible way you can do so. Once again, moving back towards the conversation, right? Now, looking at Group A, the overall standings are even closer compared to Group D. And as I mentioned, there's a big chance the threshold can be increased. And even big names like Liquid Esports, they haven't really been able to find success. Instead, a complete new name is able to do good.
Agreed. But guess what? Speaking of doing good as well, we have to take a look and towards the realme MVP contenders from the quarterfinals as of now. It is going to be appearing up on screen. And currently, topping the charts here is going to be coming in from Team Mastermind Mavericks. Adi holding the #1 spot, which is 19 finishes in total.
Never would have saw this coming. You've also got Coughing from the side of Raka with 15 finishes racked up and the MVP rating of 2.26. Even Phoenix from Forever Red Ross is right there with 15 finishes. And I'm not surprised to see a man from Phoenix Esports themselves, 2.11 MVP rating and 14 finishes on the board. NRI Chandan OP, a new man. I would love to see him perform the same way in the future too, so that he can be at the top as well.
Agreed. The realme MVP contenders has to make it in towards the semifinals as well, because they will be playing the remaining 6 matches. Then only we will get the overall standings and we will be awarding them those prizes. Meanwhile, in Group A, up on screen, we have Likita Esports, Reckoning Esports, Dragonclaw Esports, Metal Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, Troy Timeline Esports, Acrobots Esports, and Aranka Esports.
Exactly. All the teams, we have seen them in the past perform, and a lot of these names haven't been able to do that great themselves. Metal Esports can be a prime example example of that since that's one of the known name and still struggling too much. As we flip the page, you will still see a few more known names. Diesel Esports, FS Esports is in the mix. SOA currently top in the charts with 2 chicken dinners. They're looking dominant. You've also got Vasista Esports yet to make a comeback. Raven Esports doing good for themselves. They have been really consistent. And then you've got GT.
Exactly, and of course one more team as well you kind of left out. We no one expected them to perform at this well. It's actually IIT Gaming, which is currently in a very, very decent position based on their current position here in Group A. But let's take a look at the overall standings to give guys a little bit of a clarity here. Seems like SOA Esports is in the 40-point ballpark, and currently 50 points seems to be the safety net, so they need 10 points to actually overachieve that. Raven Esports, 36 points. Ligita Esports with 28 points. Metal Esports, 28 points. So, it seems to be a little bit of a far-fetched for some of these teams.
Yeah, they're definitely going to increase the margin by a bit, man, because just 3 games done and dusted. SOA's gotten 40 points. Then you've got Raven Esports with 36, and then GT with only 19 points. Now, that's a big difference, but knowing GT, they're just like Phoenix Esports. They would like to take a lot of fights as well, so anything can happen. A lot of unpredictable things can happen. Flip the page and you will see a few disappointing names.
Well, unfortunately, I have to correct myself. IIT Gaming not doing so well, actually. Apparently, they are currently with 7 points. But I want to see what our casters think about who is going to be making the semifinals. In this case, being on the top 8 at least. Because it seems to me, we have once again here in the quarterfinals a split decision between all the casters. I went for Diesel. You went for Reckoning. Johnny and Engineer went for Raven. We have Troy Dominant for Maisie. We have Spiro going for Reckoning as well. And we have Ankybot going for Likita.
Raven from Engineer and Johnny as well. Now, that's quite interesting, right? Raven Esports, yes, the most consistent team, but since now you move on towards the second day where you've only got final 3 games left, I guess everyone's going to try to be as aggressive as possible and try and just gather as many points as they can. And now for Raven Esports to pull off that passive play style, it might just be even tougher.
Well, it is going to be very, very tough for some of these teams here because in the previous group, we saw some very, very close battles between all these teams to fight for that slot. And eventually, 3 teams was able to secure the 50-point ballpark, which is the safety net that a lot of people are thinking that they should have to qualify to the semifinals so far. But with that being said, now, based on this score here, it seems like it is going to be very, very far for some of these teams. So basically, at least the top 5 of the scoreboard, everybody needs to consistently get like 10 points per game in order to reach towards the 50 ballpark.
Including Diesel Esports, by the way. Yesterday, we did see a glimpse of brilliant moment from them, but then later on, the consistency once again did not really transition over. Diesel Esports is one of those teams with a lot of potential, and we all know they can make it as well in the top 16, but since the required amount of points is so much, it's really tough for me to say anything. And the previous group was so sweaty, let's not forget that. So many teams were alive till the final few moments.
Yeah, especially the circle when the Erangel match happened as well. It happened into its Pachinki. Urban warfares are very, very tactical, and you require a lot of trust between your teammates to actually execute those kind of plays. We saw moments of brilliance coming from God's Reign. We saw moments of brilliance coming from VXT as well, which is versatile. And that just showed that why they are one of the top contenders to begin with, right? Like, they are no name. They played in multiple lands as well. Those experience kind of show on how you're going to be overcoming certain odds despite being pushed back down.
I would love to see unexpected teams as well make that bounce back, right? Especially teams like Hyderabad Hydras, teams like IIT, maybe even they can make the bounce back, right? First game chicken dinner, Hyderabad Hydras instantly gets back in the groove. They've got the momentum as well. If they keep on moving up with that same pace, they can do great as well. Then you've also got a few more teams like FS Esports. We have seen their potential in the grind itself. FS Esports is someone with a lot of potential and a lot of caliber. Maybe the conversion hasn't been that great, but I think they can do good.
And currently, based on today's standards so far, Phoenix Esports is the highest amount of points in 3 games thus far in today's match, where they get themselves 42 points, which is insane. Not gonna lie, which is insane because we saw them play so bad, and today they're so good. But guess what? Let's see if Group A is gonna be as good as the previous group.
We've got the plane hitting the skies once again in the rainforest of Sanhok, starting all the way from Kampong towards Tabmok. Now this plane flat path once again towards a complete one side, but since it's the map of Sanhok and considering it's quite small, I don't think teams are going to be having any sort of struggle to move in towards their primary drop location. Even if you are going to move in towards Ruins, I don't see a lot of problem there.
Well, speaking of question here, I'm going to show this in the ballpark. Ligita Esports had one of the biggest banger performance yesterday in the first game. Second game, they only got 1 point. And third game, they got 0 point. And it all started when Goblin is always to be first one to be taken out from Likita Esports. So will the trend continue for Likita Esports right now?
Look, for Likita Esports, getting the chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok might just sound too much, because Likita Esports have been a little lackluster on the map of Sanhok. They haven't been that great. And let's not forget, if a team like SOA still exists, then anything can happen. SOA yesterday with those outstanding performances really surprised all of us. But what do we see here? Reckoning Esports taking a clash against the players of Troy Tamilian Esports, and already an elimination did happen there. Troy Tamilian Esports losing out on one of their players, that's a bad start.
Well, that is indeed a very, very bad start for some of the teams, especially if they want to make a potential comeback here today itself in the final days of the quarterfinals. Can they make it into the semifinals will be put into question. However, even if they don't, they are not going to be eliminated. They will be sent into the wild card. But guess what? What a shot from Gods. What reaction is that?
That was right to the skull, by the way, with an iron sight. And that far away. This man is inhuman. He's an actual god. Maybe a demigod, but still. What a shot that was to the skull of Dreams. He never saw this coming.
Well, all I know now is that his dreams is pretty much shattered for this game.
Yep.
As gods will shut him down. And it's okay. Sometimes in life, God has very, very good plans for every one of us. Sometimes you have a good day, sometimes you have a bad day. And in this case, such is life. Just move on.
I guess bad day does not really sound like a good plan by God.
Hey, God is fair. Not everyone is equal, man. We just gotta deal with it.
True. You can't take dubs all day, right?
Yep. Speaking of which, speaking of a dub here, guess what? The Circle dub is gonna be pushing all the way to the north side, and Troy Tamlin seems to be in the middle of it all. Seems to be a replicate of the previous Sandhawk map itself. So Troy Tamlin gonna be very, very happy about this, considering that they're not like God's Reign. They're not contested as of yet.
Yeah, and speaking of God's Reign, actually, the way they were playing was so passive once again. That playstyle just not working out, all the four players sticking to each other. I would love to see any other team trying to pretty much replicate that same playstyle, but just do better. Just try and implement splits in that tactic. Maybe things can be better.
Well, speaking of better, Reckoning Esports definitely needs to step it up big time in this game, because they're currently having 10 points in total.
Oh.
And they are going to be expecting a little bit of a company very, very soon. But again, it is all about looting. It's all about stocking out, getting the best possible position. But what I do know now is SOA Esports pretty much has the most amount of points from yesterday's game, which is 40 points in total. So 10 points is all they need today to qualify into the 50-point ballpark.
Starboy, Magic, and EXO, these guys are just popping off. And Smoker as well, his cover's been incredible. The entirety of SOA, getting 2 chicken dinners in the span of 3 games is not easy. And SOA, they've already pulled that off. They're on the verge of qualification as well, already getting 40 points in the overall standings. That means in 3 games, they just need 12 or 13 points.
Hey, sometimes when you see smoke, you expect fire, and sometimes you see fire, it might be explosion, because Smoker was the grenadier from yesterday itself with his amazing nades to pull a big one coming in from SOA Esports. So we are going to be expecting a lot coming from him to perform at the highest level. However, guess what? Expecting company is going to be altitude. We have Gujarat Tigers looking to go in for the hunt, and Atom looking for the flank.
The man's got no clue. The first man reveals himself, but then this is also going to be a major blunder, since Atom, he stepped outside of that sniper tower, instantly gets decapitated. Gujarat Tigers with the man advantage inside of the fight now. Altitude, they can't do anything. The man in the front's trapped, but still, he's trying his best to fight back. Clouds, he needs to be quick on the trigger, and he is pretty much quick enough. And Clouds, he takes down 3 players, and look at the Esports from the back. They eliminate the entirety of GT. What just happened? Clouds and his heroics saves the day for his team, but then Likitha, they somehow save the entirety of Altitude.
Oh my goodness, the savior of Altitude, and now Likitar, they were the spoilers. The Tigers get eliminated, but can they get the reset? Because as of yet, Likitar Esports, they wiped them out, but they don't know there's people in there. Oh my goodness. They're just looking for loots. They loot everything, and here's going to be round 2 once more for Altitude. But this time, without Atom, it is going to be lazy, and Likita Esports, they still don't know. They're up there. They're going to walk up, and surprise! Here comes the jump shot, and Likita Esports wipes them out.
They ambushed them. Likita Esports, solid stuff, eliminating those 2 players. But man, what a play from Clouds that was
I know, right?
eliminating 3 players. And that too, we're speaking of GT, by the way. Gujarat Tigers, one of the stronger teams in the competition.
I don't know what happened to Gujarat Tigers. Was it panic? Was it just fear? Was it just nervous? Because every single nade they tossed through that sniper tower was completely airballed, completely whiffing, went past the sniper tower, just allowing Cloud so much time to capitalize on this. And the biggest winner out of this fight is got to be Likita Esports. But all things considered, GT is going to be eliminated, first team to get taken out, and Altitude still has Gods separated from the team, but all by himself to clutch it out for Altitude.
Altitude only got 4 points from this game, so rough outing. But still, they've got 1 man alive, so maybe he can get a few more extra points and at least try and get the bare minimum done. But speaking of the bare minimum, Acrobots Esports, a team that's currently at the bottom of the overall standings, going up against Metal Esports, a team that can stand a chance to qualify. And for Metal Esports, this fight means a lot. This fight is a ray of hope. But since Prince OG gets knocked out and confirmed, now that ray of hope is going to start to fade away. Servant is in the back. Metal Esports, the sword is now going to be on their necks. Heads on the swivel. And Metal Esports knows how much it means for them.
Well, how much it means doesn't matter if you're going to get taken out, because as of yet, they're so lost on where they're getting shot from. They notice people in the general direction, but they just don't have the angles or the space to work with. They're all stuck inside the same compound. And like you said, it is going to be force them to be a very, very choke spot, or in this case, tunnel vision, if they do not spread out their position. Meanwhile, Raven Esports going to be a little bit late from the zone. They are going to be finally making their way in towards the zone right now. And the circle is about to shift. As of yet, it seems like it is going to shift far north once more. Seems to be a repeat from the previous Sandhawk map from a different group.
Another shift. Acrobots is right there too in the Smack Center, so that's a great news. Maybe a chance for them to make the comeback. But looking at the cutoff, and Acrobots Esports is standing in the overall standings. They've only got 2 points so far. That means Acrobots Esports, they need 40 points in 3 games. That sounds a lot.
Well, it is going to be very, very far. But it's not impossible mathematically. But guess what? Here comes a big fight here. Vasista going to be taking a couple shots onto his Reckoning Esports. And Viper getting knocked off from that far. Pukar, what a shot. That's like, what, 200-meter shot?
Pretty far away. Reckoning Esports. It's fine though, still Viper will be revivable, it's not even a question, but with Vasista Esports, there's a permanent casualty on their name. And that's not going to be working that great in the future. Speak of casualties, look at what's going on here. Kyoya, the amount of shots that are taken from the man, maybe, and might just find the knock as well. But that's not going to be the case. Still the opponents somehow evade the tracks. Look at the elimination feed as well. There's a fight going on constantly. It's also IIT chiming inside of a brawl. Reckoning Esports decide to make a move. They want to find themselves in the safety shoes as well. On the map of Sandhawk, driving a truck at the hilltop. Not a big fan of it.
Me too, but it does give you a decent amount of cover for now. So as of yet, let's take a look at how things happening here. Ligata Esports looking to try and dominate the competition in the first game once more. But Hydras is going to be the ones that put them at the stalemate. They're pretty much stuck out in the open as well. The nade coming from Ninja. Going to be doing some chip damage. AJ as well. Going to be lobbing a couple ones that way. And Likata Esports stuck 2 men. No support, no whatever. They need help.
Oh, that nade!
And the nade from AJ! What a nade! Likata Esports, they go down once more.
It was on point. A little bit of luck involved as well, but still, that nade was so perfectly cooked. It finds a 2-piece instantly, and Likata Esports' hopes and dreams in this game, they might have just been shattered by Hyderabad Hydras, but this is the exact play Hyderabad Hydras are looking for too. If they want to make a comeback in the overall standings, taking a team down like Likata Esports can give you a lot of confidence.
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see moments like this. They needed Neo, they needed Hector, but they were pretty much stranded. And now, with only 2 players left, Likata Esports, they may be close to the 50-point ballpark, but it's still very, very far off. They only have 3 finishes. But can they do it? Because they are in a situation where they are going to be having neighbors right beside them.
Hey, speaking of can they do it, I would recommend you guys to move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device itself and also some more amazing rewards. World debut for the Diamond City 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI gaming as well with smartest AI gaming control. So I would recommend you guys to move on towards Google and check it out. But once again, back towards the conversation of Likitha Esports, now dropping down 2 players like that once again makes us doubt the consistency of Likitha Esports.
Well, consistency an issue, but what I do know now is that Diesel, one of the more consistent teams from the previous rounds, this time in the quarterfinals has been struggling to find some sort of points. They are currently with 15 points. To reach 50 points means that they need at least 35 points. Well, I can do math for some reason, but 35 points, not very difficult, not too easy as well. Just win the game. Just win game 4, win game 5, win game 6, and you're there.
Oh, speaking of winning, well, Likitha Esports is definitely not winning. Hector knocked. Neo, all the burden now on the man's shoulder as Neo still manages to scavenge 1 player in the front. You still got 3 more players standing in the front lines, and Neo, all the burden still on the shoulder, and he strikes both of them down. Acrobats Esports, what a big blunder this was, but the Clutchmeister Neo strikes once again.
Are we gonna see another 1 versus 4? Is this possible? Neo, he's got 3. He's looking for the 4th, and here comes Acrobats. He's gonna go and shut him down as well. But all this noise is expecting company. But Acrobats, they're trying his best. Neo, he's jiggling his way through. He needs the perfect Pullman.
Just needs
and
that
1 pixel shot. He's gonna see him in the clip, but he doesn't find those connections. Patience is all they need. Just 1 bullet, 1 pump. And Neo, jiggling his way through, the mind games being set between these 2 players. 1 versus 1, Neo. Can he clutch it? He's jump shotting his way through. He sinks a pixel, but no, he doesn't find those connections.
Both the players missing too many shots. Now the situation turned into an awkward moment. Both Neo and the opponent finally now they're gonna face off. And Neo pulls off a beautiful 4-piece, shutting down the entirety of the opposition. Acrobats Esports recovering from such a setback will be tough mentally, but Neo also needs to get the revival on his own comrade. He needs to do something. He's ticking away to death. Hector, come on, you need to save the man. But maybe not enough time, but look at what's happening here. Hyderabad Hydros, even they are expecting company as another man. That will be DC. He tried his best to get something done, but Hyderabad Hydros, they still eliminate the player.
Neo, he's got 4 pieces. He's looking for the 5th. AJ is closest to him. Can he get the knock? Yes, he will, but he needs the confirmation. Hyderabad Hydra still tackling to him his way through. Neo, 1-man army, but he will get shut down by the nade by Ninja. He tried his best. But his best is not enough as Hyderabad Hydras was able to take this compound for themselves.
He walked in that nade himself. Neo, still though, nice try from the man. The Clutchmeister strikes once again, taking down the entirety of Acrobats. What a moment that was. But that final frag got a little awkward. They were dancing for too long right in front of each other. Tried to Milan Esports, while all of that commotion was happening, they found themselves a safe pathway to rotate inside of that compound, and now they're looking great too. There's another team just right on top of the hill in the name of Metal Esports. So now Hyderabad Hydras, DC, and even Tried to Milan Esports, they are pretty much tagged in those same compounds.
Oh boy, that was seems like here in the quarterfinals, 4 days, we've seen 4 1 versus 4s. And Neo going to be joining the ranks among the gods as the 1-man army team. But seeing how the circle is going to be shifting on towards Mong Nai itself, IITC going to be the gatekeepers in the south with the south compound. We have SOA going to be trying to gatekeep everyone out in the open in the southwest corner. They have a very, very nice shack to work with. And anyone who tries to push up is going to be expecting a lot of firepower. But as soon as I say this, are they going to be expecting firepower? Because Magic only has about 70 bullets in reserve.
Good question. Are they going to be expecting? IT's in the front as well. And now Reckoning Esports, they need to be a little bit more cautious. ITX TCW, they will back away from that spot. Just walking away from the threat. Wasista Esports, quite early in the game, was taken down with 3-man squad, so even they're not going to go for that risk. The only surprising thing about Wasista Esports is that they've only got 4 points, but hold on. Diesel Esports, Oh no, they were making that rotation, but they get caught in between by the Wolves themselves. Reckoning Esports is not going to spare anyone on this side of the map.
What a game coming from Reckoning Esports. They're looking to make the comeback. 8 finishes in the back, 11 teams remain in this zone. And they have to continue the journey even further. But Hydras, guess what? They get another defense. They're able to get Metal Esports in the back. What happened to them?
What? Metal Esports had all the players alive, and somehow Hydras executed a 3-on-4. We completely missed that fight, but man, that would have been a fight worth not missing.
I want to see a replay of this later
Me
on.
too.
We have to see what the heck happened to Metal Esports. But as the journey continues, Hydras, they're looking to make it bounce back. There's going to be 2 players, but they're going to be rotating away from outside the zone to push in further. And guess what? They're going to be losing their vehicles as Dragonclaw was able to get a couple shots in. But as soon as Dragonclaw makes a mark, guess what? SOA was able to pick them off as well.
Yeah, Dragonclaw Esports. They're inside of the shack. The last man is taken down pretty low as well. He's chipped up low. And Hydras, even they're getting super desperate to eliminate the competition quickly. Even the blue zone's now going to start to move, but AJ is too exposed. He can't stand those bullets at all. Too much damage dished out against the man. Hydras is also on the verge of being eliminated from the game, as Ninja is going to be the last glimmer of hope.
Oh, mistakes were made from AJ. Ninja gave him a little bit of safety net here, came to pick him up, but he didn't want to get in. And because of that, he is going to lose his life. Ninja will have to fend off the rest of the world by himself, but he's not inside the zone yet. Whereas IITC, they had zone control, but guess what? With this knock, gives the opening for Reckoning Esports to push in on towards them and potentially wipe them out. They've got 2 knocked. And Reckoning Esports in prime position to actually shut down even more of the members coming from IITC.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports, they know exactly what's happening in the surrounding compound. Utilities exchanged from both the sides, and Viper's looking to toss in a utility as well from the window. 3 more nades available just to level 1 West, which is on the verge of being broken. Shots taken against Viper. The man's barely surviving on a sliver. It's Vasista Esports from the far fray. That's being a little annoying, but it's fine. Reckoning Esports, they've got their man number intact. They've also got a lot of utilities. They can be safe.
Oh boy. I don't know how they're able to get the reset, but seems like Reckoning Esports, they're not too happy about that. The third parties from afar, Vasista, is one of the main concerns here, but seems like they will smoke it off and find an entry point to try and push into this shack. And guess what? Vampire is going to be the point of target here coming from Reckoning Esports. Empire needs to hold on the entire forces of Reckoning Esports, but while they're trying to push in, guess what? Pukar from afar is going to third party on Reckoning.
Yeah, Dionysus is knocked out on the verge of confirmation as well. Dionysus is backing away to safety. Reckoning Esports down to a 3-man squad. Even Hunters was out of commission for a while. Hunter is once again back up on his HP, so it's good. Reckoning Esports, they knew exactly where Hunter is positioned. And that's why Kyoya really does want to take a fight against him. He's itching to take a fight. Dionysus will be back up on his feet. It's not a concern at all since there will be revival soon, and he is back up on his feet, so he patches himself up instantly. Reckoning Esports, now they're going to try to utilize every single piece of util they've got available, and you can see the man just outside of the door as well. Kyoya makes the same mistake Dionysus made, and he gets knocked out as well. Reckoning Esports, you cannot repeat these type of mistakes at all. Now the fight's going to be a 3v4. Reckoning Esports with 3 players trying to convert the fight. The odds are stacked against them as Vampire up close and personal. He's going to try to make a heroic play.
Oh my goodness, the jump shot comes through. Guess what? The Molotov comes through as well. Reckoning, they're getting completely shredded, but they are also going to be trading bodies after bodies. Viper holding down the entire force of IITCW, but the Molotov comes through. He's stuck in that small corner. He doesn't know what he can do. Another nade comes through as well. He's going to be taken out. Viper, he's stuck. And he's going to go down as well as IITCW takes him out. Reckoning will bow out in 7th place.
He knew he could not survive for too long. That's why he just accepted his fate in the end. Got eliminated. Reckoning Esports, that was desperate time right there. They tried to take the desperate measure, but it just did not work out. Rough luck for Reckoning Esports. Tried to million Esports as Inferno is out in the open. Gets snuffed out, instantly eliminated on the way too. That's going to be 1 free point, just cooped up.
What is going on? And guess what, Bukar? He also gets scouted out. The spoiler from afar. The spoiler from Reckoning Esports gets hunted down. And just like that, IITCW, They just take everyone. They're in the top 4 with 10 finishes. How is this possible?
It feels like I'm watching a zombie game. The players are just out in the open, moving, and easily getting collected and taken out by IIT Gaming X TCW. And keep this thing in mind, this team desperately needed these points as well, but let's not forget, even SOA is still in contention for the chicken dinner. Hyderabad Hydras, they've got one last man standing in the smack center, so if Hyderabad Hydras wins, even they instantly spring back to life. FS Esports as well with 23% of chance of winning the game. Anything can happen.
Well, it's going to be a stalemate, but Zone is in the hands of Ninja from Hyderabad Hydras, but he has to do it all by himself. He's going to be surrounded, and hopefully somebody is going to be able to save him. Just like how Likita Esports was able to save Altitude early on, but none of those teams survive it until this top 4 at all. None of those teams are here. But seeing how the zone is, FS on the north side, IITCW on the southeast corner, and SOA in prime position to take out the entire competition themselves as well. They have the man advantage, but seems like I might have cursed it because as soon as I say it, he is going to be in a little bit of trouble as well.
Oh
but Ninja,
my God.
He will get flushed out by SOA.
He saw his death approach him with that nade, just slowly tossed towards his direction. ITX DCW, short 2 players, SOA as well. They've lost out of Magic at the point, and going for the revival seems next to impossible. Starboy forced outside of his comfort zone as FS Esports. Now they will have the main man advantage. Crypto almost got knocked out in that scenario. It's a 2v2 at the end of the day, and anyone can still take it. It's anyone's ball game. 18 bullets in the magazine for Starboy. He's lacking on the ammunition as well. Every single bullet now needs to be counted. He needed to find that knock. Max is taken down super low. Smoker with the MP45. Man, SOA is really lacking on resources.
Oh my goodness, he doesn't have enough bullets as well. UMP effective range is very minimal. Look at this, they're barely tickling on those FS. And Crypto doesn't seem to have the health. Starboy, that was the final bullet, but this Smoker that saves the day, gets the confirmation. Final 2 teams, and SOA Esports 2 versus 1. Crypto stuck on that tree.
Oh no, Crypto. Even he needs to move out of the open. He cannot really do a lot. Not many possible plays behind that tree. Utilities tossed right next to him. Crypto will be eliminated by that nade. And SOA, once again, they get a chicken dinner. That's the 3rd. Oh boy.
SOA Esports looking to break records here in the quarterfinals themselves, but with that chicken dinner, SOA Esports should officially be in the 50 ballpark right now.
In 4 games, they got 3 chicken dinner. That too in the quarterfinals. I guess now that's a new record. In quarterfinals, no one's able to pull that off.
Well, they're here to break records so far. SOA Esports by far the most consistent team out of every single group thus far in the quarterfinals itself.
The crazy part is we're seeing them for the first time. It's a complete new team. It's still with so much potential. SOA, where were you guys in the past years, man? I really wanted to see a team like this, and SOA, you guys might just be the dark horses in this tournament that might just lift the trophy.
They probably were still in school. They were probably still in school. Haven't passed the legal age to compete. Probably that. We're just making speculations, but maybe just that.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably the young guns. That's definitely for sure with the way they've been playing so far since we've seen them for the first time as well. Man, this team might just be in contention for a trophy. Revan X Park, you guys have got a competition, man.
Well, I agree. But as of that, SOA Esports, they were able to make the impossible happen because that 2 plays coming from both of them, Smoker, able to retrade with the UMP, like I said as well. UMP does not have the most effective range, but if your armor and helmets is shredded, UMP's range doesn't really matter that much.
UMP is so stable that sometimes even in medium to long range, it can be a viable weapon.
Yeah.
I do understand it does not really do a lot of damage compared to AR, but since UMP is so stable, sometimes it can just be an absolute beam and you can just beam down someone's helmet.
Exactly. The recoil control on that gun is so good, right? Like compared to the M4 and AK, where if you stand up and try and peek that, the recoil kickbacks is very high. And even if the best of the best that has the best recoil control will have some sort of disparity or inconsistency because of the RNG factor. But UMP, the first 12 to 15 bullets is still very, very stable.
Really stable, and that's why maybe UMP was something that really worked out well. And honestly, props to the man who had less bullets in his magazine, right? 18 bullets, and he still made it count. He was able to take down the man so low twice.
Exactly.
And that's why the UMP 45 really came back to life.
Exactly.
Since the players were so low, he did not really need to connect a lot of shots.
The moment they got that knock, that was pretty much the winning moment for SOA because they had space, right? Like all they needed to do is just wait for them to push their way in towards the circle. But all things considered, we are going to be taking a look at the highlights of what happened in some of these fights, because early on we missed the fight between Hyderabad Hydras and Medal, and this was the highlight that actually happened because AJ, well, it seems to be AJ just shut them all down with a shotgun.
Yeah, I guess he just turned around and slapped the players down. Medal Esports, oh boy, for them to recover from this now will be difficult. Even Diesel Esports, I had a lot of expectations personally, but if they keep on playing like this, then it won't really matter if they make it or not. They are definitely going to make it to the wild card, that's for sure. You've got Crypto as well with some decent highlight plays. I like the signs of life shown from the side of FS Esports.
This is a little bit of a small comeback from them here, but SOA Esports, despite everybody's mistakes here, they were able to find a lot of finishes by themselves. And because of that, it will give them a little bit more of a comeback. And yeah, you were talking about 18 bullets. It was Starboy with the clutch, and that final nade coming from SOA Esports, the moment they know exactly where Crypto was, that was pretty much a goner for them.
Man, the MVP is going to be Viper from Reckoning Esports. Let's not forget, even Reckoning Esports were able to scoop in a lot of points for themselves. 5 elimination points right there. 1,065 damage dished out. That's some big numbers.
Exactly. And also, when it comes to this game here, when it comes to day 2 on this case, day 2 for Group A itself, a lot of these teams are making a comeback to try and qualify to the semifinals here. But as of yet, Viper is the top contender in the MVP here, followed by Smoker, also in top 5 here with 5 finishes for themselves. Neo with that 1 versus 4. Yep. Johnny was saying that this quarterfinals, we've seen 3 1 versus 4. We saw a 4th just now.
Now we can just say successfully that Smoker was smoking the competition. He did not let anyone stand against him. Match summary on the screen. 8 grenade finishes from that previous lobby. Just 39 smokes used because that lobby was so action-packed. Not a lot of teams were alive in the end. This lobby is completely different from what we saw before.
Yeah, it is very, very different because the top is stomping and the back is coming. And as of yet, SOA Esports taking the chicken dinner with 10 finish points gets them 20 points. And IIT Gaming XTCW, this is a comeback from them as well. Second place with 15 points in total.
Even Reckoning Esports is pulling off a comeback, right? 10 points from them. You've also got FS Esports with 9 points. Honestly, as I mentioned, I love the signs of life from FS Esports too. Likata Esports, not a bad game, but since they were not able to accumulate the bare minimum, not able to get 10 points, now the task just gets even tougher. Vasista Esports, at this point, we can call it off. I don't think they can make it.
Well, speaking of making it as well, in the bottom half, seems like every team that I've predicted is somehow cursed since round 4 itself, but even Diesel Esports only getting 2 points, Troy Tamlin 3 points, 2 points for Dragonclaw. Oh, this is going to hurt the overall standings, but I want to see how well it goes because SOA Esports smashes the 50-point barrier and goes towards the 60-point mark as of yet.
We already know which team is going to be at the top of in the overall standings, right? It will be SOA, the unstoppable force. And as we all know, 3 chicken dinners in the span of 4 games. That's really impressive. 30 positioning points, 30 finish points, equally divided. SOA Esports have been brilliant, but Raven Esports is also there with 36 points. Now, Raven Esports at least need 10 more points in the upcoming game.
I agree, and everyone from the bottom here still has the chance to actually make it into the 50 ballpark very, very soon, but they need 2 more big games. But here's a little bit of fun fact for you. Mastermind Mavericks is currently the table topper with 65 points, but they have 46 finish points, which is a very, very big record that they have achieved because they are the only team in the 60 ballpark. And right now, SOA Esports is able to match that in 2 more games to go. They're only 5 points away.
Yeah, at this point, the tops don't even matter, right? It's all about the bottom. It's all about finding out what the cutoff is going to look like. And honestly, the way the previous lobby really ended, the cutoff can go low. But if this lobby once again gets back real close, then the cutoff instantly goes high. I made the prediction saying that it might just be around 45 to 48, and I still think it will be around that.
Yeah, it might be just around there as well. So there are some teams holding the 43 threshold, so there's about 3 teams in general that's going to be in that ballpark. But 2 more games will decide the fates of whether those teams in the 43 will qualify or not.
Exactly. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Before we move on towards the deserty lands of Miramar, let's toss to a short break. Welcome back after the short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, this lobby is completely different from the previous group that we saw. This lobby is just action-packed.
It is, and in particular, SOA, man.
Yeah.
Perfect balance approach, 30 placement points, 30 finishes, 60 grand total already with 2 more games to go. And I wonder if they can keep this 15 point per match average going till the end of their journey in the quarterfinals.
The crazy part is the team at the top's got 60 points, and the team on the second spot has 36.
Yeah, massive
That's
difference.
such a big difference in the overall standings. We spoke about getting that vacuum done, and I guess SOA is creating that vacuum in this group. That means there's a big chance if SOA keeps on performing the same way, the points do not go to anyone else, and it will just be SOA farming those points, and the cutoff does not go high.
Exactly, the cutoff is going to be low if that keeps on happening, because think about this, 15 teams will struggle to get points out of the 64 that are competing in the quarterfinals. And that is going to be such an interesting thing to see once we have the overall leaderboard for all of the 64 teams, which, by the way, is going to be out on Crafton India Esports and their social media handles, so make sure you're following them.
But hey, something that's already out, that is the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device itself and some more incredible rewards. Smartest AI gaming technology, and you've also got world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. So I would recommend you guys to move on and check it out. But once again, back towards the conversation, right, Johnny? Now, for Gujarat Tigers, genuinely, I had a lot of expectations, but the way they got wiped out, it was so embarrassing on that hilltop, getting taken down just by one man.
It's the same thing as yesterday, right? I mean, they started the day on a great note with the top two finish, my apologies, on the map of Wrangle, but then the Sanok and Miramar not really going their way. Today starting their journey on this game of Sanok. Again, not one of the greatest performances we have seen from them.
I know, right? But just getting taken down by one single man, all the 3 players just falling apart like that. That too when you've got the advantage when it comes to the man number, when you've got the advantage when it comes to HP as well. The man was taken down to just 1 HP, Johnny, and he still took down 3 players.
Hey man, that happened yesterday as well. They lost a game with a man advantage in hand, so can't really say anything about it. History repeating itself, right?
They really need to get things under control. If they keep on making rookie mistakes like these, then they will be eliminated.
Gujarat Tigers, there's just one thing. Need to stop overcommitting. Just be a little respectful to the other players.
But in that scenario, they needed to commit harder because they were just holding themselves back too much. They were hesitating to make that push inside a sniper tower. Only if they would have rushed in the sniper tower together, the man in the front would not have stand a chance to take them down one by one.
I think sometimes it happens because of what happened to you yesterday, because yesterday all of them just ran
Overthinking.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday they just ran into the action and just ended up getting taken out. Today they were like, all right, let's just hold and play and see if we can finish him off. Does not work out.
Yeah, and even look at the esports, right? Getting those decent amount of points, understandable. Neo too, pulling off an insane clutch, by the way, taking down those 4 players single-handedly, just manhandling that team. So let's not forget that play as well. Raven Esports, previous game, they were left out.
Yeah, Raven Esports, I mean, 0 points from that previous match, and it is quite surprising from both the teams, in fact. Raven Esports and Likhita Esports, massive expectations for these teams to actually cross that 45-point marker today, and I was hoping that it was going to happen in this game of Sanok itself, but yeah, not really the case.
Maybe you cursed them because you picked them.
I mean, not just me.
Even Engineer, right?
Yeah.
Now it's the downforce from the side of Engineer. At the start, he was able to uplift the team's morals with his prediction, but now those teams are getting demotivated.
Man, he's been hanging out with Maisie a long time.
Oh, now I understand what's going on here. Why the good powers are repelling away from Engineer right there. But once again, back towards the conversation, right? Back towards the serious stuff. IITX TCW, a dominant performance as well. Really got to give it to them.
But again, it makes you wonder, is it a little too late for IIT TCW to bounce back? Because yesterday the struggles were quite clearly visible. Today they start off with a decent performance, but they need a banger to bring themselves back into a contention for the semifinals.
Same thing can be said for FS Esports too, right?
Oh,
Previous game was great. They had great placement. But since they are so back in the overall standings, now they need a banger. They at least need a 25 bomber. Nothing less than that. Before now, let's move on towards the game of Miramar. This might just be the decider. As the plane's going to hit the skies, starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards El Pozo. Now this plane flat path is equally dividing the maps into two equal halves. If the teams want to move in towards Torre Muda, or if the teams want to move in towards Valle del Mar, that's going to be a tough stretch.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough stretch, and anywhere towards the northeastern quadrant of the map, it is definitely going to be a big challenge for these teams, but again, you have the possibility of those early fights happening because of a flight path like this, and I want to see what are those drop clashes going to look like. One in particular, we have Gujarat Tigers taking an exit towards Puerto Paraiso, and I believe they are going to land towards that southern highway looking for those vehicles, but that might just be the plan for the players of Raven Esports as well.
Speaking of the plan, Reckoning Esports in that previous game were quite good too.
Yeah.
They had a blast. So I guess mine and Spiro's prediction once again is panning out in a good way.
But was that enough is the question. 10 points yesterday after 3 games. Off to a great start today, but they need to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, I guess they need constant 10 points in the remaining 2 games as well.
More than that, I believe.
I think so they have somewhere around 20, right?
But cutoff is going to be close to 50, so just cross the 50-point mark. I think,
you think so?
Yeah, 15 points in both these matches, and I think Reckoning will be able to push through.
Me and IC had a conversation, and IC thinks it might just be around 45.
I think a little bit more than 45.
Yeah, so I think my prediction initially was 45 to 48.
Yeah, I think 48, 49, 48 to 50. Somewhere around that line. But you would not want to just qualify on the borderline, right? It might just happen that 2 teams have 49 points. One is on the 17th, one makes it in the 16th. But hey, we'll come back to that in a bit because it seems like Likita Esports again face off their contenders in the form of Hyderabad Hydras. The fight for Picado continues.
In my opinion, it's not a good time to be stubborn. Both the teams, they need to be mature ones and find their merry way towards a different spot, or maybe just divide the city in halves. It's not working out clearly. Both of them are taking some sort of damage upon themselves, but both of them are now being super stubborn, and none of them want to back away from the spot at all, which makes a lot of sense too. Look at the esports have been dropping on the same spot since the start, so they do not want to give it up.
Yeah. And again, I mean, considering there is no elimination, even if you do not do well in the quarterfinals, you get sent to the wildcard stages. This gives them an opportunity to practice this Picado drop clash and figure out how to take on teams like Hyderabad Hydras. Because if they end up meeting again in the finals, this is bound to happen again.
It is. And let's not forget, as the games keep on moving on, the room for error, it just gets even lower. Neo with the shotgun leading the pack. He's got the pump shotgun as well. In my opinion, the man with the DBS should be the one to lead the pack. Goblin with the AKM. And everyone from the side of Likita Esports is just waiting for Hyderabad Hydras to make some sort of mistake. They're clearing out every single nuke and cranny. Hyderabad Hydras, they've got the high ground. And the same thing can be said for Hyderabad Hydras too. Even they're waiting for Likita Esports to make some sort of mistake. I like Mox's positioning as well, because he's constantly giving that intel.
Cross over on the other side, AJ as well. He's waiting for the players of Likita Esports to come towards these balconies. Spots out Goblin. The Goblin runs back behind cover before AJ could pull the trigger now. Viper visible, Hector as well. He sees the player charging forwards. This is the time to shoot and they pull the trigger now. Hyderabad Hydras, blink it and you miss it. Likita Esports in a matter of seconds just explode. And Hyderabad Hydras 4 elimination on the board.
That was so quick.
Yeah.
And I guess the MVP of that fight has to be AJ. The man did so much damage from the far fray that the players up close and personal did not need to connect a lot of shots with those shotgun to make sure that Likita Esports falls apart.
Yeah.
That was a perfect crossfire setup up top.
They didn't even know where AJ was.
Oh man, AJ, he was the MVP of the fight, 100%. Hyderabad Hydras, that was such a quick wipe. Likita Esports, this is just going to give them even more of a setback in the overall standings.
It does, and guess what? As far as the quarterfinals are considered, it is a 2-0. Likita Esports versus Hyderabad Hydras on Miramar in the favor of Hyderabad Hydras. It happened yesterday, it happened today as well.
That's funny, right? Because Hyderabad Hydras has been struggling in the quarterfinals.
Yep.
And Likita Esports have been doing much better comparatively.
They started off well, but then the fall-off was clearly visible, I believe.
Yeah, but 24 points, 35 points, that's still a major difference, right? Likita Esports, mentally, they should be better compared to the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but since they lost that fight, I guess now they're just going to be in a bad mindset. Hopefully, they are able to come up with a clean slate once again in the upcoming game and get back with a fresh mindset. Something that's going to help you perform better in your games is also the realme P3 Ultra 5G. Move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device and some more amazing rewards. Getting back to the conversation now, Gujarat Tigers, even for them, this game has to be a banger.
Yeah, it has to be. But let's see how the rest of the match turns out. For now, Gujarat Tigers, they have decent map control to work with. But we have Metal Esports on our screens. Quite close to Picado, but the players of Hyderabad Hydras, I believe, have abandoned the city after their win against Likita Esports just a few moments ago. And Metal Esports, they are looking to just charge towards Los Leones, which, by the way, is the center of the circle as of now.
Yeah. Los Leones, as you mentioned, the center of the circle. There's Raven Esports around that vicinity as well. Altitude, the performance has dropped down by a big margin compared to yesterday. They were completely lost in the first game. Now the second game, maybe a new ray of hope. But since Altitude, they're so far back, they need a banger as well. All the teams in general can still stand a chance mathematically. If you're somewhere around 14 to 16, maybe not. But other than that, if you win a chicken dinner, you can instantly spring yourself back in the top 5.
That is true. And as you were talking about Altitude, we see all of these 4 players all at the same time, having reached the northern periphery of Los Leones. Might just collide and collapse into the side of Raven Esports soon, but at this point I think it's just about gaining city control. And everyone is eyeing out for a few concrete covers for them to play with. As you mentioned, Raven Esports is here, Altitude is here, SOA make their way towards Los Leones, but what is going on? FS versus Diesel Esports, and it's Diesel with the opener.
Yeah.
Gokul looking for the second now.
Inconsistency hitting again. And Dreams in the back now, looking back to return the favor. Beautiful nade that was from Gokul, forcing out the man from his comfort zone. And now Dreams, he's going to find himself behind that compound wall. I like the repositioning, but Dreams has also got the cover fire from his teammates now available, but it's a little too late for Crypto to try and provide that cover fire. FS Esports, they need to be a little bit more quick and vigilant. Max and his teammates still in the back, and Max has got his own problems to deal with. That's going to be Pari from Diesel Esports, and Pari's always been the main man for that team, and Pari never loses a 1v1.
And this time as well, he just takes down his opponent in that isolated fight, and his teammates wrap up the other 3 lads in a nice little package of 4 points. Diesel Esports, they have been doing really well for themselves. The start was a bit slow to the journey inside of the quarterfinals, but since then, they have built up consistency, at least in how they've been picking those fights. They've been very aggressive, and they've been able to convert a lot of these fights into their favor, but survival is one thing that they are struggling with.
Yeah, I mean, Diesel Esports, they do convert one fight, but still look at the points they have in the overall standings. Just 20 points, and they've got 2 more games to go. They need 20 points in this game, and then 15 points in the upcoming game. Or maybe 10 points in the upcoming game.
Yeah. I mean, as of now, before the last game of Sanok, they had 0 on the placement. They ended yesterday with just 14 finishes, and that was all the points that they had. 6 points gained from that previous match. Not 6, my apologies. 2 points gained from that previous match, 4 coming in for this one. And again, it's just survival instincts where Diesel Esports need to work, but I believe they are prepping up for that wild card instead of directly moving forward to the semifinals from here.
The zone's now accumulated with a lot of teams. It's stacked up, a splash of color. You've got so many teams in there, even ARC, Gujarat Tigers in the mix as well. And speaking of Gujarat Tigers, yeah, the Tigers aren't really roaring anymore. The firepower's not working out, the way they're taking the fights as well. They just seem disconnected. They really do have the itch of showcasing their firepower to the world, but they're just not able to find the right timing.
Oh no, this is not a situation that SOA Esports want to be in. They never like to fight early. Unfortunately for them, though, Metal Esports quite close to their position. High ground to Thunder as well. But are they aware of these bodies inside of those buildings? In the meanwhile, here they are. After winning and wiping out the floor with FS a few moments ago, Diesel Esports moving in from the northeastern edge of the circle.
Diesel Esports, slow and steady rotation. And honestly, speaking of Diesel Esports, in general, with how things have been going for them, I think Diesel Esports at this point in time, they just need to flip the switch and turn on the aggressive mode. If Diesel Esports does not do that, well, then all the efforts that they're taking to rotate inside of the circle in a better spot just goes down the drain.
They've only been aggressive, I would say. Just play for survival this time. Get one win in the bag. Because they've been showcasing that they know how to win those 4v4s. Their fighting stance is good. So I'm pretty sure if they figure out a way to break inside of the top 3 of this game and the next one, they will end the match with double-digit finishes for sure.
There's 2 ways to look at it, right? Diesel Esports, they are aggressive, but at the same time, in a way where they move from compound to compound. And the compound that they're aiming at is already secured by a team, then Diesel Esports does not shy away from taking that fight. But if Diesel Esports, they themselves start initiating the fights in a way where they just don't really care, and they're trying to rack up those elimination points, just the way Phoenix Esports did, then things can work out well. Because Phoenix Esports as well needed to cover a lot of points. And Diesel Esports as well is pretty much on that same terrain now.
Well, they have to make a decision now, but let's see how it turns out. In the meanwhile, Metal versus SOA, as we were talking about it. SOA never eager to fight early, although still the trade comes through as EXO sending a few hugs and kisses to the way of Legit, finds the knock, but SOA, their fallen teammate, is going to be confirmed by the lads of Metal. All of a sudden, this fight turns into a 3 versus 4, if Legit can be brought back, that is.
Indeed. SOA, 3 players intact. Smoker smoked outside of the lobby. SOA with these 3 players, can they stand a chance to take down a team like Metal Esports with 29 points? Metal Esports is. And even for Metal Esports, they know the depth of the situation. They know how many points they need to try and qualify. And I'm pretty sure Metal Esports is going to try to play for the points as well. They are super desperate. Util's tossed even from Hyderabad Hydras as we transition towards them. Mox is desperate to get that confirmation. He knows exactly where the man lies. He spots out those Snickers, but he still can't do anything since the man is in cover. And now he's trying to move back to safety towards his teammates. Ninja wants to take the fight up close and personal. Hyderabad Hydras, they've already been doing great in their 4-on-4 fights since they took down Likita Esports, one of the stronger bunch. And now Ninja, he almost found the opener too. The man's taken down so low. Oh boy, that whiff might just cost him the fight.
It definitely can, and Hyderabad Hydras need to be careful. It's 3v4. And if they end up overcommitting, they can be punished. But no, Acrobots, a big blunder as the players are going to be spotted out. The trade comes through for Ninja. He is looking for the second, but loses a big chunk of his HP. Doesn't matter. Second squad wipe in the hands of the Hydras. 8 points secured in the early stages of Miramar.
Impressive stuff from Hyderabad Hydras. 8 points already, and this is what I'm talking about, Johnny. This is the exact way Phoenix Esports was playing. They realized now it's go big or go home. And Phoenix Esports, since they know their mechanics are always great, they relied on those. And they were getting a lot of elimination points in every single game they played. And Hyderabad Hydra is pretty much realizing the same thing. I guess copy-pasting that strategy. And it's been working out well for them as well. Just out-drilling a lot of teams in the 4v4 fights.
The smoke covered up the barrels and Turbo was not able to see them, so he was just driving into them for like 2-3 seconds over there. Oh man, that is a little bit of a overheat.
Imagine if he was getting shot at in that scenario.
Yeah, that would have been unfortunate, to be honest, but luckily they just cleared those compounds a few seconds ago, so it's all safe, it's all good. But where's the next circle going to take us? Absolutely nowhere. It's the middle of nowhere, literally.
Dragonclaw, though, on the lucky side. But since Dragonclaw, they do not really have a lot of points. But as I mentioned, if Dragonclaw gets a 25-pointer, then they as well stand a chance to qualify. Still, the overall standings are unpredictable.
Yeah, I mean, 25-pointer in this game will definitely put the side of Dragonclaw in a much favorable position moving into Sanhok. But hey, a little bit of a replay of how things went down between Arankar and IIT TCW. It was Arankar who were wiped out in that conflict. 2 points to show for it in the hands of TCW.
Yeah.
But look at that, Diesel Esport, they find that next target, I feel, in the form of Altitude. One player knocked and finished.
There's also Reckoning Esports in the mix, so Diesel Esports needs to be careful. And if Diesel Esports are going to go too aggressive, then Reckoning Esports will definitely try to take a dig. And this is what I'm talking about. Kyoya was taking a lot of shots. Diesel Esports, they might just mess up big time, but still Viper gets isolated and shut down instantly. Reckoning Esports, they never saw this push coming. This pounce was so quick that Reckoning did not have enough time to react. And Diesel Esports, now they're making the players of Reckoning Esports fumble. And Reckoning Esports, they back away from the fight because they know there's so much on the line. But look who closes on up. Now it's Raven Esports who want to be a part of the fight as well.
Yeah, one after the other team showing up, and Diesel Esports, they need to keep that engine running. Smiley on the other side of the ridge. Sham, he has 4 nades to work with. And if he can find a connection, find the opening, Raven Esports will feel the pressure, but from the back lines, it is going to be Altitude showing up to get some revenge. The opening was there, but no time to run forward and look for the confirmation. And Lazy, he's going to shut down the push from Gokul. And all of a sudden, Diesel Esports on the wrong end of the play, losing out on a player. One player knocked down. Recovery option still there, but look at this. Re-engaging into the fight, it is Reckoning Esports.
Reckoning Esports, they tried their best, but Kyoya, surrounding awareness lacking big time, and Reckoning Esports just not caring about the surrounding anymore. He was out in the open like there was no other foe around, and I'm not even sure why that mistake was made in the first place, because Reckoning Esports has probably heard those gunshots. Reckoning Esports, they've put themselves in a real bad spot, and look at the amount of utilities that are now being tossed against Diesel Esports. This might just be tough to try and sustain the amount of damage those nades are going to be dishing out. And Orlo is trying to back away to safety. Pari gets back in the vehicle. It might just help him survive for a bit longer. Pari's position still unnoticed, is in the smoke inside of the vehicle. He spots out every single player. But look at the man in the front. Clouds spots him out, but it's a little too late to react since it's going to be Pari to shut down Clouds. Still the man's knocked out. Altitude, they can pull off a clutch. Pari with this nade, he can be detrimental. This nade is tossed, it chips out damage, but the nade from Lazy was much more accurate.
Right at his feet, and no coming back from that. Diesel Esports bite the dust. 22 points is going to be the total tally after the performance on Miramar also comes to an end. And once again, Necro, they have the finishes, but no placement points.
Diesel Esports, they really need to start choosing their fights properly. The way they caught themselves in that sandwich was just not good. Fighting on the edge, and we have had a conversation about this so many times, right?
Yeah.
If you're someone who's going to fight on the edge, you will definitely be third party. It's guaranteed that you will be third party. You need to try and isolate the fight, just like Phoenix Esports was doing.
Yeah, but this time around as well, Diesel, I think, just wanted to go up against someone first. It was Altitude mid-rotation. They picked off one, drew their attention, went engaged to fight against the players of Reckoning, and out of nowhere, Raven Esports show up. And then they just tried to take all three of those fight at the same time. A little bit more than they could handle. But on our screens, Visista, towards the northern edge of the blue zone. This is the safe zone, not exactly the play zone, to be honest, but Vasista is still quite eager to take on the players of Hyderabad Hydras.
Oh, Hyderabad Hydras. Moksh knocked out. Not a bad outing for this rotation, but still Moksh has acted like the sacrificial lamb, while the rest too, they make it to the safety. Vasista Esports down to a 3-man squad. Fierce really wanted to take a peek, but then he realized his teammates already down and dusted.
What is going on with Vasista Esports? The pressure from the Hydras enough to push them back. But now Hyderabad Hydras, how did they handle the presence of Metal Esports, who have showed up? And they just passed them by. Metal Esports do not want anything to do with this fight.
That's the problem, right? Hyderabad Hydras, they pushed up and got those elimination points, but they're still not in the circle.
Yeah. Someone from Metal just went back.
Yeah. Trying to accumulate those elimination points, I guess. Thunder. Yeah, he went for a scouting job. And Thunder, I'm pretty sure, got the information too. So now they know there's a team moving from the back. And there's also a team in the sidelines. There we go. Intel's now accumulated. And there's a virtual heat map available in their head. Hyderabad Hydra's pulling stunts in between of nowhere. And that's why now all the attention's going to be on them.
Hey, but luckily for them, Metal Esports is there to be the distraction, at least for the players of SOA. In the meanwhile, IIT TCW, they end up getting wiped out in this matchup. Stage 5 already, that nade looks good. Sarvit somehow avoids getting knocked out. Metal Esports still 4-man strong. Another nade from Starboy. No damage this time to anyone.
What a knock that was. Starboy, precision at its finest. But that elimination point's going to be stolen away. Starboy, you need to be quick. You need to take that elimination point away. Legit. Is barely taken down with a sliver of HP, and that elimination point gets scooped away from Vasista Esports. Starboy, though, man, that knock was impressive. Another man follows up that same line as EXO is going to punish the player too. Prince OG able to shut down Starboy in return and instantly hands out the confirmation to the death blow. SOA is now taken down to a 2-man squad. Maybe securing this chicken dinner gets even tougher. SOA, they might just not be able to make it this time.
Of course, I think SOA, 2 players already out of the way. Metal Esports, as soon as they recover, they're going to be forced to handle the players of Vasista Esports. But Prince OG, he gets pushed to pawn, instantly knocked and finished. And XOXO on the flank, spotting out Dragon Claw. Shots fired, damage dished out, but no knocks to show for it. This is the opportunity Vasista Esports were looking for. 2 teams left bleeding in front of their eyes. And now it's just down to them to look to secure those points. Nade goes flying. Overshoots by a lot.
There's 4 different teams in that same vicinity, including Dragonclaw Esports. And Metal Esports, they've got their backs turned towards Dragonclaw. Sarvit falls down. Too many shots to try and dodge. He can't do it since he's not Neo from Matrix. And now Vasista Esports, they're going to start to rule out the players of SOA slowly and steadily. This is going to be a systematic dismantle as even the last man gets collected. Vasista Esports, a decent game so far, but can they convert it into a chicken dinner?
It's going to be difficult, but not impossible. They've already broken into the top 8 of this match with 22 players still alive. And Vasista Esports, they just have 2 left standing of their own. Dragonclaw blocking their way as well. So the escape is not going to be easy either. Entry into the circle looks quite dire, Necro.
It indeed does. Vasista Esports, at least they're now inching inside of the circle. Hyderabad Hydras too, they've barely managed to make it in the edge. Especially that vehicle flip. I generally thought that's it for Hyderabad Hydras. There's no way they survive.
Yeah,
but still
true.
Somehow they're alive.
I think it was just SOA getting involved at the right time. The distraction is perfect. Hyderabad Hydra still standing towards that northern edge. Although towards the southern side of the circle, I believe, is where the action is taking place. For now, Dragonclaw Esports, 4-man strong. And I want to see what they can do for themselves in this particular match. 20 plus points, do you think it's going to be possible?
It is definitely possible mathematically, but realistic expectations might be different. Altitude. Lazy is still prone down. And the fact that the man's alive is also quite surprising. Utils are being stacked right next to him. Those tosses are not able to find the right mark. Even a Molotov to try and flush out the man from his comfort zone. At this point, just throw anything you've got available in your inventory. Reckoning Esports. I'm pretty sure they're just fighting a lot of demons in their own heads at this point. They've got a lot of utilities in their arsenal, so that's a great point. But still, you cannot use it all right now because the later phase, the zone's going to be out in the open.
That is very true. Luckily, QA has 5 nades, even if he uses 1 to pick off Lazy.
Oh,
it should be enough, and it was just perfect. Right on his back, 5 finishes secured by Reckoning already.
Next zone. It's going to center on up once again as Raven Esports. They're going to find themselves in the lucky shoes. Try to Million Esports. They've got a nice split going on. They need to send someone with Inferno too. Maybe Hydru. You can go towards Inferno, so that can be a proper 2-2 split. And since they've got so much control to work with, the other teams will start to suffocate.
And it should be a priority for them to be able to stop Reckoning Esports in their tracks.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, Inferno, he's all alone over there, but he has the high ground to work with.
Gujarat Tigers still in the mix. And I like that. Finally a game where GT is alive in the final few moments.
It's not the final few moments, man. Still 7 teams remain in this match.
Stage 7 though, I mean...
Yeah, I think finally after the Erangel yesterday.
Yeah. 2 more stages and the game will be concluded. Gujarat Tigers, a part of a big fight. Hyderabad Hydras now finally getting ripped apart piece by piece. Zeref was knocked out. No, Armand really wanted to save the boy, but he could not. And now Armand's catching a bit of that hurt upon himself since GT's not in the zone. GT needs to make it. But there's Strike to Million Esports right next to him. What can GT do? There's not a lot of options. There's not a lot of escape room.
No front right tire on that buggy as well, but Klutgod drops out into the open and it's going to be Dragon Claw just peppering him with bullets. Armand runs into the last survivor from Raven Esports and the finish is going to be secured by Lens. Gujarat Tigers, we were talking about them being alive in this game into the top 7, but on the 6th position is where they take an exit. Top 5, 15 players still alive.
Oh, that connection towards the skull. That could have actually changed the entire outcome. Tapcon almost got tapped. Still alive. Got a piece of cover to play with. Things looking good and dandy. Dragonclaw Esports, they've always been the unexpected bunch, but somehow they always find themselves amongst the top dogs. Harshu behind the truck. He can spot every single player of Try to Million Esports, but he just can't do anything. Because Try to Million Esports is also playing it pretty smart.
Not an easy end game for anyone over here. Dragonclaw Esports, though, happy seeing them survive with a man advantage along with Troy Million Esports, as you mentioned, but Reckoning can be a big challenge for them to beat. One more man knocked out from the side of Raven Esports. But considering they have some cover, option to recover is still there.
Inferno. He spots out the players of Reckoning Esports making that bounce. Both the players spotted. Inferno now, he knows exactly where he needs to toss that nade. He's got the general direction. Is he going to find the mark though? And the answer will be yes, as Inferno takes down Gravity with that well-placed nade. And now Kyoya is the only man up close and personal. There's also Dionysus out in the open, but he's still got that ledge to play with. And he's going to use it to its maximum potential. Patching himself up. Dionysus knows he needs to save the day for the entirety of Reckoning Esports. He's the main man. He can't be the savior. He needs to be the god for his own team. This one isolated wolf can actually bring in points. And if Reckoning Esports want to stand a chance to qualify, it's Dionysus who can make it happen. But he did not even have enough time to react.
The entirety of Troy Million Esports just run, charging forward. Not a single second given for the last man from Reckoning Esports to breathe. But look at this, we are in the top 3 of this match, and Vasista Esports, Necro, they are still here in this game. The last 2 survivors from the side of Vasista. His head is spotted. Ranveer wants to just knock it off his shoulders. The shot connection not really there, and Fierce feeling the pressure now.
Yeah, it's just bursting away. Oh, those shots. Well taken. Fierce almost could have handed the haircut. Pekka. He's okay for now. Fierce with a lot of ammunition. The man's ready for a war. He's also got a lot of first aids, 3 nades. But here's the main concern. Where are the smokes? Fierce would definitely need that to try and create that cover. Beautiful spray on towards the man as Hydra was knocked out, but can the confirmation follow up? That's another major concern. Another man spotted, instantly knocked out. Fierce himself is also catching a lot of hurt from that blue. He tried to move in, but Fierce was too busy taking shots against Dragonclaw Esports that he forgot about his own position.
Yeah, and Croater Esports coming in with that punish. Now Dragonclaw Esports, last survivor. And SKOP is just hiding behind the truck where he will be finished off as well. Croater Esports walking away with an impressive winner chicken dinner.
Man, Croater Esports, they desperately needed that game too. They were quite far back in the overall standings, but it really comes down to how many points they secured.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, they at least needed 25 points, but looking at their position and the way they were playing, I don't think they've got 25 points.
I don't think 25, but 20 for sure. I think 20 plus for sure. So the setup is still there. The opportunity to strike back hard on the upcoming and the last game of their journey in the quarterfinals, which will be the map of Wrangle. It is still there. The door has been pried open. Now, can they walk through?
Johnny, the crazy part is there's going to be a lot of teams just barely missing out that cut.
Yeah,
And
a lot.
especially when those teams have a look at the overall standings, just imagine how heartbroken they're going to be.
Hey, but that's what's going to make all of this extremely fun when we have a look at the overall leaderboard with the top 64 teams on the social media handles of Crafted India Esports.
Yeah, we're even like that. Deal with it. But you know what? The overall standings, they're definitely shaping up in quite a great fashion. So many teams stand a chance to qualify, while so many teams are probably going to be eliminated with just the bare minimum cut. So it is going to be definitely quite unfortunate for those teams, and it's also going to be a rough patch for them to recover from.
Negro, I believe teams are going to be eliminated with the tiebreaker as well.
That is true. The placement points just differentiating the entire game, right? Just differentiating who's going to move in towards the semifinal. Especially, it will be such a sad moment for the teams who are tied up with the team on the 16th spot.
What are you talking about? Sad moment, man. Should have put in more work.
I know, right? Should have tried harder. Should have just gotten one more point. Maybe you could have been the one to move in the top 16.
Exactly.
So right now is the time for this group. They've got one more game to go. And just to be on the safer side of things, teams need to get a lot of points. Simple.
That is true. I mean, go for the big game on the last map of Wrangle. But I have to say, I love the turnarounds that are happening. This group is so chaotic. Again, it's the team on the second page of the leaderboard that did well in this match.
I know, right? I mean, a lot of teams from the latter half of the board are now once again bouncing back. And Croater Esports, since the first game was a complete miss, now the second game once again brings them back in the race. Let's not forget Gujarat Tigers as well. We did see some signs of life, but that's not enough.
It's not just them. Visista Esports, Dragonclaw Esports, these were all teams that were struggling. The only team from the top that survived in the top 5 was Raven Esports.
Yeah, Raven Esports, they are just the consistent bunch, right?
Yeah.
They always try to get the bare minimum, at least 7 to 8 points per game. But since now, looking at the overall standings, Raven Esports, maybe getting those 7 to 8 points is not going to be enough. You need 10 points, at least in the last game.
Yeah, I think 10 points just to guarantee a spot inside of the semifinals. But again, the cutoff is looking quite insane, so we still assume that 50 is going to be safe, right?
Exactly. Before now, let's have a look at the highlights and how the action kicked off in the final few moments. Croater Esports, they just had such a good split that no one was able to keep up against the players. Dragonclaw Esports as well, they were a part of a lot of the action, and since they had a great compound to play with, they were constantly a major menace for the teams in the outskirts.
Man, and SOA, what's up with them? They do not want to fight in the early stages. All of their finishes always come in the end game. That happened yesterday, it happened today as well in the previous match of Sanok. In this game, they were trying to avoid a conflict against anyone who was showing, but Metal Esports just wanted to fight them out, and Vasista was there to be an unpleasant distraction as well.
Yeah, and speaking of Vasista, this one nade from Rage God really just turned things around. Fierce got his hands on the shack, and Fierce in the end got so distracted taking down Tezo that he forgot about his own position, and then he realized, oh, something's taken away my HP, maybe I should make it in the circle.
Yeah, forgot the blue zone dishes out more damage this time around, but look at this, I think 8 to 9 eliminations for Croater Esports and the Chicken Dinner, so it's going to be like 18, 19 points in total, but we have the MVP of the game. It is going to be Ninja from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and Hyderabad Hydras, I do not understand. they win the early fights, but then they get taken out mid-game.
Yeah. Speaking of Hyderabad Hydras, right? This was also a big turnaround game for them. They have a lot of elimination points, maybe not a lot of placement points, since when we saw them last time, they had 8 elimination points.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure in the end, they might have around 12 at least, since they had all the players intact.
I don't think so. I think they would be around 9 or 10 elimination Hyderabad Hydras, but we'll see that when we have the match rankings on our screens. But let's see, match summary on our screen, 60 finishes converted inside of this game. So every single player, apart from the lads from Toyota Million Esports, was confirmed. Longest distance finish, 325 meters, going to Pekka from the side of Toyota Million. We have 147 smokes used, 7 grenade finishes on Miramar. Very impressive, but time for the rankings. And Hyderabad Hydras are 11 eliminations.
There we go, 12 points in total. So I guess not a bad outing, but in the overall standings, Hyderabad Hydras are still not cooking.
Yeah.
So they need a 25 bomber. That's the only way Hyderabad Hydras can make it to the safety net. But Sister Esports with 16 points, it's a little too late for you to wake up. Toyota Million Esports, still a big chance.
I mean, yeah, there is an opportunity. Because 19 points from this particular match, they will be at around 44 is what IC, I believe, is trying to say. But I think 5 more points from the last game or 6 more points from the last match, they will be able to qualify. On the other side, big fall off coming in from Altitude Esports compared to their run in the tournament so far. And Metal Esports as well, not a great game for them. SOA Esports, a chicken dinner in the last one and an absolute fail in this one.
You're talking about the fall. Look at Likatha Esports. Now they seem washed. Likatha Esports is just not able to get anything done.
Yeah.
And since they're one of the top teams, or at least considered as one of the top teams, this is unacceptable. They've got 35 points. Last game, all they need to do is do great. SOA with 61 points. Raven Esports with 40 points. Johnny, Raven Esports is still not secured their slot. They need 10 points.
No one is safe, man. This is such a contradiction compared to the last group where 5 teams were in contention going into the last match of the quarterfinals. This time, there's just one team and they need 10 points. Everyone else needs like 13, 14, 15 points or more.
Yeah, I mean, look at the latter half of the board. At this point, let's be realistic. A lot of teams over here don't stand a chance, especially teams like FS Esports, Ankara Esports, Acrobats Esports. They don't stand a chance anymore. Maybe Diesel Esports, since they've gotten 22 points in total. If Diesel Esports holds off at 25 bomber, they can maybe scrape through.
Maybe, and Diesel Esports, I think, as we have seen from them, and we saw this on the overall leaderboard as well, they're good at getting those finishes. So if they can just, and I say this again, lads, either get 20 finishes or get 10 finishes and the chicken dinner. You have to figure out a way to get that total tally going.
Or just get a 30 bomber. That's going to cover everything, right?
Yeah, 20 finishes and the chicken dinner.
I know, right? And Diesel Esports is one of those teams that is well capable. Yeah. And for Gujarat Tigers, I really do want to still have a lot of hopes, but with the way they've been playing, man, all those hopes are now starting to fade away. At the start of the day, I was really hopeful about Reckoning Esports too. Game 1, Reckoning Esports once again sprung back to life, but that previous game in Miramar just made sure that all those hopes are going to be faded away. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys, don't go anywhere. The conclusion is still there.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
नेशन wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो 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 आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. This is Icy Baby, joined by Super Johnny, that is going to be me. And ladies and gentlemen, last game of the quarterfinals for teams from Group A. And as you were pointing out, 44 is where the cutoff sits right now, right?
Okay, before this match, I had a little bit of news here. We were able to gather a little bit of all the data from all the respective group. Currently sitting on 16th place is currently Royal Emperor with 44 points. And on 15th place is ENG with 45 points. And then we have TWOB with 46 points.
All right, so again, I think the cutoff or the target for everyone is still 46, 47 points if anyone can get it. And the problem that is turning out for Group A is the fact that only one team so far is inside of the top 16, that is SOA. Everyone else is struggling in the mid-30s, which is kind of confusing, to be honest.
So basically, the only way any of these teams is going to be breaking past into the semifinals is that they need to overtake Royal Emperor, which is currently on 44 points, and also a winner-winner chicken dinner in order to topple them down. Because Likita Esports from the previous group had 44 points, but they lost to Royal Emperor because of certain disparities.
I mean, hey, make it easy. Just get 45, man. Just push them down straight away and you're going to have a spot directly in the semis. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want your performance in BGMI to be top-notch, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, smartest AI gaming control in this device, along with the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Starting from 22,999, a BGMI certified device is what you need to put your best in BGMI.
Agreed. And be sure to check it out because, like I said, Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G to walk away with some amazing, amazing rewards. But now, coming back into this one final map, Raven Esports currently in the top 2 position, almost the closest to qualify from top 16 based on yesterday's performance. But today itself, it seems like they've completely dropped the ball.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening to Raven Esports. Barely at the 40-point marker yet. And last game to go. They need 5 points to qualify. Can they pull it off? I think they can.
It is going to be close here, but guess what? We have a little bit of substitution here coming from our Rankar Esports. We have Rio going to be subbing in to replace Amy John.
Arankar, I mean, they're not doing well, so
give him some playtime.
Exactly. This is going to be one of those playtime substitutions. Get the player on the bench, also warmed up just in case you need him in the wildcard stages, which I think they will.
Yeah, wildcard stages will begin tomorrow as well, so there is no break for some of these teams. But all things considered as well, mathematically, every single team in the bottom is still able to qualify to the semifinals because the most amount of points in a single game so far is still held by Seoul Esports, which is 38 points in a single game.
Yeah, but that is Seoul, right? There's a reason that that team has a big fan base. There's a reason that team is considered one of the best. And there is a reason that every single time we see them in a tournament, they are already in the list of everyone's top contenders.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are going to be playing from the wildcard. Unless something happened in the official rules here, where if there are some teams that are going to be disqualified, which result in that group being elevated, the overall standings might shift too.
A lot of teams will have to get kicked for Seoul to directly move to semifinals because they had, what, like 40 points.
It is very, very unfortunate coming from them here. But like you said, a lot of teams are going to be kicked here. But all things considered, we have to wait for the official announcement later on. We can give you guys a rough points on how all the teams are going to be performing here. But as of yet, we know, guaranteed right now, SOA Esports is in the top 16.
Yeah.
Raven Esports, the closest other team to qualify into the top 16 right now.
Exactly, man. Get those 5-6 points. And I think Raven Esports at this point, just play safe. Get those loose stragglers out of the way and get those finishes in as quickly as possible. But let's see how this last match is going to conclude, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, Erangel.
Well, to decide the fates of everyone here in the quarterfinals comes down to this one final match. It is going to be Group A Match 6 quarterfinals of the realme BGIS 2025 on its way to flag path. Going to be coming in from the east side of Lipovka, ending towards the west side of Quarry. A pretty centered flag path for all this team, heading towards the north as well as the south, and west and east. Everywhere is going to be covered here.
This group has to be the luckiest group of them all, man. I mean, they got a pretty standard flight path on Miramar and a standard one on Erangel as well. But can they make the best of this opportunity that the gods of BGMI have handed to them? We are about to find that out. And of course, eyes will be pinned on teams like Likita Esports, who still, with a big performance, can move inside of the top 16. It's them. It's Raven Esports. It is going to be the teams that are competing to fight their way to the semifinals.
The range between Likita as well as the next spot, which is Royal Emperor's spot on 44 points, is still a far out one to reach here. And Likita Esports has been struggling in terms of consistency in this past 6 days.
Yeah.
Amazing first game on the first map yesterday itself, but ever since that, nothing has went well from Likita.
But hey, that was the game of Erangel, and this is the game of Erangel as well. So if they can replicate that same performance, it is still possible. But look at this. It's the fight for Yasnaya Poliana versus Esports versus Diesel this time. And Diesel, they've been dominating these early fights every single time. This team only has 1 placement points, but 21 finishes in the overall leaderboard. And once again, Visista might be the ones facing or falling down to the brute force of Diesel Esports in these early conflicts.
Well, practice match may be a little bit important here. Wildcards begin tomorrow, so every single team needs to train as much as they can, get as much game time as possible. Even though we say that they might be out, you must understand that no one is eliminated from the quarterfinals. So that means this is the only time they can practice with what they have right now. And as of yet, Diesel Esports, they're going to be playing around in Yasnaya, but as of now, I don't think they would be able to do too much here. Vasista going to be looking for a couple of off angles from the sides, but it seems like they don't have helmets here. Tapa tap, a little bit of trouble. They know exactly where Diesel is, but cooking up the nade. Not really sure if he's going to be lobbing it over though. It seems like it's just not worth it. I don't know what they're doing though.
They're just, I think, trying to juke them out, play with the sound cues. Of course, Fierce also stuck in that building. Gokul on the flank can be the playmaker, but look at the circle. It's towards the military island. So the door is wide open for Hyderabad Hydras, for Medal as well, by the way. Medal can have a big game. They can also qualify directly, move into the semi-finals.
Well, can they do it? It's going to be the question here, but here comes the rush from Diesel as well as Vasista Esports. Diesel going to be the ones playing on defense, holding down the corners as much as they can. But eventually, Vasista is going to be coming in. They know for a fact they need to get that opening knock. But nobody is able to find those knocks yet.
Decision, I believe, has been made from the side of Diesel Esports. They are slowly and steadily falling back towards the eastern edge of the city. But Vasista Esports, they charge forward. Gokul, the nade misses, it marks, and Fierce's nade finds the connection as Pari is going to get knocked out. But Gokul, can he find the trade? The answer is no. They find an opening knock, Diesel Esports, but their players are just getting confirmed by the players of Vasista Esports. And Sham with the DBS, he's holding the stairwell, but Orlo needs to chime in. Has the Honey Badger to work with as well. Can go for a revive onto Pari as Sham is going to get knocked out. Vasista still holding on to that man advantage, and Orlo, he wants to commit with the pump action, finds the first, looking for the second, fails to do so as Vasista Esports get the squad wipe, and this has to be the first fight that Diesel Esports have lost in the early stages of any games that they've played so far.
Well, unfortunate for them, their run to go through is going to be ending right here, right now. But Vasista Esports, the stat check has been successful. They get the 4 versus 4 victory over Diesel Esports. So that is going to be 4 man alive and 4 points in the back of Vasista Esports. However, with that 4 points, they will get themselves in a position with 29 points. 29 to 44 is still about 15 to 16 points away.
Yeah.
If they want to stand a chance of qualifying to semifinals, which in this case, Raven is only 4 points away to tie it up with Royal Emperor, who's currently in the 16th position out of all the groups here in the overall standings.
Yeah, Vasista need about 15 points to tie up Royal Emperor and 16 to actually push through directly inside of the top 16. But let's see how things are going to turn out. But one thing that has turned up the performance of the players in BGMI, it is the realme P3 Ultra 5G. World debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI gaming. What more could you need?
Exactly. And if you guys want amazing control on this device, you can check out the GT Boost AI, which makes it precise and the most suitable optimization mode for gamers like all of us. But on the screen now, we do see Gujarat Tigers having an amazing run yesterday. Today's game has been extremely difficult for Gujarat Tigers to try and make a bounce back, but they're still not out of the competition yet. They're currently on 25 points, but like we said, 44 is going to be the point to beat for every single one in this lobby. And the only one that's only achieved it is pretty much SOA. And guess what? They got one finish in this game as well.
Oh, but look at this. Aranka, they find and spot the players of Raven Esports. This might be the end of the journey as Aranka confirm the first man. One player down already. We were talking about 4 points. Are they even going to get one in this game is the question now. Raven Esports forced to back off and forced to split away from each other just in order to survive.
This is not good for Raven Esports. They have to run for their dear lives. They've lost Akash. And it only comes down to the rest of this player. Lens, the MVP for the team, is still alive. They have to run for their dear lives because he's going to be on the hunt by Arankar Esports, giving chase here. Smiley is going to be the next target, and they lost the tire. And here comes a drive-by from Arankar Esports, but they missed the timing. Smiley going to be forced to prone, but he finally gets taken down eventually.
Had he even found one knock, I think Lens would have been happy with that. But Lens now hiding in that barn house. He has been surrounded. Phoenix, the nade being cooked on the other side. I think this is the end. Raven Esports, they're not going anywhere. Lens is going to get knocked out as well. That leaves just one man standing, Loki, and he's nowhere near this entire situation. If he can somehow survive till the top 5, on the 5th position, you get 4 points for placement. That's what they need.
Oh no, this is not looking good for Raven Esports. Dreams shatter just like this in the final match. And you can thank Arankar for that. Not sure what's going on, but it seems like spoilers has been made. Arankar playing spoilers for Raven Esports is all up to Loki, the god of mischief, to try and pull one under out of everyone in this game.
Look at this, the FS Esports. After their usual shenanigans, the water rotation comes through. And it's not just them, Dragonclaw Esports. I thought dragons could fly, but they need a hovercraft.
Well, they do have one right now. It's driving very slowly, but it will eventually get there.
Yeah.
It will eventually get there from the south side. We are expecting this to be a military zone itself. And currently, Dragonclaw Esports in 28th position. They are about 16 points away from 44 to tie it up with Royal Emperor from the different group. And everybody is going to be looking for those points. And currently, the ones that is in prime position to take that spot is going to be Troy Timeland. Because of the previous winner-winner chicken dinner, now they're also in position to take that spot into the semi-finals.
I think the main fight over here is between Troy Tamilian, Altitude, Likita Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, and to a certain extent Medal as well. And everyone realizing how important, how crucial this game is, and how closely the rankings are contested right now. Plus, because of the fact that they have a clear target to hit, has gone completely passive. Apart from Arankas, who were in the bottom 3 and just wanted to ruin the day for Raven. What did Raven Esports do to them, man? They went on a hunt over there. They chased after them for a good minute and a half.
Well, such is life. You know, sometimes in life you have good days, sometimes in life you have bad days.
And sometimes you have a Rankar chasing you.
Well, in this case, that is that today itself.
I would not want to be Raven Esports right now.
Oh boy.
Especially Loki.
Oh boy, there's only so much you can do. And so far, we've seen teams trying to make things work, clutch it out. Can he make things happen? It all solely depends on this play, because if he does it, this has got to be a career-winning moment for him. Impossible has happened. He's tanking out the zone, and he's down so low. And Raven Esports, he might...
Oh, he's done.
Oh no, he might be just done for here,
no.
Loki.
I think the bandage or the booster came online that saw that HP bar just like...
Oh no.
Flip up a little bit.
no disrespect to the team on screen, but we're paying attention on the overlays on the right side. Low-key on Raven. Feels bad for him.
For the first time in my life, I've seen that he'll get this exciting. Just like 10 HP coming back up. But hey, look at the esports. It turns out points are coming to them because they are getting charged upon by the players of SOA. And SOA is the only team that has made it inside of the semifinals from this group right now. They have an opportunity to send Likhita Esports packing into the wild card. And they are taking that opportunity. Now the question is, who wins this fight? Because if Likhita Esports win this fight, it makes the qualification route easier for them to deal with. They will have 4 points. They're going to need 6 or 7 more to qualify.
Well, speaking of qualification here, the zone is going to make things even harder for both these teams. And in this case, SOA Esports, they are going to be playing spoilers here. They're all stuck in the lighthouse itself, while Likhita Esports is going to keep the bridge. Eventually, either of these teams need to make it into the zone, but if this thing takes too long, other teams may look to rotate and third-party them as well, and that's going to be the closest right now on screen, which is Vasista Esports and Acrobots, closest to rotate from the zone in towards the bridge vicinity. And Vasista Esports right now down with Fierce.
Fierce knocked out, but they found the opening in this fight as well. And is this how Vasista plans to roll? Last game of the quarterfinals. And if they can actually pull off a big one, they can still make it through. Pukar finds the second, by the way. Tamil, he's going to get knocked out. Now one more man remaining from the side of Acrobots, and he's the last man left standing. Nade exchange. Doe's going to get close to the nade. Does not find the connection now. It is down to Tapatup. Lobs it indoors, and it finds the contact. 7 finishes secured by Vasista Esports. They climb up to 32 points. 13 needed to break in the top 16.
A big game for Vasista Esports. Can they make the biggest comeback? But guess what? Look at the Esports. They are able to escape SOE Esports. They drive by, they leave. And now, will any of them survive? It seems like they will be able to get out to safety as they make it into the next phase of the zone. Meanwhile, inside the zone, we have Altitude going up against FS Esports.
Altitude, one of those teams that can actually qualify, and they found the opening against FS. Crypto knocked and finished off Atom from the side of Altitude, extremely low. Secret with that nade can find the opening, but fails to find the connection. The second nade goes out. Lazy. First aid comes online, and he will be able to recover, but that nade barrage from the players of FS. They found the opening knock. Can they convert the finishes? Lazy also goes down, and FS completely shutting down Altitude over here.
Oh no, Altitude, their chances are going slimmer and slimmer as well. And the last man is nowhere to be found. Cloud's running for his dear life. He's going to hug the shorelines. Hope and pray that he has some sort of position points. But based on Altitude, I don't think the teams, or in this case the players, realize that they are so close, yet so far to the finish line. One finish in the hands of Altitude, but 8 to 9 points away from qualifying the top 16. Clouds, the savior, the last survivor for Altitude, needs so many more to make things work.
This is such a tough spot for him to be in as well. Same as Loki from Raven Esports, who by the way is still just playing on a sliver of HP. The next zone shift is definitely kicking him out. Ain't no way that man survives the damage tank. On the other side though, Dragonclaw Esports, they end up getting wiped out by IRTTCW and Reckoning Esports. They found the knock, a drive-by contact against Rankar, but getting those finishes is going to be a little too difficult.
Teams at the bottom fighting like mad. And the Rankar Esports scouts are Reckoning Esports looking to try and spoil the dreams here for Reckoning Esports to make a potential comeback. Rankar Esports just hitting onto his Raven right from the get-go. Seems to have put the dent onto his Loki. But this is stage 4 now. Where will the zone be? It seems like it is going to be inside military base itself towards the crash site of the planes, the graveyard of planes. Oh boy. Long-range battles all the way through, but on screen, look at this!
Rankar, they make the push onto the players of Reckoning, and Viper strikes. Quite venomous this time around. Spotted out by Ryu, the duel comes through. Damaged exchange between the two lads. Reckoning Esports again. and Orankar in the same footing, both the teams too far away from qualification. But if they end up wiping out each other, I see that means points are taken away from the teams that actually do stand a chance to qualify. Teams like QUATER FINALS Esports, teams like Likita Esports.
So much points denied. So much points is needed. This is the roughest game out of all the groups, and Group A itself, SOA, pretty much the only team smiling this entire game. While the rest of the world just feeling tension, feeling stress, feeling worn out. The pressure is kicking in for every single team to make it into the top 16. Now, on the finish bait, Legit finds a finisher. And he gets the confirmation on Viper from Reckoning.
Medal as well, 3-man strong. A big game for either Vasista, Reckoning, Medal, Hyderabad Hydras, Altitude, Likita or Troy can help them push through inside of the top 16 of the overall leaderboard. But as I said, the key word over there being a big game. That is what all of these teams are going to need. The chicken dinner along with 7 to 8 eliminations just to be on the safer side.
Well, better safe than sorry. It all comes down to this final zone very, very soon. But stage 5 is where things get extremely dicey. Because once the zone closes in completely, there's not a lot of room in this graveyard plane. And the graveyard of planes in military base pretty much is going to be long-range fights.
Yeah.
DMRs are going to be the most effective inside this zone. And unfortunately for most of these teams, the meta seems to be not favoring towards DMRs.
Yeah, no one carries DMR on Erangel, man. Everyone is all about those ARs and the shotguns. But Gujarat Tigers, we were talking about them a few moments ago. 25 points on the board. Playing as passive as they can. Taking control of that southwestern edge of the military base. They have a lot of teams circling them, one of which you see them on the radar is Likita Esports up north.
And the confirmation has been made here, Johnny. Loki could not survive, and Raven has finally bowed out on 40 points. Very unfortunate for Raven Esports, but they will be stuck on 40 points. That means we will see them in the wildcard potentially. And of course, unofficially, that is the result. The official results has to wait until every single team has checked out by our marshals, my admins.
And if you want to stay updated on the results, once again, follow Crafton India Esports. What are you waiting for? I mean, Likita Esports at this point are just waiting for SOA to overextend. SOA, by the way, still try-harding, man. They want to beat the record. 62 points in the matches so far. Imagine if SOA is the one walking away with the chicken in the last game.
Hey, they want to be the very best. And currently, the top of the top is Mastermind Mavericks with 65 points. They're 3 points away from being the table toppers of every single group. You're very close, yet so far. Not impossible, though, for SOA. But seeing how the circle is, they are going to be gatekept by Gujarat Tigers. That's going to be very, very difficult for them, to be honest.
Yeah, it will be, man.
And same can be said for Troy Tamerlan as well, all the way in the west side with 38 points in the current standings. Can they push through this impossible barrier being set up by Gujarat Tigers on the west side of this circle?
Look at how slow this game is compared to what we've witnessed so far in the day. Stage 5, 11 teams, 35 players still alive. But here they come. The players from the side of Vasista Esports, and they spot out the lads from Hyderabad Hydras. Rage God instantly hits the floor, and Vasista is going to start to lose those bodies. One more man knocked out. It's just 2 players left against the 4 from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. This is not looking good for the lads from Vasista Esports. They created an opening for themselves to move into the semis, but now it slips out of their hands as Fierce is going to be finished off. AJ just moves out, and it is a wipeout for the players of Vasista Esports. 32 points is how far they get.
Oh my god. A day of comebacks in this final moment. Hyderabad Hydras just might be able to do it as well.
Yeah.
They're making the top 9. They've got 5 finishes. They've got the zone in their hands. And they're so close to that 44-point mark to qualify for the semifinals. And everyone needs this chicken. And the ones that may play spoilers here is going to be SOA, Gujarat Tigers, even IIT. Which is very possible to spoil the dreams for every single team here qualifying to the semifinals.
Look at what is happening towards the right-hand side of our screens, though. Troy Tamilian Esports tumbling Raven to the third. Now Troy Tamilian also just 5 points shy. Likita Esports shot connection found by Viper.
What a shot from Viper. A pixel perfect moment. How does he see it though? Insane connections coming from him. But look at this, Likita Esports. Not only one finishes, they somehow survived the ordeal early on against SOA, and now they are going to be conquerors of the Northwest.
Yeah, they need a big game, man, the players from Likita Esports. And SOA, I believe, are just wasting their time, but Croater Million, they were playing just behind SOA for a long time, now have rotated towards the southern edge of the military base. And they spot out the lads from the side of IIT TCW. Nade exchange between the two sides. Croater Million Esports, if they get this squad wipe, it gets them those points needed to close in on the qualification barrier. And realizing what this means, they move through. It is the assault that is on now. Ranveer and Inferno drop low. Hydro finds the connection though. That's the first man hitting the floor. Two players left standing. Make that one. And it's Predator, the last man from the side of IIT TCW, who's cornered. And the finish is going to be there. But 1 point got taken away by the players of Medal as well, I see. Croater Million just 2 points shy of breaking into the top 16.
They just might have done it. They actually done it to top 16.
Oh yes, placement
They have
points.
the placement points. They're part of the top 6 now. But the question remains, will anybody kick them down? Because as of now, the cutoff is going to be 45 points. And so far, they're still not out of it yet, because everyone in this team right now on screen, whoever takes the chicken dinner can still qualify to the top 16.
Exactly, man. Hyderabad Hydras, Likita Esports Medal, if either of them get the chicken, then Croater Million Esports, even though they tried their level best in the last game, it might not be enough. And Medal, it seems like they're getting the ball rolling. Players from Gujarat Tigers are spotted out. And Medal Esports, they're trying to spray them down. The wall of smokes laid out by the players of Croater Million to cross this road. But it looks impossible, because as they line up, it is going to be a mowdown at the hands of Medal that they will have to suffer. And here we go.
It's going to be tough. They have to make things work. They need one more finish points to kind of pull the gap here, because anyone on bottom is going to be able to overcome them. And again, like I said, the chicken dinner is going to be very, very important. And even the top 2 in this match might just have enough to qualify for top 16. But as soon as I say this, Hyderabad Hydras, look at this. They take shots on Troy Tamerlan, and they are actually getting those finish points as well.
Yeah, move made out of desperation by the players of Croater Million Esports as they went for a 2-2 split. Two players charging for the center of the circle get shut down. Hydro also getting taken out. One last man surviving and fighting for his team spot in the semi-finals. But look at what is happening. Gujarat Tigers, an artillery strike on their heads at the hands of Reckoning Esports. We're down to the top 5 teams of this game. There's Croater Million Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, Medal, Likita Esports, and Reckoning Esports still surviving. I think if all of these teams are still here with the placement points combined, maybe the cutoff is going to go higher than 45, I see.
Oh my goodness, it's so close. Everybody is eyeing for their chicken. They need those finish points. And as of yet, Reckoning in one of the worst positions possible is going to be gatekept. They need this chicken in order to qualify, and only Kyoya remains. Gravity getting knocked. If he goes down, Reckoning will not be able to qualify. And we will see them in the wildcard stages. AJ just pinning his way through. A big game here from Hyderabad Hydras. What a comeback coming from them.
Yeah, it is an incredible comeback, and all 4 players are still alive, by the way, so their probability of walking away with the chicken dinner is the highest in the game. The one team that can actually shut them down has to be Likita Esports because of the western flank that they have in their control, and AJ being exposed to the western side. But as I say that, Ninja from the side of Hyderabad Hydras is going to hit the floor. How is Hydra still in this match?
Oh boy.
How is this man still alive? That is a surprise.
Oh boy. What a knock coming from him as well, to be honest. His angles are spot on, but
yeah,
2 men against the wall. If the circle shifts south, it's great for Troy Tamerlan. But it's going to be tough here. The circle is about to move in 2 seconds. This is where things will break silence. And guess what? It's going to be shifting towards them. What? What is this circle? What is this luck? Troy Tamerlan still has an inch inside the zone in the southeast corner. And guess what? They have the highest point inside the zone as well.
Yeah, that height advantage, definitely. They need to make it work for them. But look on the radar what is happening. Reckoning Esports moving towards Medal and Likita Esports. They are looking to pick a fight against both of them. If your opponents line up, might as well finish both of them in the same go. And I think that is the idea now from Goblin as the nades go flying, but the distance is a little too much, to be honest.
A little bit more. A little bit more. Everybody wants more points. Everyone wants to qualify to the top 16. Troy Tamilin, Hyderabad Hydras, Medal, Likita Esports. Everybody needs this chicken. And so far, from the perspectives of Likita Esports, they have 3 men. They're 4 points away from that benchmark. But as of yet, they have to take down the companions in order to qualify. Ninja getting spotted out. Goblin getting a couple shots in. Final 5 teams. Final 5 teams. Everybody is eyeing for the final few bits of this game itself.
It is down to the cleanup. Whoever gets the cleanup gets to move through. And Hector, he pushes through, spots out a head pixel and shoots it down. But there was a man right next to him. Kyoya finds a trade knock and Likita Esports on the wrong end of this play all of a sudden as Viper is going to be dropped extremely low. But maybe this time the nade gets the job done. It was a last-ditch Hail Mary and it connects as well. But no, it was a nade from Sarwit from Medal Esports which found the connection. Doesn't matter. One more team out of the way.
Agreed. What a save coming from Likita Esports. That nade connection taking out Kyoya was the saving grace of Likita Esports because now they still have some hope. And unfortunately for them, the circle is right at the edge. But the nade from Thunder stops them. Medal Esports shuts them down.
A 2-pointer from Thunder, and this is going to shake Likita Esports to their core. Recovering is going to be close to impossible. 9 seconds, the Blue Zone moves in. This one should get the finishes. It finds one. Hector, there is no saving him. Goblin hiding inside of that smoke, but his position is compromised as well. One more nade in the exact same spot, and Likita Esports bite the dust, but does Medal have any more utility left?
Oh my goodness, how is he still surviving? The dreams of Likita Esports getting completely shut down by Medal Esports. But look at this, he's got 5 nades in total. Medal Esports, if they get knocked, that's going to be the push from Goblin. But it seems like he's not going to be able to find those openers. And the zone in 20 seconds is about to shift. He needs to heal himself up. He needs to get his health up. And Medal Esports is not making sure that he does not get out. 5 bandages remain. No boost, no whatever. He's got 5 smokes, but he has only 5 seconds to make a move. The zone is about to push through.
With Reckoning out of the way, these top 4 teams, whoever wins the game, wins a spot in the semis. Hyderabad Hydra still duking it out with the players of Troy Tamid and Esports.
What?
Nade is going to be a bit short. Moke's knocked out in the backlines. This one might find the contact, but no.
Troy Tamil Esports, they somehow still hold on with 2 players, Pekka and Hydro. They have to make things work. They have some sort of cover. And guess what? In this next phase of the zone, they're still inside the zone. But stage 9 is where everybody is going to be pushed into the center. But look at this, Goblin. How did he sneak past Meadow? And the nade connects as well from Goblin.
And it's just down to Sarwit now. Second nade. If he finds the connection, it's going to be good. It's right next to Sarwit as well. No, overshoots a bit. Sarwit moves up. One more nade though. Can this find the contact? It chips away on the HP, but now I think it might be done and dusted. No more utility available. He has to pull the trigger on those weapons. The blue zone moves in.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, he's still inside the zone, but it's about to move in 5 seconds, and Troy Tamlin is going to be stuck as well. Guess what? Hyderabad Hydras, they clean out Troy Tamlin. It's over. Final 3. There's even more points for Goblin, but he needs to clean out Medal Esports.
It's going to be very difficult. It's a 1 versus 2 versus 3 situation. He spots out one, takes him down. Instant trade comes through as Thunder shuts him out. And now it's a 4 versus 2 situation. Hyderabad Hydras, the numbers advantage is pretty clear. They have the finishes to show for it as well. And this has to be the biggest recovery in the quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen, as Hyderabad Hydras look forward to close out this game with a chicken dinner. And they succeed as well. And with this winner chicken dinner, the placement and the finishes combined, I think they have enough points to move directly to the semi-finals.
What a comeback coming in from Hyderabad Hydras. We talk about the biggest comeback here today.
Yeah.
Phoenix Esports started the day with 12, but Hyderabad Hydras started the day with 9 points in total. What a comeback
Hey, but
coming from all these teams.
now the question is, what were Phoenix Esports and Hyderabad Hydras doing yesterday, man?
I don't know, man, but whatever happened,
Yeah.
these are two teams from the grind stages, and the trend continues as well here in the quarterfinals from the beginning of the round stages. Any grind teams, if they suck in day 1, day 2, they will bounce back. And today, history repeats itself.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly done and well executed as well. But the end game for this match was so nerve-wracking. 5 teams, and all 5 of them, whoever wins the game, gets the spot.
I know, right? It's so nerve-wracking. And to be honest, Likita Esports, I feel so bad for Goblin. Like yesterday's game, pretty much first game, we're done and dusted. I'm pretty sure they're gonna qualify, but after just dropping the ball game after game after game and putting Likita Esports in this position,
Yeah.
I feel bad. I really feel bad for them.
I mean, it's their own fault, right? I mean, they did so well in the first game. All of our hopes were met in that first match of the Wrangle. 27 points to kick things off, right? And then in the next 2 matches combined, they just get 1 point. And then today as well, not really playing to the best potential. I don't know what's going wrong, but they need to find the answer to that question before tomorrow.
Agreed. And of course, for these guys watching at home, guess what? The realme P3 Ultra 5G is out. If you guys want to play at the best of the best, this is the phone that you guys have to check out because it's the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million that gives you that smooth performance double in its segment itself. And it's currently priced at 22,999 rupees. Just Google realme P3 Ultra 5G for some amazing rewards while you're at it. Now, don't go anywhere because we are going to be having the overall scores officially very, very soon. I would say unofficial results because we still have to go through the filter checks of all the legitimacy of every single team. Because if any of the teams get disqualified, their points pretty much go to their respective groups.
I think the overall leaderboard for the 64 teams is going to be posted on Krafton India Esports social media. Yeah, officially the results are going to be announced later on. So make sure, and I keep repeating this again and again, make sure Krafton India Esports, you follow them everywhere. Be it X, be it Instagram, Meta. Go everywhere.
Exactly. But as of now, we are going to be showing the unofficial scores very, very soon. But
Group-wise,
before we get in towards the highlights or the scores here, we have to talk about the highlights of that match because we weren't expecting a comeback from the back itself. The bottom of the bottom teams making a huge comeback today itself.
And the best part was it wasn't one team. It was like 5, 6 different teams that made a comeback and were all fighting for survival in this tournament. Not to go to the wildcards. I mean, technically they are still surviving in this tournament, but no one wants to fight through that wildcard gauntlet, man. You never know what's going to happen over there.
Exactly. Expect the unexpected in the wildcards because we have teams like Hero Extreme God, like we have teams like Soul, we have teams like Wildfangs as well in the picture. It is going to be an absolute chaos in that fight. But all things considered, this final few moments between 4 or 5 teams here, including Reckoning Esports, Likita Esports, everybody came down to one small little mistakes. What if situations that could have made them survive. And even this plays, the nade, oh my goodness. Likita Esports could have gotten that finish point, but Medal was the one that took it first.
Yeah, quicker on that nade throw, man. That is just unfortunate. Now I feel bad for Likita Esports.
I know, right? It came down to just seconds. It came down to just pixels. And in this case, even Goblin, he was able to get the official knock, but he wasn't able to get any of those points.
Also, massive props to Troy Tamil and Esports. This team has improved so much, more than my expectations from the last time we saw them last year.
Exactly, and even today itself, Troy Tamlin Esports actually started the journey in a very, very awkward spot, which is 15 points in general.
Yeah.
And now there's someone in the place where they might be able to just qualify. But before we get into the official scores here, let's take a look at the MVP of today. AJ stepped up big time today as well in this game. He does have 6 finishes, but Hyderabad Hydras, especially coming from AJ, every single game today, he has been the star player for the team.
I think him and Turbo. Turbo, we know he has his moments of brilliance, and today I think they were put on display as well. And Hyderabad Hydras needed that performance from these 2 individuals, to be honest. We have Thunder in the list of top 5 players as well. Hydro, of course, one of the best players on the lineup of Troy Tamil and Esports. And last but not the least, it's going to be Ace in the list from IIT TCW. Match summary, 126 smokes used, but 9 grenade finishes is what I want to talk about because I think most of them came towards the ending stages of the match.
Exactly. It came down to just pixels, right? Like that playing field is one of the most difficult to play just because of the fact that there is a range issue. So
Yeah.
DMRs do have a little bit of an advantage there, but nobody had DMR. So having those nades to kind of sneak by to lob it over is the way to win. But now, officially, let's take a look at the point standing from that match.
Yeah, we have Hyderabad Hydras with 23 points, Medal with 16, Likita with just 8, Troy Tamilian with just 8, Vasista with 7, Reckoning with 6, Gujarat Tigers with 6, IIT Gaming TCW with 6 points as well. I like the fact that points, apart from the chicken dinner winner, of course, are quite nicely distributed between everyone else, but that is just going to make the overall leaderboard a little bit trickier for everyone else to deal with. Raven Esports, I do not know what's wrong with Raven Esports. They did so well for themselves yesterday, but today was just a big letdown.
Well, what we do know is that Aranka Esports is the reason why they couldn't stand a chance to fight today itself in this final game.
Yeah, that is
but
true.
Let's take a look at the overall standings for Group A itself. SOA Esports obviously topping the charts with 63 points, but Hyderabad Hydras with that win pushes themselves into the 50 ballpark. That means they are safe. They are going to the semifinals.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras is safe, but what about Medal? I think that is going to be a tricky position to be in. We will have to wait for the official ruling to figure out Medal and Troy Tamilian if they move through or not. And everyone below them is heading to wildcard. So Likita Esports, Raven, Altitude, Reckoning, we are going to see them in the wildcard stage starting tomorrow, because before this game, 44 was the cutoff.
Yep, it
before
is.
Miramar.
Yeah, exactly. 44 points and a single chicken dinner in order to overtake Royal Emperor. And in this case, we have a little bit of faith here coming from Metal Esports.
Yeah.
But is it going to be enough? We have see. But before we get into the official results, let's take a look at the caster's prediction of any of us expected them to qualify. Because in this case, only 3 teams kind of qualified.
Yeah.
So Ankybot hoping for Likita, not happening. Reckoning, not happening. Troy, close. But we have to wait for the results.
Yeah.
Raven, not happening. Diesel, out. Raven, out. Reckoning, out. So the only one that kind of got it right is Maisie.
That is ironic, to be honest. It's Maisie getting his prediction right out of everyone. But again, I think 45 points, they might just qualify on the 16th position. Might just be 16th.
Might just be 16
Yeah.
as well. So 45 was a little bit awkward as well, because in the 45-point ballpark position, which is on 15th place before this match, was actually held by Eggy. So I would say Eggy x 4am was a guy that is going to be table topping here.
Yeah.
But considering that Troy has a chicken dinner, so technically that would push Eggy down to 16th place. And now with another team pushing up, I think Eggy is out and Troy just be on the borderline. So we are just speculating right now for you guys.
Exactly.
So to give you guys a little bit of refresher for how the point settings decide on the tiebreaker itself, it comes with chicken dinner first, and then positioning points, then finish points.
Exactly. Priority given to the chicken dinner, and that too in the most recent matches that these teams have played in. But again, oh man. So let's talk about the journey of the quarterfinals, right? Because now all the matches are done and dusted.
Yep.
We expected it to be a tight competition, but not this tight, to be honest. I was expecting the teams from Group A of Grind to dominate, but all of them are struggling. It's just 8-bit that did well.
I know for a fact that everybody thinks that Grand Finals is the best of the best. But personally, in these 4 days, the quarterfinals, we have the best from the Grind, and we have the best from the open qualifiers itself, the in-game qualifiers all the way here, the round stages. We have so many undergods, and we have the gods and the undergods battling out for those spots. And to be honest, I'm not really sure how many gods actually made it to the top 16 and how many undergods actually snuck in.
You know what? I mean, I think, I would want to have the list, look at the leaderboard, overall leaderboard, top 64 teams right now, today, right here. But I have to say this. The level of play has gone up by so much that for the first time, I believe, in a stage, we have had an average of 1v4 per day. We had 4 in total in the quarterfinals.
Insane. Like, in the quarterfinals, only these things happen in the quarterfinals, right?
Yeah.
The last time we saw it was last year's BMPS, where we saw Joker moments, we saw Sim moments, but even then it was 2 out of 3 days.
That is also like the Pro Series, right?
No.
Yeah, and it was in the grand finals, so that was the best of the best competing. It's already the quarterfinals, and these players have improved so much, and I'm really happy about that.
You know, yesterday a lot of people were worried for Revenant Xbox with 49 points. I feel like right now they are in a position where like, okay,
Made it.
we just might have made it. to qualify for the semi-finals, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
But it is very, very sad to say for Seoul and Hero Extreme Godlike fans because
Ooh,
they are
yeah.
not coming in as well. I know there are a lot of fans on the English broadcast in particular for Troy Tibetan Esports, but based on their performance, I think they just might be able to qualify as well.
Maybe.
But again, like we said, we would like to remind all of you guys, this is a PSA for every single one out there, that this overall standings may change due to the legitimacy of each and every single player and each and every single team thus far. So to ensure fair play for every single team, they have to submit their POV camps and
Exactly.
So if one of it doesn't check out and they get disqualified, whatever points that they have gathered is going to be given to the remaining teams in that respective group.
I mean, I think in a situation like that, sometimes it's just deductions that happen, and because of that deduction, imagine you just slide out. So the ruling depends on the officials, on the marshals, what they decide. But yes, make sure you're following Crafton India Esports on the social media handles. So in case a ruling comes out, you are updated constantly. You know what's happening, and you know the teams that are showing up tomorrow. A few of those names are guaranteed to show up tomorrow, and by a few of those names, I mean the ones that did not make it from the round 4, including Wild Fangs are going to be there.
Well, that's going to be a complete pandemonium that's going to be happening tomorrow as well, because we do not want to stop the action here in competition. If you guys are big fans of BGMI, be sure to stay tuned because we have back-to-back games all the way through. We just concluded quarterfinals. Guess what? Tomorrow you think it's a break? Guess what? It's not a break. We're going to go into the wildcard stage.
Man, I have this one locket that says no days off. That's the mentality we follow now. No days off. Every single day the grind carries on.
We have to keep the fun going. You know, why stop there? Just keep on going and going and going. But all things considered, while we're still gathering the overall standings here, but imagine this scenario, right? We've seen this happen, unfortunately, before the quarterfinals, where Blitz Gaming got disqualified, and because of that, it affected so many people's teams because they had so much points. So in this case, right now, in the current standings, based on what I know, is that Group A has the least amount of teams qualifying in the top 16 as of yet.
So there were 3 reactions to Blitz getting DQ, right? Blitz, who were, of course, devastated as to the ruling. There was Wildfangs, who were the happiest because they end up getting a spot in the wildcard stages. And then was ESG, who were like, what? We are playing today?
Yeah, I think ESG had one of the roughest run so far because of the fact that they weren't really mentally prepared to actually play into this. They were preparing for the wildcard stages. And because of that small shift of Blitz, they qualified into the quarterfinals and
they end up in the wildcard game.
And they were playing the first day as well. So I feel bad for them, but again, they're going back to the wildcards.
They're going back to where they were sent originally.
A little bit unfortunate here, but here is going to be a little bit more information for you guys because the realme MVP contender is going to be up on screen to give you guys a little bit more insights on who is going to be up for contention. And currently, out of the entire quarterfinal so far, Adi from the side of Mastermind Mavericks is the top contender as of yet with 19 total finishes.
To be honest, well deserved, man. I mean, because if you remember Mastermind Mavericks, their journey in the quarterfinals was not off to a great start. The first 2 games, they just completely dropped the ball, and it was the game of Sanok where this man just decided, fine, I'll do it all myself. Has a big game, solo performs, raises the morale of the team, and after that, the other lads start to step up. Following him, it's going to be the man Coffin with the Coffin dance on the players of TWOB, the first 1v4 we got to witness in the quarterfinals.
Exactly, and it was done in Miramar as well. It was a pretty intense moment coming from Coffin. We all saw that. We are going to be paying attention a little bit more to Coffin on their journey in towards the wildcards or even the semifinals in general. But Forever Red Ross from Phoenix, they started out their journey in quarterfinals with a opening banger as well because no one were expecting this team to be the table toppers, but they somehow managed to do it. But guess what? Without further ado, this is the overall standings out of all 4 groups.
All 4 groups, all 64 teams, and of course this is the top 8 right now. And it's surprising to see 8-Bit make it inside of the top 8 with no chicken dinners to their name. Very consistent, and I'm loving this new 8-Bit man. Always, he regains his status and showcases why people call him a legend.
Exactly, and top 3 plays as well. Phoenix Esports also qualifying with 64 points with NRI Esports. And on second page here, we have Team Versatile also qualifying as part of the top 16 here with 54 points. But at the bottom here, TWOB narrowly qualifies at 46 points here alongside with Team H4K. Metal Esports actually sneaking in the top 16.
Yeah, Metal Esports without any chicken dinner, just like 8-Bit make it into the top 16. And all thanks to this last game of theirs, man. This was a big one for sure. And TWOB, as you mentioned, a sigh of relief because 46 points for H4K, 46 points for TW. I want to see what the team on the 17th position was doing.
Agreed. But as of now, these are the 16 teams unofficially qualifying in the top 16 as well, because the points will be updated post verifications of every single team. So I would say, as of now, even from Revenant Spark all the way down to the bottom, if things take a little bit of a tumble or turn, a lot of teams are going to be kicked out from there.
Hey, and guess what? Maisie doesn't win either. Troy the Million Esports, they miss out on 1 point. One finish converted in that last game would have held them out. 2 extra finishes.
Oh my goodness, it's so unlucky here for Troy the Million Esports here. So no one got it right so far in Group A. And even Iggy, Royal Emperor, all these teams, they were the gatekeepers. They could not make it through as well. And here in this second half, we have God's Raid, even Sold as well, not qualifying into the semifinals. Raven Esports, who had one of the best runs yesterday, also not qualifying. Everyone is going to be having their journey into the wildcard.
A lot of big names over here. Look at this. Reckoning, Godlike, 4 Miracle, Vasista, Do or Die, Gujarat. Is this the lineup for the grind?
Yes.
That's the entire lineup for the grind. Majority of the undergods who played through the in-game qualifiers
are in the top 16.
Yeah, that is surprising, man.
Well, sometimes in life, there's a good day. Sometimes life is a bad day. But again, it is a new era here for the realme BGIS 2025. It is a competition for the best of the best. We are always giving an opportunity for new potential up-and-coming rising stars that is going to be emerging here. And who knows, maybe you guys who was watching at home, we might see you guys in the next Pro League.
Exactly. That is why I love every year BGIS to be a part of this circuit. You get to see so much new talent and you get to see so many new teams. And of course, these were also a few new names that we got to witness. We are going to witness them in action again starting tomorrow in the wildcard stages. Halo, AIB, BO7S, God's Given, Ace, Official, 4 Barriers, ESG, Esports, and Acrobots. Last but not the least. And as IC has been saying, I've been saying, it mentions on the graphic as well, points will be updated post-verification. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, Crafton India Esports. Everywhere, on all social media platforms, it's the same. Crafton India Esports. Go make sure you follow them and you will be updated with the results when the official rulings are out.
Now, all things considered here, we've seen the best of the best competing against the best from the under gods category. Obviously, in this case, we see the heavyweight fight going up against the lightweight fights. Seems like quarterfinals has come to an end.
Yeah.
Which is kind of sad.
But it's
because
also
this is the only time that we get to see this happen out of every single stage of the tournament itself.
That is true, but hey man, bittersweet moments, right? It is always going to be bittersweet moments because quarterfinal comes to an end, but that also means we are heading a step closer towards Kolkata. We just have wildcards, semifinals week 1, semifinals week 2, and then everyone gets on that flight.
Exactly. We've seen 64 teams so far on screen, and eventually most of these teams are going to be withering down as well as the journey continues, because none of these teams are going to get eliminated in quarterfinals. But tomorrow onwards, wildcard stages begins, and that is where teams will slowly be eliminated, because this is their last chance, last shot, and it all begins tomorrow.
There is a reason it's called the wildcard stages, because things are definitely going to get wild. And of course, only 16 teams from the wildcard stages also get to move forward to the semi-finals. It is going to be intense for sure. And who knows what's going to happen, who gets left behind, who gets to push through. A big fear is a lot of the fan favorite teams might actually end up getting kicked out.
Exactly. And also, guess what? What are the chances that Wildfangs qualify into the semi-finals from the wildcard stages?
That is going to be a miracle recovery, to be honest. But I don't know if that's going to happen. Do you know if that's going to happen, IC?
Well, only time will tell, because tomorrow is going to be that new chapter on opening. But for now, we're going to be closing out for the quarterfinals. My name is IC Baby12. He's I Super Johnny. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the wildcard stage.